But it could have been he wore it on another day.
True.
He might have worn it. But I mean, it's an amazing achievement, isn't it? 400. And apparently, I mean, another thing Tina Best said is, whereas in 375, and I was there actually for the 375, which was the 18th of April 30 years ago. I actually was at that match, 3 days worth, or all of it, but it took 3 days for Lara to get to the record. And apparently he was quite tired, as you'd expect. He batted for 3.5 days, two and a half days, and you know, he would have been tired. But he said apparently with the 400, he wasn't tired at all. He felt fresh as a daisy. And I don't remember one of his innings, one of his Test hundreds he made here in England at Old Trafford. He actually went and had a net at tea. He'd already batted 2 sessions and was, I don't know, 120 not out, and he went and had a net at tea and then went back into the middle again. Incredible.
Ian Harland started new over 52 without lost Warwickshire as Yates punches that out into the covers. And there is no run. Good start from the visitors here. Yates has 31, Davis has 21. Ball beat the bat a couple of times. Overs. Shorter, bounces, well cut by Yates, backward a point, and that should race to the boundary. Got on top of that very nicely, just a bit of extra bounce from the medium pacer, and Yates played that perfectly. Moves on to 35, and it's 56 without loss now, Warwickshire.
Alistair Cook, who often said Rob Yates was one to look out for, didn't he? He's a big fan, and you can see why actually. He's got very nice movements at the crease. He looks solid. He's very kind of certain in his movements, I think, and he's not sort of flamboyant, but he's an efficient player.
Sort of opener you want, don't you, your side, isn't he? Nice and straight back there once more. Back
tight,
to
sort
the
of compact, isn't he?
It's interesting, you might not have been around at the time, Simon, but earlier when Richard Wilford obviously watches him play quite a bit, said that he went through a little bit of a time when he was batting at 3. It didn't seem to suit him. And Richard said that the opening spot suits him better. I mean, just looking at today, looks perfectly at home, and I suppose when you've got 191 in your previous game, you should do. Yates punches that one up to mid-off. That's a bass once more.
It's a sort of, it's a myth in a way that you, as a batter, you need lots of shots, isn't it? You look at Cook. Cook had a cut, and cut was his best shot. A clip off his legs and a pull, and that's it, really. Yeah. And he scored 12,000 Test runs with those.
Just played the same 2 or 3 shots, didn't he? Really, which is, I suppose, being an opener, that's what it's all about. There's a nice drive down the ground. He's not really running because he knows it's going all the way. Kyle Abbott's half-heartedly running after that one, and that's again a nice piece of timing from Yates. He isn't trying to put too much into that. He's using the pace of the ball, and generally the ball's hitting the middle of the bat.
Well, it is, and that I think that's indicative of the pitch, because that was a good length ball, straight, middle and leg stump, middle and off maybe, and it just hit it on the up, easy.
Agree.
It came onto the bat just perfectly. It was almost like having a net, having a throw down.
Yeah, you'd come out after that, wouldn't you? Say, yeah, I've had enough. I'm feeling good. As Holland comes in again, left alone outside the off stump. See, I think last week, what are we now? 15 overs. I reckon the 15th over with the Kookaburra, that would have gone for 2.
Yeah, really? Okay.
Don't you think? Everybody's been saying how quickly they go soft.
Last week probably the outfit was a bit slower as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Because of the rain, but it's amazing, isn't it, how quickly these places can dry up. I mean, all those sort of like tsunamis and tornadoes and things seem to be a distant memory. I know it's a bit breezy today, but somehow it feels a different sort of season almost.
That's a bit. And also, as you know, all the main grounds have had an awful lot of money spent on drainage. An awful lot.
Apart from Worcester. Well, maybe they have as well, but they should charge tickets for rowing. You could have sort of rowing or something there, shouldn't they, at the moment?
That'd be a good fundraiser.
exactly.
I wouldn't say an annual rowing race, because you could probably do it 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah. Here's Abbas bowling to the right-handed Davis. Goes down the wicket a touch there, just eases up the pitch, works it down to fine leg. Thinks about a second, but it's not there, so just a single to Davis. Takes him on to 22. Yates has 39. Warwickshire 61 for none.
Just to say, there have been a few problems this morning with the commentary coming out on the live picture feed and around the ground. Now, we're just getting some pictures now, so it may be that, that the commentary is just coming back. I'm waiting to have that confirmed, but we have been on the BBC Sport website and the app.
Having said that, the pictures have gone again now.
Dear.
Well.
Damn.
They were there for a moment as Abbas bowls, turned into the leg side by Yates. There isn't a run. Rob Bailey's at square leg, looking a little cold, the umpire. I love Rob Bailey. What a player he was. I hated bowling to him.
Did you? In what way?
Well, he just kept bunting me back over my head for 6, basically. And he kept saying, and then he'd say, "Oh, I quite like voting you," kind of thing. Yeah, thanks a lot.
I reckon he might have said that to a few, because he said that to me as well.
God. And he did it so nonchalantly, didn't he? He wasn't the sort of aggressive type or anything. He just kind of smacked you back over your head and then just leant on his bat. Abbas bowls to Yates, who defends. Again, nice tight defence. He's trying to explore that. Abbas trying to just move the ball around a little bit, try off stump and middle and leg and middle, and just a teaser outside off occasionally, but Yates has looked very solid. Another player I hated bowling at is here today. He's the match referee. I'm going to go and see him later. Simon Hinks.
Oh, he's here, is he? Hinksy?
Yeah, Simon Hinks from Kent.
Yes.
Oh, he was a player, wasn't he? Blimey.
He was a good player.
Cool.
Good left-hander.
Imagine him in the T20. He'd absolutely, well, he batted like T20 even in a championship game.
Yeah, he did.
He just blitzed it. He had fantastic timing. Abbas bowls and defended by Yates just outside off stump. That time Abbas just bowled a fraction outside off, trying to get a tiny bit of movement. I can see Liam Dawson starting to flex his arms at second slip, so does he ever bowl the other end? He seems to always bowl this end. I suppose is it into the wind maybe or something? The wind is sort of kind of slightly across today.
Yeah. Well, obviously last week it was predominantly the hotel end.
Yeah.
I must admit I've not noticed him favour one end, but
Okay.
he has bowled from the pavilion end. Yeah.
He took all his wickets against Middlesex from this end, didn't he? When they played on that desert.
That's true, he did.
After
yes.
that Arctic Monkeys concert. Here comes Abbas, bowls, and Yates tight in defence, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Abbas. 61 for none is the Warwickshire score here at the Utilita Bowl, having won the toss. And clearly a good decision. The openers, Yates on 39 and Alex Davis on 22.
I think they'll already be starting thinking about hundreds, wouldn't they? There's not a lot out there to worry about, is there?
No, isn't really. True. No. Well, I mean, I suppose, isn't that your objective when you're opening the batting? I suppose, but you don't want to think too far ahead, is what I'm told.
I agree.
That's why I was no good at batting. When I got to 15, I thought, I've got 100 here. Just tried to play every shot in the book and got out. Abbas bowls, and that's a slice, sort of scythed almost down to deep cover point. The fielder there picks it up. That's a man who was quite square, actually, and that denied him a boundary. So a single to finish the over, 62 for none.
What was your highest first class score?
Oh, 50.
You got a 50?
I got a 50.
Oh, who was that against then?
Cambridge.
I said first class.
Oh, sorry. It was. But the greatest thing about it was I took a lot of runs off Michael Atherton's pretty ordinary leg spin.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you cashed in.
I mean, it's a bit crap really to say that, isn't it? That I only got a 50 against Cambridge. It's pretty bad. My dad wouldn't forgive me. He wanted me to play properly as a batsman, but I was incapable.
Remember your dad? He was an actor, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was an actor. He was an actor. He actually, tell you, if you look him up, Peter Hughes, he's in 4 Oscar-winning films. Passage to India, Hope and Glory, which is a brilliant film about the Second World War. Brilliant, Hope and Glory. Check it out, actually. It's a great film. Evita and The Great Muppet Caper.
Which you didn't talk much of, I suppose.
No.
That's amazing to say that in the same sentence, to be honest.
Yeah, quite.
16 overs gone, and we've got some spin. This is last week all over again. There hasn't been a lot for the seamers to get stuck into.
Really, has there? No,
it hasn't. 60. All the talk about this week's games and the Duke's Ball and how it would all change. Well, it hasn't here.
No. I mean, there'll be questions asked about who picked this ball, won't there now? I wonder who the Hampshire ball picker is. It'll be one of the opening bowlers.
Yeah.
They'll be saying, oh, you picked the wrong one. Should have gone for a darker one with a bigger seam.
Yeah. The ball's too big in the hand. Yeah, I must admit, I don't know who has that honour in the Hampshire side.
I imagine
sure,
I bet you it's Abbott.
Probably is. Right, here's the first over of slow bowling as it's tossed up by Dawson, and immediately there's a single for Yates as he drives down to deep mid-on. Yes, there is already a deep mid-on, and that is Mohammed Abbas, and Yates moves on to 41. That's come off 61. Fairly good strike rate, and Davis isn't too far behind with 22 from 36. And it's just got a little blowy.
Were you someone who, look, we're looking at the bowlers' footmarks here, those white lines on the pitch that mark their run-ups. Were you someone who, how did you used to measure your run-up? Was it the old-fashioned pacing it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I then scuffed it up with my studs.
Yeah.
Groundsman
loved you then.
Oh, no problem. None of this paint and all that sort of stuff.
No.
That's
tape measure, no tape measures?
No, some people do that. No, I didn't do that. Dawson bowls, and Davis pushes forward, and he's found a gap on the offside for a single. 64 with that loss. I don't know about you, but a lot of it, for me, and I still believe this, is that if you a lot of bowlers practice and they bowl no balls, don't they?
Yeah.
And I'm a great believer in that when you let the ball go and you're used to the stumps in a certain place, that actually it doesn't matter how you run in, you're still used to bowling with the stumps in a certain place. That's pushed on the onside. So if you're practicing the nets and you're always bowling no balls, you will bowl no balls.
I totally agree with you.
And if you're used to the stumps being, not level with you as you let the ball go, because you'll be too far behind, but as you run in, you're used to seeing the stumps in a certain place as you let the ball go. And if you practice behind the line, you shouldn't bowl too many.
No.
There's a lot of that. That's whipped away on the leg side by Yates. There is a deep square leg down by the tunnel area away to our left, and that is Ollie Ali Orr. Ali Orr. Did
you bowl no balls? No.
I went through phases, but I would go a long period and not bowl any.
No, it's about, you're right. I had a no ball problem, but I mean, it's about the mind's eye as you approach the stumps, isn't it? And you like to take off from a particular place which you feel happy with.
Agreed.
And trying to take off from a different place is hard actually, until you've got to sort of try and condition your body to land. If you're a no baller, you've got to try and condition your body to take off from a different spot.
Agreed. It's cut away by Davis, again out to Orr at a deep point for the right hander, and it's 66 without loss. Yeah, and now when I see bowlers practicing on the side of the squares before a game and they're bowling big no balls, I'm thinking, mate, you're wasting your time here because you're just causing problems for yourself. You're going into games. Always thought that. Dawson over the wicket. There is a short leg in there and a slip. And that's driven by Yates. More off the bottom of the bat, that one, but he'll still pick up a single. There is a huge gap on the offside. And Yates moves on to 44, and it's 60, should be 68. I think the scoreboard will click over in a minute. Maybe it already has. It has. 67 without loss. Warwickshire, having won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. It is a good decision. 17 overs gone. Umpires are having a chat. Maybe they want the lights on. It's got a little dark, hasn't it?
No extras so far, actually. If you look at the batters, 43 and 24, that makes 67, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So no balls, no wides, no leg buys, no buys. So at least the bowlers have been accurate.
Been tight.
But nothing to really extract from this pitch so far. And the batsmen are looking secure.
They are.
3 slips in place for Mohammed Abbas.
How would you approach this then, Yoz, in this situation?
Slow
you were
balls.
bowling, what would you?
Slow balls, bouncers, anything. Just try something.
Even now?
Well, no, it's a bit. They are 67 for none. I mean, that's a good foundation, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to try and mix it up a bit. Abbas bowls, and it's edged by Yates, but along the ground to third man. They get a second run. As Holland jogs round to field it, but it's a deepish third man, or should I call it deepish third man, and that's a couple of runs, 69 for none. Yeah, I think what I found odd about 4-day cricket, red ball cricket, is that a lot of the skills that bowlers employ in white ball cricket, they never bring to the red ball game, like slower balls and even slower ball bouncers and things like that. I mean, you obviously need the field set for that kind of thing. But I think particularly slow balls, Yorkers as well, never seem to be used in Championship cricket. Here's a Bass who bowls, and it's defended by Yates into the offside, fielded at extra cover. I mean, some bowlers are sort of better at thinking out the box than others, but Abbas isn't that type. In fact, I said to him, do you ever vary your pace? And he was like, not really. Varies his grip on the ball. But if batsmen are getting into a rhythm, the best way of disrupting it is to change, to do the odd thing, just bowl a slower ball and have a man on the drive or something, and it might just induce a miss hit. You're looking at your emails.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at somebody's on a train listening to us. Joss Yeltsbear at Solent Sport.
Abbas bowls, defended by Yates very tightly, no run.
Says he doesn't want to look even more weird than usual. Listening to the commentary, one or two have been saying there's been some problems with the commentary, which we know. Malcolm Webb at Solent Sport says no sound, but exciting seam bowling using that ridiculous Kookaburra ball. I can see games ending in draws all over the place. Well, this one already looks like it might end in a draw. There's not a lot going on for the bowlers here at the moment. Don Topley's listening.
Oh, good man.
Loving our chat. 2 former pros, he says.
Toppers. Or father of Reese.
Yes.
Poor old Reese got knocked for 68 or 4 overs the other day in the IPL. That record score, 287 Sunrisers made. Pulled by Yates. An emphatic shot. So actually, there is Abbas trying something slightly different. But the batsman was equal to it. Pulled it down to fine leg for a single. Can you believe that? 287 in a 20-over game.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I don't know how bowlers deal with it, really. I know you could say, well, he's getting paid whatever he's getting paid, 400,000 or something for a few weeks' work. And I actually worked out when Sam Curran got his whatever it was, $2 million deal with one of his teams.
Yeah.
He was on something like £7,000 a ball or something, because you only bowl 4 overs and you only play 14 games or something.
Wow.
Here comes Abbas, bowls, and it's defended by Davis into mid-wicket. So it's 40. If you play 14 games, that's 4 overs per game maximum. So what's that? 56 overs, and you're getting paid $2 million. You can do the maths. It's crazy.
Doesn't some of that go to Surrey though? So it's
some
not
of it
totally
will go to
2
Surrey.
million,
Yeah, some of it, but not a huge amount.
No. Not for Surrey.
No, but I mean, well, actually, it's funny. It's amazing, isn't it? If you look at, there was a very good article written by Sam Mooreshead in the Cricketer recently about the finances of different counties, and someone like Surrey, they make 46 million a year, and Leicester make 5 million a year. Incredible kind of disparity. Abbas bowls. Sorry, is it Abbas? Yes, it is. It is Mohamed Abbas. Abbas bowls, and it's defended by Davis into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 70 for none.
And the end of us. Thank you, Simon. Simon Hughes. He'll be back later this afternoon. And I will be back a little later, before lunch, and to take over commentary, double change here in the camera gantry. It'll be the next voice you'll hear will be Richard Wilford from BBC WM, and then from the England and Hampshire Disability Team, Anthony Clapham.
See, after what Simon Hughes said, I'm just trying to work out what I'm on per ball. I don't think it's as much as Sam Curran, but I'm working out the sums now. Daily rate, I don't know. Might be 3p a ball. might genuinely be 3p a ball. I think I'm worth every penny. Liam Dawson's going to continue bowling from the hotel end at the Utilita Bowl.
Nice
Turned round the corner by Rob Yates for a single. They've been very sensible since Dawson came on. They're just looking to milk it. But let's see. You reckon that one's gripped, Anthony?
Yeah, it looks like it. Just watching the replay there. It definitely looked like it turned a bit there, which is encouraging for Liam Dawson in day one morning. Yeah,
a fair few spinners in the other camp that would be quite interested to see if it is turning a little bit. As Alex Davis on the back foot is able to guide this through the vacant mid-on position. And Bass comes in from 3/4 way back, underarm throw. Back to Dawson.
Question I was going to ask Kevin actually later, but do we class, or Hampshire, do Hampshire class as Danny Briggs as one of their own, or has he been at Warwickshire longer now? It's probably
been a while now. It's season 4 or 5 now. Oh, now that one's kept a little bit low, and Yates was making some room to cut the ball, and it's gone past off stump, not by too much. So a little bit of encouragement in this over for Liam Dawson, who, on the evidence of this morning, is going to need to be a major factor in this game for Hampshire. He's in again, and Yates is rather more watchfully in behind with a very straight bat. Hear the gust of the wind as well now.
Oh, yeah, that's
Across
cold, isn't it? I'm very jealous of your puffer jacket you got there.
Oh, it's deceptive. This is it is pleasingly warm. Dawson coming in off half a dozen short paces, and Yates watching the ball, offering to turn in towards off stump. Gets in behind it, plays it back to the bowler. So suddenly what seemed to be really secure against the first over of Dawson has turned into something rather more watchful. It's 3 runs away from a half century. Off the back foot, tries to force it, and that one again I think has just gripped a little bit and forced him to play out into the offside without any timing. End of the over. Clouding over again a little bit at the moment. Most of the cover is moving fairly briskly because the breeze is carrying the clouds, but if we were going to be bothered by the weather at all in the first 3 days, it's this next couple of hours. So, you know, if it could just neatly do it during the lunch interval, that'd be grand.
Yeah, key period here for Hampshire, trying to slow down the run rate. You've got Liam Dawson from one end and Mohammed Abbas from the other. Just conceded the 20 runs between them from the 9 overs. So Warwickshire had a really, really good start. I was tuning in last week to see, you know, the runs being piled on at Edgbaston and other places, and I thought today with the Duke's ball there might be a bit more action, but even looking in around the grounds, it's been a pretty strong start from all sides actually. The Abbas now into Davies, approaches the crease, short and wide, and that's a good stop there at backward point. First sort of real short of a length ball that Abbas has bowled, but I guess what might be short of a length to Alex Davies might have been a bit fuller to others.
There was one in his last over to Yates, which Yates pulled down to long leg. I mean, Simon Hughes was saying that maybe it is time to try the middle of the wicket a little bit and try something different, because 72 runs are on the board. You know, a burst from James Fuller probably wouldn't go amiss at this juncture as well. Just that little bit of extra pace.
Abbas now back into Davies again, short and wide, play and miss, and that's kept low, bounced off Brown's knee by the looks of things, and they come through for what looks like a bye. Yep, umpire signals for a bye. Yeah, I think it might be a bit too early to go for the short ball tactic. Abbas certainly isn't the bowler for that, but boundaries aren't huge here, but certainly will entice Yates and Davies.
Played over the top of that.
Yeah, oh, was it? So it was kept low. We saw a few balls in the last over from Dawson actually kept a bit low. And Fuller, who's at mid-off now, is just starting to limber up, so we might see that. So that's now to Yates. And 47 off 73. He's got there quickly, hasn't he? Some fine shots this morning from Yates.
3 boundaries in the second over of the morning, which got him off to a little bit of a flyer. But yeah, I mean, whether Fuller's been asked to warm up or whether he's decided it's time to catch the captain's eye, because we've
or just stay warm
minutes.
Because it's you know, I feel like I need to do some limbering up here. It's very chilly here in Hampshire.
You can have a brisk walk during the lunch interval. Will that help you?
Yeah, I think so. Trying to keep up with Kev James.
Get yourself an ice cream.
It's always a fast walk. It's fast again into Yates. Full left outside the off stump. It's a good little period here for the last few overs. Hampshire sort of regaining some sort of control. They've got the 3 slips, so they've taken out the gully, moved them out to a deep backward point. Cover, mid off, mid on, almost like a catch in mid wicket, and then a fine leg. So they will be looking to try and bowl just outside off stump to Yates, get him to drive through the gap. The slips there are waiting in Dawson, Vince. So to Bass again, and yeah, as I said, slightly outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Yates. Warwickshire 73 without loss. Around the grounds you've got down in Taunton 49 for 2 on Nottinghamshire. Durham are 30 for 2 now, and Lancashire and Essex has just started, so Lancashire are batting and they are 8 without loss, and that's the Division 1 scores. Abbas I thought he was going to go around the wicket, but that's just Davies doing some gardening, so he's going to try and finish this over.
He likes to wander at the non-strikers end as Alex Davis.
That comes in once again to Yates. Again, very well bowled. Nice patient bowling here from Hampshire, slightly outside off stump and left well alone from Yates, so good cricket all round. That's another maiden. That's 3 maidens from Abbas this morning.
Because Kevin made me give me email address out, I've had some emails, which is good. It's good. I'm very backward at offering that opportunity, but you can. Particularly if you're a Bears supporter, send me an email, richard.wilford@bbc.co.uk. Steve Townsend G in Moseley says, hi Richard and team, had a minor knee op last night. Home recovering today. Big bonus to be able to watch the Bears at Hants. Got the pictures on the sofa with your commentary from the phone. I think they're trying to link it all together. It should be in one piece at some point. If you might, if you're watching the pictures, you may now have the commentary. I don't know, but they're trying to sort that. Steve, quick recovery, speedy recovery, mate. Hope it went well. So Dawson will start a new over round the wicket to Davis, who uses this lack of height to his advantage, because that was quite a full ball to cut, but he's guided it very nicely down to third man for 4. That's a very Alex Davis, very sort of wicket-keeper batsman shot. I know he doesn't keep wicket currently for the Bears in this format, but that low centre of gravity serves him well. 77 without loss.
And Rich, you can see there again how short that boundary is down there. Just they've got a backward point end, so you think that a couple of runs maybe, but that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4.
Dawson in again on middle and off, dabbed out into the offside. Middleton was going to really try and attack that ball to stop him getting a single. Realised it had a bit more on it than he expected, so he had to check that run and allow them a single. Davis to 30, 78 without loss. Peter is complaining about the ECB. But he has got, it actually is quite a solid point that he's making, as Dawson comes back over the wicket now to Yates, who drives through the vacant mid-on position for a single. He's 48, 79 without loss. He says, this is Warwickshire's point of view, Anthony, first game of the season at home, cold, wet, windy, no chance of a result. Second game of season at home, Kookaburra ball, runs galore, no chance of a result, no sense of a contest. Fourth game of the season at home, that's next week, still in April, 57% of county games at Edgbaston, all done and dusted before May. As his next delivery off the back foot guides it towards backward point. Davis can't beat him.
See his point.
I think it's 43%, not 57%, because it's 3 out of 7, isn't it? Rather, whichever it is. I think he's got the percentage slightly the wrong way around. But it is it's a high percentage of cricket already done at Edgbaston in April.
So how many games between Liam Dawson bowl?
This is driven, and it was slightly in the air from Davis, but he's got it powerfully enough. It beats the short, straight extra cover, and it whistles through for 4 in the end. I mean, he hit it well enough, but it was in the air at least 3/4 of the way to Nick Gubbins, and they are stacking the field in that area to try and create an error.
Yeah, exactly right. You've got two catching covers there, but I'm going to call that's the best shot of the day for me. Nice and aggressive from Alex Davies. Looks really, really good.
They'll be happy enough for it going pretty much at 4 and over here after winning the toss, the Bears. And Davis, perhaps not surprisingly, after the element of chance of that previous shot, just defends it into the offside. I think any ground, and this is the same here, where you host a lot of international cricket, you host 100 cricket, it does mean that championship matches do tend to largely be in April and September, the vast majority of them, and that's the challenge that you have. You can have an entire month with no championship cricket. And I can understand the frustration of Warwickshire members. Also, they know the fact that they've got 3 home games in the One Day Cup are being played away from Edgbaston, which for a lot of people is quite exciting that they're going to see an outground at rugby stage 3 games. Yeah. But it's a long way from members who are based in Birmingham to go. You can argue it either way.
I think there should be more games at outgrounds. I know sort of locally here in the past it's been Basingstoke have been used, and I just think it's good for the youngsters who can't always get down here, and I think that it's well used. There's going to be a change of bowling, and Fuller comes in now with the pavilion end into Yates, and that's bang on the money there from Fuller. And that is the difference between professional cricketers and club cricketers. You might get a loosener from someone like myself, down leg side, or a nice long half volley, but that is on the money. Hard length in the hitting top of off stump, and it's just forward defensive for no run, and similar field to Abbas. In fact, exactly the same. So I guess they'd be trying to do the same plan, and just outside off stump, hit a hard length as Fuller comes in wide of the crease this time, short of the wicket, and that is pulled away for 4 runs, and that will be Yates's 50. 52.
Yeah, 52 not out off 80 deliveries. He's batted very nicely, hasn't he? 10 fours, 3 of them came in Carl Abbott's first over, the second over of the morning. And he's looked in really good order. I think he's cut the ball exceptionally well. We've seen a couple of straight drives and several shots through extra cover, but Fuller with the extra pace, he was always going to test the centre of the wicket. Yates was ready for it. That was a very compact pull shot, and immediately we're going to see a change in the field, and I'll put a couple more out on the leg side.
Yeah, Fuller's not hanging around here. Yeah, I thought that's the right thing to do from Yates. There's, like you say, there's a deep square gone out. Fuller didn't seem too happy with that shot, but you're bowling a ball like that without a deep square leg. It didn't make any sense at all, and now he's got to catch him mid wicket and a deep square, and Yates has just stopped him in his run up. So Fuller's now got to go all the way back to the top of his run up, and I can imagine he's going to be even angrier now. So let's see how this one goes as Fuller comes in now, slightly quicker, wide of the crease. Fuller this time to try and double bluff him, and that's a great stop in the covers and for no run. But again, this is, there's not been any wickets this morning, but the way that Yates and Davies have batted have been superb. Put away the bad balls, haven't they?
Yeah, good piece of fielding that from Ali Orr, diving to his left. Yeah, I mean, look, Rob Yates was absolutely right to back away, because the 2 fielders who were changing position were still getting into position.
Yeah,
in fact, they were both facing away, and Fuller was on his way in. Down to 2 slips now, but they're at first and a fairly wide third, actually,
yeah.
James Vince. Good width between him and Dawson, who goes wider as well now.
It's Fuller again, like his namesake, nice and full. So yeah, I mean, I guess in the back of the mind now, Yates, he's thinking, well, there is going to be a short ball going to be bowled soon, but it's going to keep the batsman thinking. So Simon Hughes called it 2 to 3 overs ago that they would go to this sort of plan. I mean, the first bumper that Fuller bowled, second ball of the over, which Yates pulled for 4 to get to his 50, I mean, it didn't really get up above waist height. So I'm going to go a bit more shorter. Is it going to be this ball as Fuller comes in now again to Yates, and it's full, driven nicely down to Kyle Abbott and mid on.
The previous delivery, by the way, Liam Dawson, I said that he just goes a bit wider at slip. I thought he changed position when the bowler was in his run up there, and the umpire would have been within his rights to stop that run up, in that he has gone from a fairly orthodox fine first slip to 1.5 slips, with the batsman looking at the bowler as he approaches. He shouldn't be, in what is a static, stationary fielding position. You shouldn't be doing that.
It's Fuller again, slightly short this time. Yates rocks back, flicks it off his whereabouts thigh pad, and goes down to deep square. But yeah, I mean, look, I think any little chance that Liam Dawson can get to try and to take a wicket, but I think Warwickshire won't be worried too much about that. Sitting at 88 without loss, trying to get through the last half an hour to lunch now. Dawson's going to continue.
Interesting disparity in the strike, isn't it? In that Rob Yates has faced 84 deliveries, Alex Davis just 48, and again he's taken the single off the final ball of the over. They've rotated the strike pretty well, but Yates has seen such a high proportion of the strike so far.
Yeah, it could get frustrating when you bat with players who do like to count.
But it's about 63% of the strike he's taken so far, and he'll add to it now as Dawson comes in, floats it up, driven firmly up towards the deep mid-on, and there'll be a single. 54 to Yates, 89 without loss. Are we at the point now where they start to think about lunch? Maybe not too much.
I think I think they'll just continue. They both look like they're free scoring players.
They've got a way to go before they match last week's opening stand, to be fair. The 343 against Durham. But impressive that they've continued in such a solid vein. On the back foot, Davis wanted to guide it into the offside, but he's sent back by Rob Yates. No interest in what would have been a rather short single, I fancy. It was Tom Prest who came across from the short, wide, mid-off, if you like, or a short, straight extra cover. You can pick your choice for that one. And he'll come into field from there again. He's switched positions with Gubbins, who was there in the last over from Dawson. It's one or the other, isn't it, that position?
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, short mid-off's good.
Sure. But it's quite, relatively wide. There's a deep mid-off as well. It's not as far back as a long-off. As this time he turns it into the leg side, mid-wicket scampers across to prevent any thought of a single. Fletcher Middleton
and that's
scurrying.
It, right, the toe of the bat there. It's one of those that you hit the toe of the bat and it sends shockwaves through your hands. A bit sore that from Davies.
Just flexes his wrists to relax them again. And off the back foot steers it out into the offside. Prest was quick to get across, but he lets it roll through to Gubbins this time. He does the fielding.
Another wicket down in Taunton, so Notts are now 53 for 3. They lost their top 3.
It's a strong batting order they've got as well. They've got a habit of finding somebody to make runs in it. As Davis, another forcing shot off the back foot again, he picks out Gubbins. He looks rather frustrated not to have scored off those 5 deliveries. He wants to get going, Alex Davis. He's 34, Yates 54. Warwickshire, after winning the toss on an overcast morning in Southampton, are 89 without loss.
And again, that was really full. Did well to get a bit of bat on that, to play sort of the back foot cut, but as you say, slightly smaller Davies to Yates. Good finish that from Dawson after the boundary in the previous over. They look to rotate the strike really well, these two. And Fuller's going to continue from the pavilion end to Yates with a deep backward square, fine leg, deep backward points as he comes in now. Bowls short of a length, and Yates just blocks that into the leg side. Nice, very overcast here down at Hampshire. Covers are onto the right as we look at it from the hotel. But I haven't checked the forecast. I haven't seen there's any rain. Have you seen?
If there is, it'll be in the next hour or two.
Okay.
After that, it clears up. The forecast for the next 2 days is very good. So if you're contemplating a weekend at the Utilita Bowl, that might be a good choice. Although do bring a coat.
It's Fuller wide of the crease this time. Full driven straight to. Is that Mohammed? No, Mohammed Abbas is down at fine leg. Yeah, Utilita are the new sponsors, which was announced in the winter. It's no longer the Aegeus, it's Utilita Bowl. It's a great ground, isn't it? I love coming down here.
No, it's good fun. So
T20 blast on a Friday night, nothing better than coming down here. The only thing is, it's just getting here from the centre of town. It's Fuller again. Just waiting for the short ball. It's left alone from Yates. Just waiting for that short ball. The fielders are out there. Yates, no doubt, in the back of his mind is thinking it's going to be coming soon. But so far, he's just keeping the batsman thinking here with just hard length outside off.
I can't even begin to think how long, if ever, the Bears have played a T20 game here. That there have been quarter-finals up at Edgbaston over the years, which Hampshire have generally had the better of. But I just can't think of the Bears playing down here. Not it's the return of the ball going out of shape. There we go.
I remember we did, Kevin and I did a game last year, Essex I think it was. I think they changed the ball 4 times. 4 times across the first 2 or 3 days or something. So
yeah. Well, you rarely get it changed at the first look, and they're not going to get it changed here. I think they've just put it through the hoop. But there we go.
It's not doing anything, Rich. We need to get it changed. That's the classic. Skip, can we get this ball changed? Is something wrong with it? It's out of shape. It's not swinging.
It's gone along the outfield quite nicely.
Batter's game, isn't it?
But it is at the moment.
Fuller comes in now to Yates again. Slightly one. That is short. Yates has pulled it, and it's gone straight to deep backward square for a single. Well fielded out there.
Until the throw.
Until the throw, yeah. Complete the job, as we get told when we we do our fielding drills. Half a job out there.
It was a cracking throw on the assumption that Ben Brown's 7'6", but luckily somebody was backing up behind him. It cleared him by a fair distance. That wasn't close.
And that brings the score to 90. So good, looking like another century stand here from the Warwickshire openers in Davies and Yates. And I heard you overheard you say Yates batted a lot in three. Was it three last year or the year before?
The year before, when Dom Sibley was still with Warwickshire. Dad had those 10 runs. They've got to be earned, those 10 runs. Don't assume.
It's Fuller over the wicket now to the right-handed Davies, and that's driven nicely out to mid-on.
I can't have you put in the sign on Warwickshire, you know.
Commentators curse, isn't it?
It may be desirable. You may be a man of the county of Hampshire, but you know.
Impartial, just want some good cricket to watch today. Trying to see if we can warm up some of the spectators out here at the Utilita Bowl. They all seem to congregate over into the pavilion end and the members area. There's a few our end as Fuller comes in again to Davies. Again, that's a lovely shot, straight to mid-on though. That's one of those in the winter nets that you hit that. That's a great shot, that's 4 runs. As soon as you come outside, that's a dot ball straight to Carl Abbott, and that concludes the over. It's just the one off it.
Yeah, I think Alex Davis feels that he's striking the ball fairly well. And at the moment he's not beating the field. I'm going to do this over before I disappear for my next report, and we're going to
leave the lights on. Oh, Davis whips that away in the air, just past the diving fielder. It's going through mid-wicket for 4. Gubbins there. I'm not sure how close he was to it, but even so, maybe Alex Davis, that was quite a deliberate shot, but I guess momentarily he would have looked at the flight of the ball thinking, have I hit it wide enough and high enough past Nick Gubbins?
You're spot on, Kev. It's pretty gloomy, so yeah, you'd think the lights were coming on, but
no,
the highlights are slightly behind from our side. But
I think that's Ali Orr at mid-wicket, isn't it?
Oh, was that?
I think it might be. Anyway, here's Fuller again, bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the top of the pad. That looks like just nipped back a little bit on Davis. Certainly bounced a bit extra.
I think I texted you in the winter, actually. I got quite excited by Ali Orr's signing.
Yes,
you did. He's a great young player, and I think with you've got Fletcher Middleton, obviously a youngster. You've got Joe Weatherly, who's obviously not playing here at the moment. You've got Tom Prest. You've got Fontaine Jackson, who got 100 in the second 11 this week as well. You've got Hampshire. You've got Dom Kelly in the seconds. Hampshire got some really good youngsters coming through, and Ali Orr just adds to that, really.
Yeah, just need to sort that opening partnership out, don't they? Didn't work last week. Here's Fuller, pulled in away, misses. The ball goes past the outside of the off stump through to Ben Brown. Slightly extravagant shot there from Alex Davis. You might have expected more of a pull shot with the ball outside off stump, but he's trying to pull that away through mid-wicket. Misses that one. Maybe just affording himself a little bit of...
How old is Ali Orr? Is he early 20s?
Ali Orr is, I can tell you exactly, 22,
yeah,
same age as Fletcher Middleton.
Okay, so this could be, if they get it right, that could be a long partnership for years to come.
Potentially, yes. Here's Fuller runs away from that pavilion end, and Davis just stabs that away behind square on the offside quite deliberately, runs 1, stays at 1 as Fletcher Middleton, who we've just been talking about, comes round from backward at point.
They've certainly got the experience in the middle order in Vince, Dawson, Ben Brown, and Gubbins. They've got the real experience there. So
they have.
I'm sure with a bit of time, if Hampshire give them time, they'll repay them. Obviously, Fletcher Middleton had a pretty solid first year as opening the batting last year, and Ali Orr obviously quite a big signing. Did well last year for Sussex, so I'm sure it'll come good.
Fuller's round the wicket to the left-hander Yates. Yates cuts that away hard past extra cover. That's 4 runs.
That is shot of the day. That is throwing his hands at it. And it's gone like a tracer bullet to the cover boundary.
Width from Fuller past the diving Ali Orr. And the total moves on to 111 without loss, and we are 3 minutes away from the lunch break according to the scoreboard, with just 1 delivery in this over, so we will get another over in.
we standing on one leg for this, Nelson?
I guess if you're a Warwickshire supporter, yes. Sure, there's a few of them right now, wherever they are. Imagine there's 1 or 2 come down for the weekend. There's 1 or 2 Lancastrians down here last week, Lancastrian supporters. Here's Fuller, in again, bowls, straighter this time. Yates pushes that to mid-wicket. And that will be the end of the over. So Yates has 67. Davis, the captain, has 43. 28 overs bowled in the session so far. There'll be 29 when the players walk off for lunch at the end of this next over. Yeah, just going back to that opening partnership you've quickly mentioned, Fletcher Middleton started the season pretty well. In the end, he only averaged 25.
Okay.
I think he'll be slightly disappointed with that. He certainly shows potential.
And we had really good weather as well towards the end of the season, didn't we? Sort of September was really hot. Remember you saying you had a few fans up here for one of the games?
Oh, we did, yeah. God, it was boiling. Not now.
No.
We need
Far
some
from that
heaters.
now. Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah.
If anybody's listening.
And we've got a spare heater.
Dawson, so Davies is going to be on strike, as Dawson probably going to be the last over before lunch. A bit slower this time as Davies rocks back and punches that through to deep cover for 1. And that brings Yates on. They've rotated the strike pretty well against Dawson. Davies on 44, Yates on 67.
You'd need one of those industrial heaters to heat this series.
Yeah.
Those big blower things. Little household heater wouldn't do much.
A bit noisy maybe as well.
Yeah.
There's going to be a slight change in the field. They're going to bring Mohammed Abbas up from long off to orthodox mid off. Dawson to Yates, just flicks it off his legs to that deep square leg for 1.
I think a 1-bar electric fire wouldn't do much up here, would it?
I think we should need one of those jackets that Richard's got on. A big puffer jacket, I think.
Yeah, he's come prepared, hasn't he?
You and I are just in our sort of... I've got an oversized shirt on and you've got a jumper on, and we're hands in our pockets.
It's not quite enough, is it?
Dawson into Davies. Bit fuller this time, and Davies just treats that ball with respect and knocks it back to the bowler. As Dawson gives it a shine. Thinking, right, 3 balls left. Warm up the fingers. Can he pick one up before the lunch break? As Dawson comes through now. And that's driven nicely by Davies down to long on to Mohammed Abbas, who just gingerly runs up to the ball. And he will go to mid-off now. To Yates. Dawson's going to come over the wicket to Yates. He's asking square leg to come a bit closer. I'm not sure he wishes to do that, but 2 balls to go. And this will be the last over before lunch. And Yates plays it off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. So we have 1 ball to go. Hampshire fans will be hoping to get a wicket here, and there'll be a few changes in the field to add to the theatre. There's going to be a short leg and a catching cover. And this will be the last ball. Yates will be looking to get through this to get to lunch. As Liam Dawson now bowls, and that's forward, played back to the bowler, and that will be lunch. So fantastic morning session from Warwickshire, 114 without loss.
Yeah, good toss to win by the looks of it, Anthony. That's for sure. Not too much for the batters to worry about this morning, and Yates and Davies, who have been in good form so far this season, continuing that on, and the Hampshire bowlers still looking for either that bit of luck or that bit of movement to get their season underway as well. Thank you to Anthony, thank you Richard, and also Simon Hughes as well, and we'll all be back with the afternoon session. Join us then from 20 to 2. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are just about to get underway, the afternoon session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Well, this morning's session started with Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat first, and it looks a very, very good decision because the visitors are, at lunch, 114 without loss. Rob Yates is 68 not out, and Alex Davies, the captain, is 45 not out. And they are already building a solid base of which to get a decent first innings total. They did it last week against Durham, 343. Wow. Are they going to get anywhere near that today? Because the wicket is playing very nicely, and even though we've got a Duke's ball and not a Kookaburra, you wouldn't know it, because not too much has beaten the bat. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later you'll hear from Richard Wilford from BBC WM, and also the analyst Simon Hughes. But right now it's myself, Kevin James, and from the Hampshire and England Disability Cricket Team, it's Anthony Clapham. Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
From a bowling point of view, it was tough, wasn't it?
It was tough. I think there were, well, let's start on bowling wise. There were a few looseners, and I think credit to the Warwickshire batsmen. They put the ball away. If it was slightly over pitch, they drove it through the covers, and anything through the infield on this outfield and the slightly smaller boundary. As we look at it on the leg side, it's easy runs, and I think Yates in particular was really on top of the loose bowling at times, but credit where credit due, Warwickshire back well.
That's for sure. The sunshine comes out as Mohammed Abbas gets the afternoon session underway from that pavilion end. Davis prods forward, it goes out square on the offside where it's fielded by Tom Prest, and we are underway in this second session of day one. You're right, Kyle Abbott sort of over-pitched a little bit, didn't he really?
He did.
His spell this morning, 6 overs, none for 33.
It was either, really, in the... Well, look, I don't want to sort of say too much about the bowling, but there were a few over-pitch deliveries, and then tried to correct himself, and it was short and wide, and Davies and Yates put them away, but
he'll come back.
Yeah,
Kyle Abbott
sure.
will. Here's Abbas bowls, and Davis is forward to another good length delivery.
on the flip side, you've got Mohammed Abbas, who was really, really tight. I think he bowled 3 maidens now. Dawson came on towards the end, had a bit of control. There's a few sort of boundaries from Warwickshire, but I think that's what they'll be looking to do, is just trying to gain a bit of control, slow down the run rate a little bit, and hope to frustrate the Warwickshire batsmen into a mistake, because there isn't much lateral movement at the moment.
There's not. That run rate currently is a fraction under 4 and over, which is not bad going, as Abbas again with just the one slip, and Vince is quite wide in that situation, as again it's a good length delivery which Davis quietly plays that out on the offside. Abbas's figures going into this over: 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. Dawson slightly more expensive, 7 overs, none for 29. And I'm keeping a tally at the moment of Abbas and Abbott combined bowling figures, including last week against Lancashire and what we've seen so far this morning, because it is quite unusual. We're used to seeing one or both taking last week's game and this morning, as Davis plays that late, opens the face and works it down to third, where up comes Fletcher Middleton.
I can assure you, when Mohammed Abbas, and I assume he's still staying in the suite upstairs, or below us actually, sorry.
I think so, or just to our right somewhere.
Just to our right. He would have opened up the blinds and thought, right, Duke's ball, bit of cloud cover.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Hampshire lose the toss, and with their bowling, I'm sure he was more excited there this week than last week. But as I said, the pitch is pretty good here, maybe a bit slower than it used to, but the weather has been pretty bad. And as I said to Richard earlier, I think you have to give some credit to the groundsman to get any cricket on in the last few weeks, because the rain has been non-stop. My garden, not even worth cutting the grass at the moment.
Have you not cut it once yet?
No.
How high is it?
It's north-facing gardens, so it's not massively high.
Here's Abbas. Yates is forward. It's gone out into the offside.
You probably have a ride-on mower, don't you, for your
What, for
acreage?
my 1 yard by 1 yard square grass? No, I have a very small garden.
Oh, do you?
No, very small.
Easy to maintain though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very small lot of grass. No, I've got very small.
I'll probably do it tomorrow actually, so I'll be
Would
tuning
you?
in tomorrow, listening to you. Who you got on tomorrow?
Tomorrow with us is Charlotte Taylor,
Okay.
of the Southern Vipers, and Richard
I've
Wilford
seen
will
a
obviously
few
be
of their
back.
pre-season. When's their season start? It'll be soon, isn't it?
They start. They all start tomorrow.
Oh wow, okay.
The Vipers are at the South East Stars near Beckenham, but Charlotte's injured at the moment. That's cut away by Yates. It's gone quite square, but Fuller's fairly square at third as well. Does well, keeps it in the field of play as he slides around by the boundary away to our left. And that's the end of the over. 116 without loss.
Be listening to yourself, Richard and Charlotte, then, whilst I'm just think of me when I'm doing my gardening tomorrow. Then
I will. Yeah, email in. Let us know how you're getting on. Let us know how the
I will.
Let us know how the mower has got stuff full of wet grass and you've had to keep cleaning it. Make sure you turn it off, the power off, before you clean around those blades.
Talking about emails, you mentioned earlier about south of France. We've got Stephen Eason, who's just replied to the email. Kevin's pronunciation was actually very good. La Carrez is a rural department, the French equivalent of a county over here. I think I've said that wrong. Department. Change that slightly. You can let you ponder that as Abbott comes into Yates again. Fuller and Yates forward. So back to Fuller at mid-off. I just think because you get more momentum when you're coming downhill, and obviously vice versa, you wouldn't get as much momentum going uphill. Your stride length changes.
Yeah,
so do you change it?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't. The most obvious hill is Hove.
Okay.
Because it's very different, isn't it? Bowling downhill from the Cromwell Road end, I think it is, as opposed to bowling uphill from Sea end. But I never got to bowl downhill very much because everybody else did.
Abbott again, slightly leg stump, and Yates has been very watchful after lunch. Did the players get the same what we had, or do they have a bit healthier than I had? Some nice fajitas. What did you have?
I had sausage and mash.
Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? A bit of sausage, mash and gravy, actually. Yeah, that's perfect for the cold spring weather we have now.
Yeah.
We have the Benkenstein just down at third man. Sorry, not at third man, long off. Watching over. It's very windy. So assessing conditions here as Kyle Abbott again comes into bowl to Yates. Slightly fuller this time. Played a miss. Oh, he's hit it. Edged. And that is the first wicket for Kyle Abbott. And Yates goes for 69. A fantastic innings for him, but slightly more watchful after lunch. And Kyle Abbott teasing him outside off stump, and Yates played. And there's a fine nick to Ben Brown. There you go. 116 for one now, Warwickshire.
Still a pretty useful opening stand, but it just nipped away, didn't it? It just hit the seam, and you could just see the ball just nip away, and it was a perfect length.
The change of end works for Abbott.
It did.
That's what he'll be telling Vince. Why did you bowl me from the top end, Skip? Told you I wanted. Where's the wind coming from? It's sort of right to left, is it? So there's no real, wasn't really going into the wind or anything. So that will help his shape to the right-hander batsman. He's more of a seamer, isn't he, rather than a...
Yeah, and just looking at the Warwickshire flag, I think on the whole it's blowing, isn't it? It's blowing right to left, but there's not a lot there. Not up there at the far end of the ground anyway, but yeah, I mean, as I think you made a great point. Sometimes, for inexplicable reasons, the other end just makes your bowl a little different, and already I think we're seeing Kyle Abbott settle into a decent line and length here.
You almost get 2 chances, don't you? You almost forget what you did on the previous and just start again.
So there had to be a good ball to get Rob Yates out in the form that he's in after his 191 against Durham last week. 69 here off 109 balls. He probably feels he missed out there, but that was a top delivery, and as I say, it had to have been against these top order Warwickshire batters who have all spent quite a long time at the crease. And the new batter is former captain Will Rhodes, and in that game last week against Durham he hit 178 not out, and the week before in the drawn game against Worcestershire he hit 64 in their own innings.
So no real let-off for Hampshire here.
So one informed batter has been replaced by another informed batter.
I guess one thing's quite clear is Rhodes obviously left-handed batsman, so Kyle Abbott doesn't have to change the field, doesn't really have to change his plans or his mind. If he can just follow up the same ball with a similar ball now first up, that will be a good tester as he does. Slightly fuller than the previous ball, and that's just played forward convincingly by Rhodes into I think that's Middleton's hands at backward point. Hampshire will be delighted with that start just after lunch. 10-2 here, so to get a wicket early on. They'll be looking to, I guess, get 2 to 3 wickets this session at least to try and win back the momentum. It's Kyle Abbott, who has changed ends from the pavilion and now at the hotel end as he comes in to complete his over. 2 at Will Road, slightly Fuller, that's driven convincingly again to James Fuller. Nice pitch to bat on by the looks of things, because he's done it very well, and the Hampshire faithful applaud Kyle Abbott, who bowls a wicket maiden. So there you go. This is the end for Kyle Abbott, I think, this week.
I think you're probably right there, Anthony. And just to sort of update you on the stat that I mentioned earlier, Kyle Abbott is closing in on being the highest wicket taker on this ground. Currently it's Dimitri Mascarenhas, who has 186 wickets on this West End venue, and Kyle Abbott, with that wicket just now of Rob Yates, now has 183.
What a legend Mascarenhas was. That's probably, I'd say, the closest that I would be in terms of player.
Would you?
Yeah, medium pacer. He's probably a little bit, well, miles but more skillful, but yeah, slower balls, Yorkers, and then whacks it.
Okay. Here's Abbas bowls, and Davis again is forward. Yeah, so you are the Dimi Mascarenhas of the England disability team.
I try and model my game on sort of people like that, or Paul Collingwood, someone who, who can. Mascarenhas has had a great career down at Hampshire, and I played with Michael Bates quite a bit at my club. And obviously kept wicket to Mascarenhas quite a lot, and here's some great stories.
Here's Abbas again, runs towards us, bowls to Alex Davis once more. Davis again gets a leg ball, plays forward. That's the thing about Davis, doesn't like being tied down. Even if he's playing a defensive shot, he's looking for a single. Even if there isn't one there, he just keeps him on his toes. Keeps the batter at the non-strikers end the same.
It just looks really like his feet are moving well, his head's getting to the ball, which is good. You notice that the guys wearing the shiny helmets, they're the new 3D fitted helmets now. So they're fitted to the brand who makes them. They basically go around and put almost like a swimming cap on your head.
Oh, right.
And it scans your head, so the moulding inside just fits to the head.
Oh, right. Okay.
There you go.
Not heard that one before. Davis again gets a length delivery.
Something they did for all of the ladies and men's professional teams.
Okay.
All the players have basically had the option to wear them, which is fantastic. And if that brand could do the same to disability cricket, that would be lovely in the future.
I thought you were going somewhere with that.
But no, it's I've just noticed that there's more and more guys starting to wear them. So
yeah, that's interesting. Obviously costs a lot more money doing it that way.
Absolutely, yeah. Did you wear a helmet when you left it?
100%.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have one on. Now,
I can't believe it.
No, seriously, I got hit on the head once a season, comfortably. Once or twice a season.
You?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it was at Chesterfield, so I wouldn't say it was lively, but it's enough.
I've actually been hit in the face once.
With the helmet on?
Bowling.
Oh,
so
bowling.
I bowled it, and driven it straight back at me, and I was actually feeling a bit unwell that day, so I don't know whether my senses weren't 100% there, and sort of went through my hands, hit me in my jaw, and a few screws later and a few plates.
Oh my gosh. So
it took me a while actually when you're netting, just because you don't realise the ball's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
But as a batter as well, some of the pace that you guys would have been facing is frightening. I hate batting in nets as well. I don't know whether it's the enclosed environment or.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's another good length ball from Abbas. A lot of it is, and I've said this before, that facing really quick bowling, a lot of it is the adrenaline that you get that helps you speed up a little bit as well, almost to I wouldn't say match the bowling, because sometimes it's a little bit too quick, but it helps. Whereas in a net, you don't have that same adrenaline feel.
Yeah.
So it can actually make quick bowling feel quite, harder work than normal, and it was hard work anyway. But yeah, I always felt that the adrenaline does help.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it.
It does speeds the reactions a little bit. Has to. Here comes Abbas again, and Davis again gets a good length ball. That is a really good over there from Mohammed Abbas, and equally well played by Alex Davis. Played every ball on merit there. That's why it's a maiden. 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 15 for Abbas. That 1 wicket in the previous over from Kyle Abbott, if you've just joined us. induced Rob Yates forward. Ball just nipped away off the seam a fraction and easily caught by Ben Brown. Yates was out for 69, only added 1 to his total.
Yeah, it's been a good start since lunch. A couple of maidens. Kyle Abbott started off this morning bowling from the pavilion end. Didn't really get the lengths that he was bowling quite right. Overpitched a few. Yates punished him through the covers to a shorter boundary. Then a few straights and bowled a maiden. So he'll be hoping to get another one here with Will Rhodes on strike, facing his third ball. As the sun comes out here at Utilita Bowl. Oh, and again, it's a similar looking bowl to Yates. Rhodes kind of dangles his bat, pulls it out away last minute, and comes through to Ben Brown, who will be hoping Ben Brown to have a stronger season. He had a great start last summer, and then had struggled sort of the back half of the back end of the season, the second half of it really. Didn't he? He scored a couple of hundreds sort of early on in a few pre-seasons last year, Ben Brown, and then just almost peaked too early, didn't he, with the bat? But walk around the ground after lunch and we saw John Turner back bowling full tilt in the nets, which was good.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Hopefully he's not too far away.
Yeah, shame that he didn't get a go in. Obviously, that would have been a good experience for him with the England guys, in the winter. I'm sure he'll get a good go. Hopefully he gets a go. There'll be a few games before the World Cup. I would be surprised if he gets a go in the World Cup in June, but if they can get a few games in before.
Yeah, it's just whether he's 100% fit. I did speak to him last week, and even then he said, "I'm getting there."
What was wrong? What's the injury? Something on the way down. You have the big names that you can sign as an overseas, but you might only get them for 6 to 8 games, or you can sign, I'm not going to say Mohammed. He's a huge name, in Pakistan cricket and in cricket in general, but someone who's just a bowler, but 50 wickets is fantastic. But do you try and go for someone who plays the whole year like Abbas does? And
well, I think it helps with continuity. It's pushed up to mid-off by
someone who's around
Davis,
around the squad all the time, and rather than maybe like Nathan Lyon's going to be around for a little bit this season.
7 games.
Yeah,
now.
7 games. How does that fare? Tom Hartley got left out last week. Is that the right thing to do when you're trying to progress your current players? So.
Well, to be fair, he was signed for the whole season initially, Lyon, wasn't he? It was just at Cricket Australia.
ECB have that even with us workloads. We could only bowl a certain amount over in a week. But I just Callum Flynn and I were talking. I know Callum does the Lancashire streams a bit. I'll just let Mohammed Abbas bowl quickly.
It's right on the money. Davis quietly pushes up to mid-off.
And we feel that almost, not going to say back in the day, but surely the more you bowl, the more your body gets used to it and the more robust you get, rather than, no, sorry, I can't bowl anymore, guys. I've bowled my 12 overs for whatever and can't do anymore.
So they tell you how many overs to bowl in a club game?
Yeah. Well, in the win example, when we first went back in, I think we were only allowed to bowl 10 overs in the week, and then you slowly build it up to, we obviously were toured in India, so we were peaking at, I think, 20 overs in a week, which, if you want to bowl, you want to just bowl, don't you?
I have to say I am a big one on that as Abbas. A little straighter, so Yates works it into the gap, square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 52, 123 for 1 now, Warwickshire having won. And I'm sure when Simon Hughes on a bit later, and we probably bring that up as well, I'm sure he'll say the same, that actually the more you bowl, obviously there's a limit to how much you bowl, where you absolutely completely tire yourself out and wear your body out, but the more you bowl, the fitter you get, bowling fit.
It's just like if you went for a run. If you did 5k after 5k after 5k, your body just gets used to it. Whereas if you just did a 5k a week and then try to get better, quicker time in the next week, you're probably going to get a similar result. So, in the end, to be honest with you, we were just telling the coaches, I've only bowled 3 overs, still got a few more overs left in me here. And when you're bowling well, you don't really want to stop. That's the biggest frustration. As Kyle Abbott now comes into Davies, he drives. Lovely shot through the covers. Gubbins chases, and it's a short boundary, and that will go for 4. I won't even say that was slightly over pitch. That was just a good length, and Davies just waited. I think it's more the width there, and he's just punched it through the covers for 4 there, and that takes Warwickshire to 127 for 1, and Davies to 56. But I think you feel a bit of rhythm in nets and training, and then you get told that's it, you're done now, sit down. So yeah, I don't agree with the workloads, but there you go. I'm not a scientist or in that side. So Abbott comes in again, Fuller again, this time driven to mid-off, 2 Fullers left, and they will come through for a single.
I fully admit that there's a lot of people with stress fractures, or there were a lot of people with stress fractures at the back and what have you, probably due to workload. But you do think that sometimes people are injury prone anyway, and they would get them no matter what.
And do you think there's more injuries now in the professional game for bowlers than there were when you were, or is it similar?
I think bowlers are not allowed to play now unless they're of a certain fitness standard. I think when myself and Yoza were around, I think we took to the field, or players took to the field sometimes when they weren't quite fit.
And that's just skidded through there, a couple of bounces. We do have another email from solentcricket@gmail.com. Jocelyn Gallus, please give us a shout out to the Gallus family who are enjoying their first year listening in the roof terrace. Seems like you're shaded from the wind there, so good seats. We're trying, Kev, if you can try and spot them out as well on the roof terrace there.
Assuming they've got the ground commentary earphones in.
Yeah. They are listening to commentary. So as Abbott comes in, it's flicked off the legs, and there is no deep square leg, and that'll be 4. You don't need to run those ones Will Rhodes.
That's nicely timed.
Yeah, it's not like Kyle Abbott. He's come out at lunch, bowled really, really tight from this end, and this over a bit loose. The first ball going for 4, and 4th ball going for 4 as well. So Will Rhodes moves on to 5. Warwickshire 132 for 1. And we do have another email as well, which I'll read after this ball. As Abbott comes in again. 2 Yates, full driven, this time straight to Mohammed Abbas. Michael Lithgow, good afternoon, attending first county match of the season at the Utility Bowl. Good that you got that right. First job done. Great to be able to listen to real-time chatter whilst relaxing in what purports to be sunshine opposite your perch. Great innovation, beginning to almost feel like the beginning of a summer season of cricket. Well, Mike, thanks for the email. I think I mentioned it was over and he plays and misses. Ben Brown tries to kid the umpire, but that will go through for no run. And then if we want to go through around the grounds quickly, in Division 1, looks like we are the only place that there hasn't been any weather affected, but we've got Nottinghamshire 93 for 3. They were 50 for 3 in trouble earlier, but Clark and Montgomery are steadying the ship for them. Durham 89 for 2. They were, again, I think they were 2 for 2 there, or 20 for 2. So Durham 89 for 2 versus Worcestershire. And then in Division 2, Leicestershire 59 without loss against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 47 for 1 at Lords. Glamorgan are in trouble a bit at Northamptonshire, 35 for 4. Sanderson with 2 wickets there. And the last game at Hove, Gloucestershire 82 for 2. There's Charlesworth is 24 not out there. And Abbas looks to be continuing. Alex Davies on strike.
Sun has disappeared, hopefully momentarily, as Abbas is in with his right arm medium paces. It's been allowed through to the keeper by Alex Davies.
So from Mike's email then, I'm hoping, and from Jocelyn as well, they said that they listened to the commentary. So new for this year, there's some in-ear commentary which syncs our commentary. I'm not going to do that whilst we're on, surely.
We'll get some feedback and then that will...
Exactly, I'll do it when Richard comes on the show.
Huge whistling.
So you can get this, can you get it just around the ground, or is it in the shop?
Well, the earpieces are, I believe, in the shop, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then his ground commentary, which is new for this year. Here's Abbas outside the off stump, a little bit of extra bounce, but Davies quite happy on that line, leaving that one alone.
And all the grounds around the country, and you put this and you could listen to TMS, and it's perfect.
Yeah, there was a few on day one here, when obviously nobody had any. There was a few around the ground, you see, because they're all sort of nicely pink.
Yeah.
A nice pink ribbon, so you could see all the ones close by. Anyway, my eyes perhaps not as good to see further than that. Here's Abbas again. Oh, that's come back.
That looks close, doesn't it?
Well, it's a good leave. I think it started wide-ish, didn't it? I mean, it's a good knit backer, but Just needed to be a fraction straighter. There is the odd ball that Abbas and Abbas are just getting to deviate off the seam, but it's not a lot. It's a good wicket, this one. It's a very good wicket.
I've just realised I'm slightly over, so apologies, Richard. I'm going to jump off. Kevin, I'll leave you to be joined by Richard.
So Anthony Clapham. He'll be back a bit later. James Vince is about 1.5 slip at the moment. As Abbas comes in and bowls, and Davis in behind that one. That keeps a little low. But Davis, as he has done for 99% of his innings, keeps a nice straight back.
Ball this morning. Mohammed Abbas doing exactly what Mohammed Abbas does every time he picks up a cricket ball. Just niggling and testing and probing. And so, you know, tense cricket has broken out again.
Abbas in again to Davis. Again, it's a good length ball. Well, Mohammed Abbas, probably not quite used to the lack of wickets by now. I don't think he is used to that either. 12 overs, he's wicketless, but he's only conceded 16. Pleased that Kyle Abbott has got his wicket tally underway this season with the early wicket of Rob Yates. It took a good ball to dislodge the left-hander, and it was. Easy catch for Ben Brown behind, but it just nicked away on pitching, and Yates drawn into a forward defensive. He was out for 69 off 109 deliveries. The score then was 116 with that loss. These opening stands from Warwickshire, impressive already this season.
It's handy, isn't it? I think 37 in the first match. Bear in mind, they've only batted once in each game so far. But 37 in the first match, 343 last week, and 116 this week, so averaging about 160 per opening stand, as Will Rhodes defends the first ball of a new over and is followed through, but he's able to gather the ball in the end and throws it back to Fuller to be the shiner. And the score remains 132 for 1. Yeah, so look, I suppose that's not going to last. It will keep the average fairly high for quite a chunk of the season, won't it?
Certainly will.
And they look to be a good pairing at the moment, with Rhodes in at 3, leaving a ball that has gone through a little bit low outside off stump. The angle's never going to really lure him into playing a shot.
It's always nice to get runs early season, the first game or so. I mean, pre-seasons helps, but your first championship game, maybe even your second championship game, if you can get a substantial innings under your belt, it really does. Even if you don't score too many after that, you feel set up for the season.
Yeah.
And these guys in abundance, haven't they, in the Warwickshire top order, have all had at least one, if not two.
Well, it's Davis' 1 run short of 350 for the summer. As Abbott is in, driven by Rhodes. That's neatly worked in between extra cover and mid-off. He didn't actually swing too vigorously through it, just pushed it. Fuller throws in underarm, they'll come back for 2. Rhodes is on 7. And Warwickshire 134 for 1. Rob Yates, just looking at his stats for the season, he's at 286 now from 3 innings.
It's impressive.
Will Rhodes is at 250. He's only been out once so far, but in very favourable conditions. I think it was it you or Simon or Anthony was saying it's a bit like they've had a long net. Yeah. Some of these batsmen in the first couple of weeks of the season. Rhodes waits again, a slower ball which he fires straight towards short mid-wicket, nearly takes top.
It's as little in this game as it was last week, so it's just, for me, it's not the ball, it's the pitches. It's the pitches that can be sorted out. You know, until pitch inspectors or the match managers actually get to grips with 1 or 2 pitches that are prepared and 1 or 2 grounds that do it a little bit more than others, and actually say, yeah, that is a poor pitch, 24 points, thank you very much, that's gone. And until they actually do that, rather than pussyfooting around and say, well, it's bad batting, it was this, and we all know that it's a poor pitch, until they do that, then counties are going to produce.
How are we going to define the poor pitch? As Mohammed Abbas is asking for a second, and the umpires are going to confer over this. In that, historically, a poor pitch, it had to be determined that it's going to be dangerous. Then there was a little bit of a look at the Somerset situation where they were producing pitches that were Bunsen burners from the first hour, and determining that they probably weren't correct. But how are we determining what's a bad pitch?
Well, you've only got to look at the scores. For me,
Okay.
I can tell from 150 miles away. Sure not.
What if it's swinging ridiculously?
How many times do you see that?
But occasionally, so
Occasionally, so the law of averages
exception.
suggests
Yeah.
that. I reckon I could call it 19 times out of 20.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Potentially. I mean, there was an outlandish match at Somerset a few years ago where they had bowled them out with swing before lunch on the opening morning. Still lost the game, mate. Mohammed Abbas comes in to start a new over. He's cut behind square by Alex Davis for a single out into the deep. 135 for one. So, yeah, Warwickshire were dispatched rather quickly by a combination of less in that game. But it was hooping extravagantly on the first morning. There was a bit of a low mist over the nearby hills. Minehead had officially disappeared off the map. But yeah, they are rare. But you'd have been annoyed on the days that you were hooping the ball. You'd have been annoyed if people said it must be a bad pitch. James has taken fifer. You wouldn't have been happy, would you? The pass round the wicket, left alone by Will Rhodes.
No, but it might have been true. I'll listen. Yeah, but that's usually one innings. I mean, if it's a really bad pitch, it's 4 innings.
Yeah.
You know, sides do crumble and bowlers do bowl well and batters do bat rubbish at times. But over 4 innings in a match, it's quite rare. If all 4 innings are low scoring, then that for me is alarm bells.
And 20 plus LBWs.
Well, yeah.
Because the ball's
erratic
bounce, and that's one of the things that's a telltale, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 pace from the off. Abbas into Will Rhodes, covers up off stump, out into the offside, no run. Bears not wanting to squander this platform, but 135 for one.
And also, that let's be honest, you go to Edgbaston, you know pretty much it's a decent pitch. It's very rare you go up there and something's happened and it's not. So 9 times 8, well, more than that. Very rare you go up there and it's a bad pitch. So you know what you're going to get before you even
There's the odd one, and there's all sorts of contributory factors sometimes, isn't there? It's one thing if you feel a team has deliberately prepared a bad surface.
Yeah.
But it's another thing if they've had some rubbish weather at the wrong time, or the pitch they were preparing for whatever reason hasn't worked out. They've had to make a late switch and bring one through quickly. Abbas in again as the sun comes out, and this is guided square by Will Rhodes. They'll think about 2, but Fletcher Middleton is quickly onto it from long leg. Just a single. Rhodes 836 for one.
It's rare you have to switch pitches late, though, isn't it?
No, I mean, it is. I mean, I saw a match a few years back at Tunbridge Wells, which had to be changed quite late. And Kent Groundsman had to come in and prepare it, and the first innings scores were really low. Second innings scores, both teams scored over 400 because it wasn't ready for day one.
Sure.
But you can forgive that, especially at an outground. Turned out to be a game of cricket that actually went to the final session on day 4. Didn't look likely at the end of day 1 when 19 wickets had gone down. Abbas driven by Davis, but mid-on is very, very straight, so he won't beat the field with that. Bit of luck, we've evaded the worst of the weather. You look at interruptions at Hove and Lords today. We've seen plenty of grey clouds, but nothing too dark.
It's been all right as things go over the last couple of weeks. Not much to match it up against, but it's all right.
You had a very soggy start up at Chestnut Street, didn't you? So, Mohammed Abbas is in. Pushing forward is Davis, out into the offside for a single. He goes to 59. End of the over, 137 for one. What did you do to entertain yourself for 4 days up there? It's a long way to go to watch nothing.
Agreed. I wouldn't say there was much entertainment going. I walked around Durham Cathedral once, which was all right. Watched a game of football, Northern League game that was actually taking place just over the back at the Riverside ground, which they'd switched to a 3G pitch because I think, like most places, they're struggling to get a lot of non-league football in before the end of the season. So that was actually quite a good game. I stopped to watch that, and I watched the whole game in here. That was about the sum total of my entertainment up there. Luckily, a couple of people were up there and had a couple of drinks in the evening, which helped that through. But during the day, everything was called off by the midday or 1 o'clock. And it wasn't, to be honest, it was like this. All day was like this. So it wasn't the rain during the day. that was a problem, because it didn't rain during the day. It was just the rain overnight. And as you know, with the riverside, the river wharf that runs down the bottom, if the water table is there as high, the water doesn't drain. So we just stood around and watched the ground stay soggy for 4 days. It was
galling,
hopeless. Right, Ian Holland's back for a second spell. 4 overs, none for 19 before lunch. Here he is with his right arm medium pace. He's going to be over the wicket to Alex Davis, who currently is 59 not out. He's faced exactly 100 balls for that. Here's his 101st. Driving past Ian Holland, and that may just go all the way. Wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but it was good enough. And that's a 4, straight 4 from the captain. 137 for 1. I've got an email here from Les Stone, solentcricket@gmail.com. We're talking about the earpieces, which is new for this year, in-ground commentary, right up to date. He says, I'm loving hearing the commentary on my new earpiece. I missed the medium wave broadcast that was discontinued by the BBC a few years ago. Yeah, we stopped that about 3 or 4 years ago, I think. Well, we didn't. The big wigs at the BBC did. Here's I'm certainly no big wig. Oh, that's chipped slightly uppishly to mid-on, but no run. Commentary via the BBC app is fine when you're at home, but the 30 to 40 second delay when you're actually watching the game live is not really viable. A snip at £13.50, apparently with 10%. Oh, that's with the 10% members discount. Obviously, that's not endorsed by the BBC, but I believe they have disappeared off the shelves somewhat in the club shop, so that's where they are.
It's because they've got the natty pink band.
Yeah, they are. You can see them a mile off.
Yeah.
A bit like the old steward's coats. Here's Davis again. Flicks it away to mid-wicket. That's a nice diving stop to his right by Tom Prest.
Oh, see, what you got to do is a similar trick to when you're watching football on the telly and listening to BBC Radio Solent or BBC Radio WM's commentary. If you're sitting in the ground and you were listening on the app and you're worried about the delay, if you just close your eyes for 30 seconds and then open them, everything's in sync.
True, but what's the point of being on the ground then?
It doesn't work. It doesn't really.
Because you're here to watch the cricket, but you've got your eyes closed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Holland forward. There's Davis out towards extra cover. So I'm going to watch the cricket today, but I'm going to keep my eyes closed.
No, you close your eyes for 30 seconds, so time stands still, and then the cricket and the commentary is in perfect sync. I think that's how it works.
Right.
I've been watching Back to the Future again. I think that's the problem.
I can understand you watching Birmingham City with your eyes closed, but...
Oh, thank you. Listen, I'm not... it's going to be a very uncomfortable afternoon tomorrow, because they're at Rotherham, and I'm here, and I should be there commentating, but you know.
On the next side, fortunately, anybody south of Evesham doesn't really care.
Oh, but it's never dull. It's never dull being the Birmingham City reporter, trust me. I mean, look,
The drawn game, 2019.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was a teenager then. I think it was 87, which at the time was his career best. It was quite a good save by Warwickshire. They had Ben Mike as a lone player at the time.
Oh, I remember that.
So, very frustrating final session. You were pacing up and down like an expectant father.
I still get ridiculously into games even now.
That's what sport's about, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why we love it all. This time Rhodes does pay. A little dink down towards third man. Deep backward point comes round. Rhodes calls Alex Davis through for 2. And that takes Will Rhodes into double figures. He's got 10, 143 for 1.
Yeah, the 2 games since then. Last year, Warwickshire won by an innings and 84, and in 22, Hampshire won by 8 wickets.
Yeah. But I mean, last year, I had a total washout on the Saturday when you were here. Then that extraordinary spell before lunch on the Sunday from Chris Rushworth. We had the ball on a string. Took 6 wickets in 45 minutes before lunch. Fuller around the wicket to Rhodes, straight to delivery. Dabs down on it, out into the offside. No run.
Fortunately for Hampshire, he's injured for this game.
Yes, a calf. The years may slightly be catching up on Chris Rushworth, and you need a while to recover from an injury. He had one last season, hamstring problem, although that largely kept him out during the sort of T20 when he wouldn't have been playing. Was the worst of it, but he missed a few games upon the resumption. But really unfortunate after a couple of weeks with the Kookaburra Bowl to be out when it's the Dukes, albeit that it hasn't done an awful lot today. Fuller is in, driven by Rhodes, but he can't beat the mid-off fielder on this occasion. a lot of people wandering around the outfield beyond the boundary at the moment. Half a dozen of them. Most of them in woolly hats.
So I'm trying to work out who the two are here. I don't know if Graham Welsh is one of those. Your former bowling coach, our bowling coach now. Done a good job down here. I'm sure he's done a great job at your place.
No, he's
terrific bowling.
He's a genius. He's the bowler whisperer.
Yeah, terrific bowling coach.
He will get the best out of whoever's working under him. This one back of a length outside off stump is left alone. It's like juggle from Ben Brown. The end of the over. Warwickshire 143 for 1, Rhodes 10 and Davis 63.
Well, the man who just bowled that over has benefited the most, I think, out of any bowler, any Hampshire bowler, James Fuller. He's turned him into, well, he's now a must on the team sheet.
But obviously at 2 counties he's been brilliant for Keith Barker.
Yeah.
What a career Keith has had, and he is coachable, is Keith. And he made Chris Wright into a different bowler when, having been discarded by Middlesex, he was looking like he was falling out of favour at 2nd Division Essex. Graham Welsh had been at Essex for a while, said there's something in him, brought him up and seemed to find a yard of pace, and Chris Wright was suddenly hitting the bat quite hard and causing problems for people. He had a really good spell at Warwickshire. So it's interesting what you can do with really good coaching, isn't it? If you've got somebody who's open-minded to coaching and actually wants to listen and wants to develop, then Ian Holland's a far better change bowler than he was 3 years ago, isn't he?
Very consistent. Was on a hat-trick last week against Lancashire. That's a new start of a new over, which Alex Davis, I think, initially was trying to turn that on the leg side, and in the end, from a square position, played it back to the bowler. The figures this afternoon for Abbott, his spell this afternoon: 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17, and Mohammed Abbas's figures since lunch: 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. Fairly quiet we've been since the break. Holland bowls, that's on the line of leg stump, and this time Davis does work that away for a single, and he moves on to 64. It was 114 without loss at lunch, so we've had 30 runs.
Well, it's just a sense that Warwickshire understand that they've got to earn the right again in this session, having done what they did in the first, particularly losing Rob Yates so early, that fine delivery from Kyle Abbott. But if they get through another 20 minutes here, then you're looking at change bowlers and slightly more tired bowlers, and the ball getting older and softer.
Oh yes. Nicholas Clifton is asking for a shout out. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello all. He says, thank you for keeping me entertained whilst reseeding and top dressing the lawn. Is Hollins round the wicket to Rhodes, who works that up to mid-on, fielded by Abbas, basking in the sun, wind and rain in Costa del Twyford in Berkshire. There's a Twyford near Winchester. There must be another one in Berkshire then. Can't wait for a fantastic summer of cricket with friends. Thank you, says Nick Clifton.
It does seem a long time between. It's like just being in the car and being able to put Sports Extra on to find out which one of the crew you're going to hear. That 6 months when you can't is really frustrating.
That's another ball which just bounces a bit on Rhodes as he plays it out on the onside. So 144 for 1 it is. Rhodes has 10, Davis has 64. It's almost a threat of a quick shower, I think. Darkish cloud blowing over the ground.
Because 2 of the people circumnavigating the ground were ground staff heading to the hover cover, which is opposite the tunnel.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them sitting there. Yeah, to the right actually. Yeah, you're right. I was looking for the hover cover, which is usually to the left. It's gone through to the keeper.
Be on top of the spectators if they put it over there.
What's happened to your umbrella there? That's all gone, isn't it?
Oh, that's a long time ago now.
It used to be handy, that thing.
It did, but it started killing all the grass.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah, it was starting to cause a serious infection.
Now we've got the ball being thrown to Rob Bailey here. So for Hampshire look like they've been trying to change this ball for a while now. So far the umpires have resisted. Now Rob Bailey throws it to other umpire Martin Saggers. So are we finally going to get a second ball change? Oh, we didn't have this problem with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, however long you use it, it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't so much as change shape.
Yeah. Can we change this rubbish ball for another rubbish ball, please, son?
It's still fine, this one, apparently.
Yeah.
Still fine. You can have it back, Mr. Holland.
Has Martin Sacker's got the gauge then? So I suppose he's the
Yeah,
one that
yeah.
they have to
Yeah.
push the ball through, and then if it goes through or whatever, it's okay. Holland then stays with the same ball round the wickets to Rhodes. Rhodes drives up to mid-off, fielded by Abbott, and that is the end of Ian Holland's 6th over. None for 24 for him. I think this shower rain's not too far away. It does feel like there already might be a few spots in the air. 144 for 1.
Yeah, the umpire's sort of looking towards the clouds a little bit. The one thing I wish I'd compared it to at the time, but watching some of the seamers who were used to the Duke's ball bowling with the kookaburra, it was a bit like when you were a kid playing with a cork ball. You used to be able to get them from Woolworths. Do you ever remember the cork balls? Which
Yes.
They only stayed red for about 30 deliveries, and then gradually you just had a grey ball. But there was some net. We used to be able to climb into a school playing field just at the back of my house, and there were nets where the half where the batsman was were concrete. So bowling on a cork ball on concrete is how I learnt me cricket. Unbelievable. It was great though. Here's Fuller over the wicket to the right.
Oh!
And Davis is chopped on, but it's a no ball.
Oh no!
Well, I think there might have been a fairly early call there, because Alex Davis did not think he was gone when he chopped on, and it's been the mode of dismissal that he's been most likely to fall for today, because there have been a couple that have just evaded it. But he's misjudged the bounce there from Fuller. Under edge of the bat, onto leg stump, the bail comes off, umpire's arm is out.
Oh dear. Dear. That's a crushing blow really, because Alex Davis hasn't looked in too much trouble out there.
He's not batting necessarily with the freedom that he did last week, but it's very much a different week, and he's in behind this one rather better and steers it towards the leg side, and there's no run.
I think well, yeah, obviously I didn't see it last week, but yeah, 256 is 256 at the end of the day, but he seems determined. He just looks determined. He looks happy that, in a way, if you can be happy with the bowling's accurate,
Yeah.
then he's happy just to ride it out and wait for maybe the next opportunities. There is rain, definitely. Joe, who's on the ground, just confirmed a little earlier that there is rain in the air.
Yeah, you can see it sweeping across now. Through in once more to bowl to Davis. Here's this towards the leg side. So had it not been a no ball, and Davis as a result would have been out, would have been a really galling time if there is about to be an interruption, and the umpires are consulting now. And the ground staff, it's almost like a false start, the ones in front of the tunnel, but they are going to come off for rain here in an over where Alex Davis chopped the ball onto his own stumps, only to be reprieved by a no ball signal. He remains unbeaten on 64. Will Rhodes has 10, and Warwickshire 146 for 1. Interruption coming in the 42nd over. We're 20-3, so about an hour into the afternoon session, and we'll see how long this keeps us off. It should only be a little bit of a flurry with a bit of luck and well, genuinely with the following wind, but hopefully we won't be off too long, Kevin.
I agree. I mean, I'll be surprised even if the cover makes it all the way. But what we'll do is I think we'll take a quick break, and rest assured, as and when play resumes, and we don't think it's going to be too long, we'll be back with you. Right, we're back. We didn't think it would be very long, and it'll only be a few minutes break because of a very quick shower of rain that passed the ground. So as the players make their way back out into the middle, just a quick recap. Warwickshire 146 for 1 in the 42nd over of their first innings, having won the toss at 10:30 this morning. Captain Alex Davis is 64 not out. Will Rhodes is 10 not out. The one wicket that has fallen this afternoon was that of Rob Yates, who got a good one from Kyle Abbott. Just bounced and just nipped away a fraction and beat Rob Yates on the outside edge as he plodded forward. He went for 69 off 109 deliveries. That was 116 they put on for the first wicket. And the first wicket for Warwickshire is proving a very good one, having put on 343 for the first wicket last week against Durham. That was the second highest ever for Warwickshire. Commentary team right now, in a minute it'll be Anthony Clapham from the Hampshire and England Disability team, but right next to me at the moment, the analyst Simon Hughes is with us, who missed as he was walking up here another wicket that might have fallen. In fact, James Fuller had Alex Davis bowled off an inside edge. He clipped the leg stump, but it was a no ball. So Anthony, it's a no ball, and the two batters just taking their time coming back here. Yours?
Yeah, well, you know, they've just been having a little conflab, I suppose. I would have thought they'd be keen to get out there at the moment. Actually, there's not much alarms in the pitch. You'd want to take this pitch around with you, don't you, if you're a batter, really, and not if you're a bowler. They're moving out into the middle now and resuming their position. It's going to be James Fuller to complete his over, which was interrupted, and Alex Davis on strike. And the clouds lightened a bit. I'm very surprised the umpires went off, actually, because it was only a sprinkle of rain. It was very light, and you could see from the sky and the wind that it was going to blow across very quickly. So it has kind of passed across, and we'll watch Fuller now bowling here to Davis, and that nearly traps him. LBW, half shouts for LBW there. I think there was a fair bit of bat involved in that, which is why the appeal wasn't supported. What do you reckon, Anthony?
I think that was a desperate plea, but I probably would have done the same. But yeah, that was a quick break, wasn't it? It's pretty blustery here, so that weather has quickly gone through. It's a pleasure to do commentary with you, Simon.
And you too.
Yeah. 2005 Ashes for me was when I first got into
cricket. Was it?
Yeah.
And how interesting. You hear that quite often, actually, of people of a certain age. Here's Fuller again, bowls, and glided down to third man for an easy single for Davis. The 2005 Ashes, I mean, in a way, for me it was a sort of bittersweet experience, because it was an absolute pinnacle of everybody's lives, I think, who involved in the game. But it was also a sad moment, because it was the last time that live cricket was on terrestrial TV. So, and
I wouldn't have been able to get into it without it, if I'm honest. So that was an amazing summer. I remember going to after sports events and seeing it on the TV and seeing the Flintoffs spell against Gilchrist.
Yeah. Here comes Fuller, bowls round the wicket to Will Rhodes. He leaves it alone, short of the length. It's sort of almost half ducked out of the way, actually, of that ball.
My mum actually got married in Antigua that summer.
Right.
And I dyed my hair. I don't know how she allowed me to do this, but I had the Peterson skunk.
Did you?
So some famous, well, not famous obviously, but famous for our family, some pictures of me with that hairstyle.
Oh, I'd like to see that. You're going to get that up?
No.
Can you find any of those? Oh, come on. I want to see those.
Peterson
that sounds good.
A hero growing up for sure. It was amazing when he came in that series.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Full of bowls, and Will Rhodes goes up on his toes, just defending that one from the Fuller delivery, and that's the end of the over. 147 for 1 is the Warwickshire score after that brief interruption. So how old were you when the 2005 Ashes?
15.
15, okay. Right, so that's a perfect age, actually.
Yeah, actually I was always played football, a lot of football, went to a normal, state school just down the road from here, and PE teacher said, look, what have you thought about cricket? And then obviously after watching the Ashes, and then went to play for a local club called Andover, again just down the road, and from there it's just loved it. just my dad's avid cricket fan as well and player, and managed to play cricket with him once, and yeah, dream come true really. Love it. And Ian Holland into Alex Davies, and that is glorious, driven straight down the ground. And the way that Alex Davies has been batting today and last week, I think any ball pitched up like that, half volley, is going to be taken down the ground for 4. That is food and drink for Alex Davies. He's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah,
looking really, really positive.
Yeah. He's got a nice style about him. That was hit slightly on the up, but there's no movement here, so it's a safe shot.
Yeah, and that brings up Warwickshire's 150 now, so 151 for 1. There's, and trudges back in now. Short sleeves, bit better length there. Alex Davies plops forward, drops it into cover. So they do have the 3 men out, Hampshire. They've got deep square leg, fine leg, and a deep backward point. And almost like a fly slip. I don't know whether if that's even a fly slip there. It's almost like a short third man, I guess, for the big drive. So Hampshire will be looking to try and get a bit of a breakthrough here with a couple of catches on the leg side. Bowled again to Alex Davies. Yeah, you've got a short mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a normal mid-on.
Yeah, it's the tactics they used quite a bit against Lancashire, actually. There was no movement again, and so they were trying to get men caught on the drive. In fact, that fielder there has made that very, very tight mid-on, short mid-on, has made the non-striker run quite wide. He's got, well, this is an opportunity for a run out here, actually. We'll get the camera on it after this ball. Non-striker.
That's flicked off his legs. Great stop there at short mid-wicket. That's Tom Preston doing the fielding there. Picked up by Fuller. But yeah, you're right.
If you see where he's standing, that non-striker, he's on the green part of the square, which at this time of year especially is very moist. I hope he's got his long spikes on. In fact, he would, of course, there, when he was sent back for the run, he might have done a little pirouette on about a length. So the grounds staff are absolutely hating where he's standing now, because he's right in the middle of probably a one-day international pitch or something.
Holland again, just drifts onto the leg side. There's Alex Davies, plays it into the leg side. Yeah, you're right. It's that part of the square looks almost like a football pitch where it's really green.
The old groundsman at Laws, Mick Hunt, for many years, probably over 20 years, he used to hate fielders on the square diving. Extra cover or mid-wicket or something, diving, because they've dented my test pitch. Right in the middle of the square. He'd tick you off afterwards if you fell around on the square.
And that's a brilliant drive down the ground by Alex Davies. Great stop there from, half stop there, I'd say, from Holland. Just keeps it down to 1. You say that, actually. We did a photo shoot. I worked for a sports cricket brand before, and we had Kuldeep Yadav come to Surrey on the Oval, and we did a photo shoot, and we weren't doing anything else, but he was wearing the spikes, and he was on the outfield, literally on the edge of the boundary, just running, fielding some balls and throwing to us, just to get some action shots. And forgive me, I don't know his name, but the head of groundsman, who's still the head groundsman there now, was shout, "Get off the grass! You can't be doing that. If you could only still shots, you can't be stopping and turning."
They're very sensitive. All ground staff. I mean, I sort of understand. I mean, they spend hours. It's their kind of, that's their baby, isn't it? Out there, they're lovingly tendered for years and months to get it lovely and even and flat. So this is a new over from James Fuller, bowling to Davis, who drives firmly up to mid-off, but there is no run. I mean, it's actually, they're so meticulous, ground staff, groundsmen. Well, actually, groundswomen. There's a groundswoman, I think, it might be at Gloucestershire. I think I remember Melissa talking about her actually once. So the first ever groundswoman.
I'm sure she moved.
Head groundswoman.
I think she moved to Edgbaston.
Oh,
actually.
right, okay. Right, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, whoever they are, whichever gender, they just take so much care in preparing those strips in the middle of the centre of the stadium. Another delivery from Fuller is defended by Davis.
And I wonder if it's the same as tradesmen. So you go to a tradesman's house, there's cupboards falling off, there's all sorts. Whereas, I wonder if their garden's as tip-top shape as this.
Absolutely right. Well, the thing is, if you spend all day nurturing grass for your job, the last thing you want to do is go home and do your lawn, really, isn't it? Actually, it's one of my favourite things. I just sold my parents' house. They both passed away a couple of years ago, and we'd lived in that house, our family, for 65 years. So I realised I've been cutting the grass in that house for over 50 years. Here comes Fuller, bowls, nicely dabbed out on the offside by Davis for an easy single to deep cover. That makes the score 153 for 1. I actually got a lot of pleasure, and I love the straight lines.
Yeah.
How even can you get the lines? How straight can you get them as well, up and down? It's a real. It's the closest I get to art.
Well,
actually,
we picked up a again in that 2005. I remember in the summer holidays we picked up one of those just non-motor grass cutter, I would say it was. And we just went to the local park next to it, and we just mowed up and down, rolled it all day just to try and get our little cricket pitch.
Your little strip. Yeah. Here comes Fuller around the wicket, pulled by Rhodes, a little bit tucked up there, but he managed to control the shot. Didn't come onto the bat all that quick, so he had time just to keep the shot down, roll it down to fine leg for a single. So you had your own little patch.
We had our own little wicket, our own lords, I guess. It was unbelievable. Just we just rolled it, and just the wall was the wicket keeper, and if you edged it or anything else,
I'm sure we can all identify with that. I made a documentary a couple of years ago called The Greatest Game. It's on BBC iPlayer. And I'll tell you about it after this ball, actually. 154 for 1 is the Warwickshire score. Clipped away by Davis, but only a single as far as deep square leg. I think he was thinking that might have gone to the boundary, but straight to deep square leg. 155 for 1. The documentary, The Greatest Game, is about England's 2019 World Cup triumph. And it's actually called Cricket's Greatest Game on iPlayer. You've typed that in. But the title of the film is The Greatest Game, and it was the greatest game, the 2019 World Cup final. But we filmed Owen Morgan in Dublin, where he came from his first family home, and he showed us his own bit of Lords, which was this sort of funny little bit of grass, as full of bowls, and Rhodes ducks that bouncer straight through to the keeper, Ben Brown, end of the over. It's just a little tiny bit of grass on a sort of council-run bit of parkland, right next to a sort of estate, fairly kind of modern council estate, which is where he first lived. And it looks totally like it couldn't be a cricket pitch, really, because it's only up against a wall. But that's where he learned to play. Yeah. And he said he was out there for hours. We have a little shot of him pointing at where he first learned to play the game. It's lovely, actually. It's a lovely sort of setting. And so you just can't imagine England's probably greatest ever one-day captain and World Cup winner coming from there. But that's where he was from.
Wow. All you need is a tennis ball with a bit of tape and a bat, and you can have some great fun with pretending you're Caddick or Hoggard. Hoggard, I think it was then. You could swing it around corners. Or trying to...
taping up one side of the ball,
Holland now into Davies, bowls. As the bit of rain falls here at the Utilita Bowl, the groundsmen are sitting on the covers, which is good for us because means there's no sign of them coming on just yet. But hopefully it just blows through. It is a bit of a windy day here down in Southampton. So far so good though. It has looks like it's just flown through there. So Holland with 22 on his back comes in again from the hotel end. Nice line and length. Holland and Abbas have bowled quite well today, quite economical between them two, both of them. Dawson had a bit of a go in the morning session from this end as well. A little bit of turn, but I think the pitch was a bit slow. So the batters at the time, Yates and Davies, played them really, really well. So we've got a catch here on either side of the wicket now, in the batsman's island. Short mid off and short mid on. It's Holland now, and there's a scoop. I'm not sure we're watching the county championship, but that is a great shot.
It was.
And it's well stopped there, brings it in, and they'll come back for 3. No, they won't. It's fantastic fielding. They kick it down to 2. So pretty poor running, I would say, that from Warwickshire. Great fielding from James Vince, I think it is down there, who was standing at slip, fly slip, and ran all the way down to the boundary, directly behind Ben Brown, the keeper. But yeah, so Holland's obviously trying to bowl full and straight. Davies, understanding the plan, and with only one fielder behind square, decides to scoop the ball over the keeper's head for 2 runs. So let's see what the next plan's going to be here for Davies, whether he tries it again. And a bit shorter this time, and that is fantastic. Whipped shot with his wrists past James Vince at a fly slip, and that'll be 4 runs down to the third man boundary. Richard was on commentary earlier, and he said sort of found the outside edge of the bat, but that was deliberately played there.
I mean, you can see it's from his wrists, actually. The weather, I'm afraid, is filling in a bit here, by the way. It's getting a little bit heavier, I think, but Davis uses wrists in that kind of almost like a tennis shot, the sort of forehand top spin tennis shot, to guide that one, steer it sort of almost slash it wide of the man at sort of short fine third man. Good
and
shot.
on that, Vince goes back down to the third man boundary. Hands in his pockets. So it's a bit shorter this time by Holland, and that's collected in the mid wicket region. So yeah, a bit of an odd field here, really.
Yeah, it is.
From our point of view, you've got mid off, mid on, short mid off, mid on.
It's a bit of a village field, actually, with the greatest respect to village cricketers. I mean, it's the kind of field you would expect on a village pitch.
On a green pitch.
On a green pitch, because it might
yeah.
stop a bit, and there's a man at deep square leg and a man at deep cover, but everyone else is sort of looking to be
In and
catching,
round about,
really.
yeah. Holland again into Davies, short, played down the ground nicely. And Warwickshire 161 for 1, and Davies now 78, so he'll be looking to back up last week's fantastic.
So he picks up a single,
Yeah,
162 for 1.
I don't think James Fuller's too happy that he's out there at the moment. I think wants to. The ball, if the ball gets wet out in the outfield, it's not going to help the ball swing. And you mentioned earlier actually about the short ball tactic, and James Fuller, that is his role on this side. But the ball wasn't really getting above Yates's waist when he tried to drop it short earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays that with Davies.
One slip now in place as Fuller bowls, and Davies is forward with lots of time, actually. He gets into position early, plays it late, tried to steer it into a gap on the offside, but didn't quite get the angle right, and it was intercepted by extra cover. 162 for 1. Tell us about your cricket. When does it? Are you still playing? And when does it start?
Yeah, so we toured India, which was a fantastic experience. First of all,
Yeah.
the first time we've ever been to Ahmedabad. We did that in February, I think it was.
Right.
And then we played our first summer game at the weekend against Leicestershire Academy.
And who are you playing for?
England physical disability.
England physical disability,
it's
right.
sort of the main side, really.
Yeah, okay. Against Leicester.
Yeah.
Fuller bowls, and it's defended into the leg side by Davis. It's funny, isn't it? Fuller, and you say he's the man who they go to for the short ball tactics. It seems wrong. He should be called shorter.
But no, we actually played Leicestershire last year, similar time of year. We beat them. They brought a few extra better players, let's say.
Okay.
There was a young guy who opened the batting, I think Dunk, for Scotland in the under-19s over in South Africa. He looked like he had loads of time, did really well. They had a couple of good seamers as well, so it was a good challenge for us. We played 2 T20s with them on Sunday, which is good.
Fuller bowls again, and Davis is forward, defending up to mid-on. And tell us about Ahmedabad. What did you make of that? Did you go to the big stadium there?
We played at the stadium.
You played at the stadium?
Yeah.
Wow.
We had, it's the same time that the Lions were there.
Okay.
And the stadium was closed for them when they played India A. We did manage to train at the same time as the Lions, which was an unbelievable experience. But Ahmedabad it's a vegetarian state, it's a dry state as well, so they're very different, but the people were there were amazing. And we played at this stadium, obviously, and biggest stadium as well, 130,000.
Yeah, it's a fantastic stadium, isn't it? Full of bowls, and that is short. And Davis thought about a little uppercut there, but in the end let it go through to Ben Brown, the keeper.
But yeah, they had 4,000 school students, basically allowed them to come into the stand when we played against India, and when they sang the national anthem, I've never seen anything like it. You know, the noise, they're so passionate for their country, and you know, we've got 15 players in our squad. We've probably got, you know, there's not a massive amount outside of our squad that are ready for international cricket just yet. And India have got, you know, thousands. So it's they're a good side. Here
comes Fuller again. He bowls, and it's defended by Davis into the offside. He picks up an easy single. I mentioned, I'll maybe talk about it during this over, Anthony. I mentioned an email group that I'm a member of, which is called the Razors. And it was started by Pat Pocock, and it features lots of old cricketers of various ages, from 40 onwards, who all just sort of join in the email exchange. And one of the reasons for it, the main reasons for it, is called the Razors, because you raise a glass when it's someone's birthday.
Yeah.
So they post, someone, normally Pocock posts when it's a well-known old player's birthday. And today, you know whose birthday it is today?
No, but you can tell me.
Dickie Bird. He's 93 today. Wow. Isn't that fantastic?
That's brilliant, yeah.
93.
Very
I've got a story relating to Hampshire and Dickie Bird, which I'll probably wait until the next over to tell, actually, because it's Liam Dawson about to bowl, and he gets through his balls and his overs.
He does get them pretty quickly, yeah. And I have received an email which goes what we have been talking about the square, which is quite funny. So I'll get on to that.
Okay, yeah, let's hear that. Yeah.
But Dawson looks very, very cold. He's wearing a short sleeve. The wind is blowing. He's just given the umpire his sunglasses. So Liam Dawson's going to be coming back on now, and he will be bowling to Alex Davies, who's on 79. And the rain is falling here at the Utilita Bowl, so surprised if we get through this over here as Davies drives, picked up at the cover, and it will be given to Gubbins to try and dry and shine as the wind comes right across the Utilita Bowl now.
Yeah, the umpires are moving in here.
Yeah.
Square leg umpire's looking a bit dubious, isn't he? I think it could be a couple of balls, you're right. Sort of scudding across the ground, the rain.
Yeah, I think at this stage you're more not shining the ball but trying to dry the ball as Dawson's probably working on that seam now. Number 8 on his back, top of his run up. A couple of swells with the arm as he comes in now, bowls. You can see the spin off the bat there with the ball. It's getting a bit of a turn off the pitch, but nothing too strenuous for Davies as he looks in complete control. Lots of Hampshire players with their hands in their pockets to try and keep them warm just before the bowler releases the ball. A bit shorter this time. Alex Davies rocks back off the back foot, punches it into the covers where there is a fielder on the boundary who collects one. So here we have a email from Colin Sturming. Some 40 or 50 years ago, my father was vivid memories of him running beneath a helicopter, stopping it from landing on his square. He won the argument when the helicopter landed on another part of the camp. Don't advise that, but thank you very much for the email, Colin. And if you would like to email, solentcricket@gmail.com. Wouldn't advise running underneath a helicopter, but
God.
if it's your square, it's your baby, as you said earlier.
Yeah, Jonathan Agnew tells a great story about, I think they're going off now, aren't they? Are they getting off now? About some groundsman it might have been at Grace Road during the years of uncovered pitches, and he was rolling the pitch before a game. It was damp, and the starting handle on the roller fell off the front of the roller, and he rolled it into the pitch right on a length, and had to dig it out. Imagine that, because it was a soft pitch. The roller, the starting handle sort of sank into the surface.
So I've seen cricket balls,
Yes.
with the guys are
Have you?
netting, and you're rolling it, and the ball goes onto the pitch, and you're just chatting away, and then the guys say you've just rolled a cricket ball into the into the surface, which never goes down well either. But yeah.
So they've got the rag out now, haven't they, to dry the ball? I mean, it's so annoying when the ball gets wet for the fielding side, because it gets bigger as well, and you can't shine it. It's just awful.
What's the strangest thing you've seen roll into the wicket? If you can email into
good question.
solentcricket@gmail.com. As Liam Dawson goes over the wicket now to Will Rose. A bit straighter this time, and Will Rose neither goes forward or back. Just plots the ball down on the offside, and short leg picks it up, and I think that's Fletcher Middleton at short leg. And now there's some blue skies to our right, and the sun has just started to come through, so maybe they will stay on. It's Dawson again. And Will Rhodes drives lovely down to long on, and he will pick up the single. Played Dawson pretty well today, rotated the strike nicely. Will Rhodes' chances on 13, and Davies has been a bit more exciting on it for his 80 in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, but 80 not out of 137. And Dawson has just a one ball to go. As Alex Davies looks around the field, takes his mark. A couple of bats on the ground. Dawson bowls short this time. Is that powered first? Is that powered first? No. Umpire nods his head. That was tight.
Ooh.
Sort of drifted into, it was the arm ball by Dawson as Davies is rocked back, tried to cut the ball, and it's almost, well, from our side it looked like it was powered then bat, but we're a long way away, and we'll check the replays there, but certainly Hampshire thought it was powered first.
Yeah, that's quite right. I mean, it was a good appeal, a good delivery, and the batsman was definitely defeated by that delivery. Whether he got away with it's impossible to say. So he's got an escape there. The umpire, Rob Bailey, obviously seeing in his favour. We're trying to look at the replay here, but not coming up. I'll try and get through this over and tell you this story about Dickie Bird given that the umpires are in the focus here, and as I said, it's his birthday today, 93 today. Happy birthday, Dickie! What a wonderful man. I wonder if he's gone for his daily sort of. He calls it a run, but actually it's a walk, really. But anyway, any kind of movement. Yeah, any movement is good at that age. So
yeah, definitely.
I hope he's done his little walk around the park. But the story is concerning Hampshire. He was umpiring a knockout game, a quarter-final, a cup quarter-final between Middlesex and Hampshire in the 80s. I can't remember what year actually. And it was a really wet morning. It was at the old ground as well. It was at the old Northlands Road ground, of course, the lovely old Hampshire home. We'll just watch this ball from James Fuller bowling to Will Rhodes. Two men now with the short ball ploy looking in his pocket. The man at short leg and the man at leg slip, but he played that one well. And basically it rained in the morning. We didn't play, and Dickie was scurrying about looking for something to do, and there wasn't an awful lot to do actually at the Northlands Road ground. It hasn't got the same facilities as this one, but in the end I said, look, he was being a bit annoying, so I said, come on, let's go and go to the gym. There's a health club across the other side of the ground. Let's go in there and go to the gym and see what's going on over there. So we went over there for a bit of a kind of light workout. Fuller bowls short and Rhodes ducks through to the keeper, and after that we went into the sauna, and then we went into the jacuzzi, and he'd never been in a jacuzzi before. And he sat there and he took off all his clothes apart from his Y fronts, these big long Y fronts, like Warwickshire Y fronts. He sat in the water and quite enjoyed it. He said, "This is really lovely."
Before the bubbles came on.
But no, and the bubbles were on, and he absolutely loved it. He was lovely. Anyway, eventually we got out and went and had lunch and delayed started play soon after lunch, and we were in the field, Middlesex. Fuller bowls short again and Rhodes ducks, and I was opening the bowling, and it was, so you had to set the tone, you had to get it right, and I was opening, Dickie was at my end, and the opening batsman that day was Robin Smith, the great judge, who was quite a fearsome opponent. I thought I've got to get it right, so I thought I've got to set the tone, and the crowd had started to filter in, so I thought I was a bit on tenterhook, slightly intimidating opponent, so my first ball of the game was a good length, and he absolutely hammered it straight to mid-off where Mike Gatting was fielding. Here's Fuller, bowled down the leg side, and they're appealing for a caught behind, and it hasn't been given, and the umpire is unmoved, and so is the batsman. Will Rhodes, the left-hander, he obviously thinks it glanced off his thigh pad or his trousers, and there's no movement for the umpire's finger, so he's escaped. 165 for 1 is the score, and Rhodes is on 13, and Alex Davis on 80. So just to finish the story, basically my first ball was drilled by Robin Smith to mid-off, where Mike Gatting, who'd been fielding out away from the slips because he had a bruised hand, and it made his hand a lot worse, making this stop, but at least it was a dot ball. Another bouncer from Fuller, who then falls over in the mid-pitch.
Well, that might help Dawson if he rolls on there.
That's right, he rolled right on the length there, but the ball was so short he nearly hit himself, and the ball went through to the keeper. So the second ball, I thought I'd better just drag my length back a little bit. So I dragged my length back a tiny bit, a little bit short of length. Robin Smith absolutely mullered it off the back foot, and Mark Ramprakash made a dramatic acrobatic stop at backward point, and again bruised his hand quite badly. So I'm thinking, well, at least it's 2 dot balls, thank goodness. Right, I've got to get the next one right. I've got to get the next delivery right. Here's Fuller, bowls again, and that's a bit Fuller, and actually Rhodes wasn't quite sure what to do with that one, but it went through to the keeper untouched, and that's the end of quite a lively over from James Fuller, a maiden, leaving the score at the same as it was the previous over. So I'll just finish this story. So basically I'm thinking I've got to get my length right this ball, so I'm running in for the third ball of the match. Quite a lot of people come in. Just as I'm in the middle of my run up, Dickie Bird sticks out an arm like this to stop me. Right? And I thought, well, something's happened, somebody's moving behind the bowler's arm, or he's dropped his coins or something. And he stared at me in the middle of this big quarter-final, first over of the game. He stared at me and he just said, it were grand in that bubble bath, wasn't it? And that was it. He stopped the entire game. Just to say that. Mad.
What was your reaction?
Well, I didn't know what to say.
As Liam Dawson comes back into Alex Davies, who backward or back foot, sorry, punches it to low on.
Just the way he called it, a bubble bath as well. I mean, he's one of
And short mid wicket in play as Dawson bowls, and this is looking like a summer's day now, although I can see at the distance it's extremely cloudy, dark clouds, but Dawson would like to be bowling in these conditions as he comes in now to Will Rhodes. 166 for one and just plays off his legs into short mid wicket for no run. Yeah, when Dickie Bird's 7 for 5, and
he's probably there actually. If they're playing at Headingley, are they playing at Headingley today? He's probably there. He's there all the time. He loves it. He's done his walk in the morning already and down to the ground probably.
They have lost though, Masood, Root and Brooks. So no, they're at Lord's. So he may, but no, will he travel down to Lord's for his birthday? No.
Not unless someone's paying him to be there.
Maybe for his birthday.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, a few wickets there for Middlesex after they've gone through. They've gone for 600 for both of the last 2 games. So Middlesex bowlers getting some rewards. The new Duke's ball. Dawson trying to create a bit of, restore a bit of Hampshire momentum here, because after the early wicket from lunch, Warwickshire's definitely in control of this innings so far. Just a one off this over so far, and just playing the outside of the bat to Will Rhodes, and it's just gone down for a backward point for no run. As Simon Hughes leaves us. Welcome back, Richard. How you doing?
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah.
Thoughts so far? We've had like 4 seasons, I think. Today.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting session, this, in that Warwickshire have dug deep. They've realised they've had to, in order to try and not lose the initiative that they took before lunch. 52 runs they've added in a session that's already lasted for 20 overs. I think Hampshire have largely bowled well during the course of this session without an enormous amount of reward. They've had the misfortune of the full and no ball, of course. And the appeal from Dawson for a ball that I think Rob Bailey indicated he thought was going down leg, that struck Alex Davis on the pads. And it's Fuller to continue his 10th over in the innings, coming into bowl to Davis, who's driving up towards mid-on. Won't get it beyond him though. And there's no run. I'll add my happy birthday to Dickie Bird. I once sat in a restaurant in Barnsley with my wife and our friend. And he arrived and sat at the table next to us. We were kind of the only tables in the room, with his driver John, who'd taken him on a book tour. He'd got a book out. He'd been signing at Waterstones and Ottakers around the north west and northeast of the country. And he was just holding court for about an hour and a half, and we're just listening. You can't concentrate on anything else as this short ball is stabbed into the offside by Davis. Point is deep, so they'll come through for a single. 82 to Davis, 167 for one. So he's regaling Driver John with all these tales of his day. And I mean, Driver John will have been with him all day as he goes through these. So we're listening, but trying not to get lured into joining in or anything. Until he goes, John, what about that bloke? What about that bloke in Manchester, John? What about that bloke who wanted me to sign Tufnell's book? Oh, he was indignant. And at that point, we had to burst out laughing. You could not. What an endearing character he is. Wanted me to sign Tufnell's book.
I don't think he liked Tuffers. So no, I heard stories that he wasn't. Tuffers wasn't his sort of favourite cricketer.
Yeah, maybe not his type. I don't know. He'd probably approve of Will Rhodes, who's facing now a short ball. The leg theory continues. He tries to get everything out of the way of it. There was going to come the point in the day where James Fuller was going to pull out the leg theory. I got a feeling the appeal in the previous over, it felt a bit thigh-paddy to me.
Yeah, it didn't feel right.
No, and Will Rhodes' reaction was utterly nonplussed. He wasn't looking round to see if the ball had been taken or anything like that. He was confident he hadn't got a touch on it. And Martin Saggers agreed. Short leg is so square that umpire Bailey has gone to point now, and this is down the leg side, and he clips it off his hip. It's a risky shot, but he will get 4 on the inside of long leg. 17 to Rhodes, 171 for one, but that was a slightly more risky shot with the leg slip there. James Vince in position, but he's got enough on it to get it round the corner for 4.
Vince is a little too straight, a little too fine for me. It's not the quickest of pitches now. Well, not well. The ball's old, so it's not coming off quick. It was it was certainly catchable height.
50 partnership came up in the last over, by the way. They've added 55 now for this second wicket. And what is suddenly a beautiful afternoon, and we're expecting a bit more of this over the weekend, actually. So do come down to the Utilita Bowl. There's some good cricket in prospect. As this one, Rhodes, well, it's come off his elbow, if anything, and down. And this line is inconveniencing Will Rhodes, who's in form. Made an unbeaten 178 last week in the draw against Durham, 64 the week before against Worcestershire. 17 not out now, but Fuller is causing him some problems.
Yeah, it's a little different for Rhodes now, isn't it? It's almost like it's getting him uncomfortable, and that's what you want as a bowler, to get the batter uncomfortable. Doesn't look quite so calm and assured with the ball short.
See if he tries to get out of the way if Fuller goes short again. He's in now, he does, that's too short, and that's tennis ball bounce, and it's well on its way down. In fact, it's down at the toes of Ben Brown by the time it reaches him, and Fuller may be close to the end of his spell here as well. 10 overs, none for 34. I think that's 6 in this spell. It's either 5 or 6. He certainly had a good go.
It is 6.
Yeah, so he won't be far away from...
Latin what?
Declension. You want a bow, a bass, a bat.
Declension?
Declension. Latin declension. Oh dear.
Oh, no, it's another new word I've heard. I learned these new words in the summer.
Yeah, okay.
Through many of the commentators like yourself, who, I'll remember that. Here's Dawson then. He'll come in round the wicket. And Davies is off the back foot, working that to mid-wicket. This is over number 51 of the Warwickshire innings, and Dawson's 10th. I was just checking with Yozza actually when he just came off about another Dickie Bird story, if it was true. I think it's a well-known one, but I still find it very funny. It's a true story apparently. As Davies gets one that keeps a little low as he turns that away on the onside, when Ian Botham walked out to bat with a mobile phone and put it in Dickie Bird's pocket as he walked past him at square leg. Have you heard this one? No. This is a one-day international. I said, was it a test match? He seemed to think it was a one-day international. As he walks past Dickie Bird at square leg, he says, "Can you just hold this for me?" And Dickie Bird put it in his pocket. It was planned, this, and then at some suitable moment Alan Lamb phoned Ian Botham's phone with it in Dickie Bird's pocket while the one-day international was going on. Apparently Dickie was running around, jumping up and down, didn't know what to do.
They weren't small things in those days, mobile phones.
That probably didn't help. Kept saying to Beefy, he said, what do I do? Your phone's ringing in the middle of a one-day international. As Davies drives up to mid-off, that'll be a single, moves on to 83. You can't believe some of these things. I mean, there used to be stuff goes on in these big matches that most people would never know about. These little things going on in the middle. 172 for 1 here at Warwickshire. Just that one wicket this afternoon. Rob Yates out for 69. Davies should have been out, but bowled off a no ball of Fuller's. That's worked away on the onside by Rhodes. Moves on to 173 for 1. Warwickshire in the sunshine now. We're having 4 seasons in one day here. It's lovely now.
Is this some sort of competition to reel off Crowded House song titles there?
Yes, there's. Okay. I'm told T is now at 10 to 4.
Okay.
According to Fiona, the scorer, thank you.
Is it 10 to 4 definitely, or 10 to 4 depending on overs? Because we're well behind on overs.
We are. It may just be that it's 10 to 4. Fiona's. He's trying to cut and misses. Can't have beaten the bat by very much, or maybe just caught an edge somewhere along the line as it went through to Ben Brown. But that's the end of the over. 173 for 1. Yeah, yes, apparently there was an announcement, according to Joe on the ground, announcement that T is fixed at 10 to 4 following the short rain break. Wow. Well, and it really was only a few minutes.
I mean, that's a really interesting interpretation of the playing regulations, I would have thought. That's interesting, isn't it? So we get to 10 to 4. What are we? 27 minutes away from that. 7 overs, 58. We're looking at a 38 over final session today.
Lovely.
So 20 to 7, anybody? 20 to 7, quarter to 7 finish, isn't it?
Bring back the Kookaburra balls, because you had plenty of spin, and we were, I don't know about time you guys were off each day, but I think we were never 6:30. We never got anywhere near that.
Fuller is going to continue a bit longer with this leg attack to Rhodes, but he's able to guide this down towards long leg. That was a bit more controlled from Rhodes, and it gets him off the strike, so we're pleased about that, I think. He goes to 19, 174 for one. That said, I think the over rate is not brilliant today, given the fact that Dawson has bowled 10 out of 51. Mohammed Abbas hasn't got a long run up, although it does take him a while to get back.
Hampshire's over rate never is brilliant, to be honest.
I mean, 1 wicket down, we've had a 5-minute delay. Yeah, it's not ideal at the moment. Fuller in to bowl to Davis, guides it into the leg side, thinks about a single, it's never on. Fielder emerges with the sun shining off his shirt. At the far end is Abbott. A few more clouds starting to emerge from our right after this swathe of blue sky. Makes the ground next door, the pitch next door, look very bright at the moment. They've been working on it a lot today. Presume not see some action over the weekend. Fuller back of a length, steered behind square on the offside by Davis with control for his 84th run. 175 for one. Do you expect there to be a game over there tomorrow, will there?
There might be. The Hampshire Academy might be in action. I'm not sure if the it's a week early for the Southern League. I'd have to check, but last week we were treated to the Hampshire women against the Southern Vipers Academy. Emily Windsor was in the runs in that during those two T20 games. Yeah, it's about 100 over the 2 games. She texted me to tell me, although I did text her first to say that I watched her face 1 ball and she hit it for 4. Here's Fuller. Is it me? I can't remember.
It's still me, so we're halfway through this one as he bowls back of a length, left alone by Will Rhodes down the leg side. So are we seeing Emily on Sunday? Is that the plan?
We're seeing Emily on Sunday. Emily Windsor's with us. Charlotte Taylor tomorrow, who's injured at the moment, so not playing for the Southern Vipers.
I think I met her briefly last summer. I think she nipped in one day.
Okay.
I think, if I remember, if I'm remembering the right person.
Probably. Yeah, both very good.
All-rounder wears glasses.
Yes.
There you go.
She was player of the final in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy in 2020. 6 for 36, I think it was.
Yeah, that'll do. that will get you player of the match.
Yep.
That ball doesn't get up as much. Another short ball from Fuller, and Rhodes has pulled out the full duck there. He crouches down beneath the ball, which is straight, awkward height.
That was at Edgbaston against the Northern Diamonds.
The quality of women's cricket has gone up exponentially in the last decade, and yesterday's announcement is only the prelude to it getting better. So the more players that can play the game full time, the higher the skill set is going to come, and it's been demonstrated, hasn't it, in the last 8, 9, 10 years. Fuller in once more to Rhodes. He guides it down, 1 bounce to leg slip this time. And Fuller really has tested Rhodes during this session. It's been a good battle within the battle. End of the over, Warwickshire 175 for one.
Got an email here from John Paul Story, Melissa's dad. Afternoon to you, John Paul. And silentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking earlier about some batting and how 1 or 2 people's runs have gone up and down even at the start of the season, and averages. We were mentioning Ben Brown, that his batting struggled a little bit last year after arriving at Hampshire, averaging 40 from Sussex. John Paul says, you mentioned earlier that Brown had a poor 2023, but in fact his batting contribution has declined since his stellar 2021, as we watched Dawson get ready for a new over, not just last year. Particularly his strike rate, which was key to Hampshire's powerful and fast-scoring middle order. Here's Dawson round the wicket to Davis, who pushes out on the onside. In 2019 he scored 812 runs at 47 with a strike rate of 62. In 2021 976 at 51, strike rate of 60. And 2022 696 runs at 38, strike rate of 56. So the numbers are slightly coming down as Davis works out on the onside. There'll be at least 2 as it goes out towards deepish mid-wicket. 177 for 1, and in 2023 501 runs at 23 apiece, strike rate of 47. However, we should acknowledge that his performances as keeper in the past few years in the Championship, I'll go through a few catches I think, otherwise we'll He was joint first with Folkes in 2023, 51 catches. Joint third behind Bracey and Folkes the year before. Oh, it could be a mix-up here as the throw comes in from mid-off. There was a slight misfield. They went through for the single. In the end, they were comfortably home.
Real hesitation on the call there. Will Rhodes was late to react, and actually Gubbins probably had a little bit more time to steady himself for an accurate throw there.
Yeah,
that could have been a problem.
John Paul just finishes. It's a bit unfair that Brown's position might come under scrutiny if the middle order doesn't deliver, but if this is the case, he obviously needs early performances. As Dawson switches over the wicket to the left-hander Will Rhodes, comes in now and bowls. Rhodes sweeps from outside the off-stump and misses. Ben Brown takes. If he was dropped, Ali Orr, for instance, could keep, which would allow Hampshire to bring in another batter, maybe Joe Weatherly. Notts have Gobe, it might be a misspelling, I don't know, with Clark over Moores. Maybe they've got a similar situation as... Oh, it's a lovely drive there from Will Rhodes, wide of Mohammed Abbas at mid-off, and he's not really chasing after that. He knows it's going all the way. We know the same. And that's a beautiful shot off the bat of Will Rhodes. 23 he moves on to, 182 for 1.
So you're saying that Notts have gone with...
Oh, gone. Yes, that might be the word.
So they've got Joe Clark keeping a wicket, have they?
Looks like it, yeah. I've gone with Clark over Moores in similar fashion.
I just think you look at the depth of Hampshire's batting. I think you just allow Ben Brown time to rediscover some form, because he's a terrific keeper. He is a good bat, and give him some time. There's no... I mean, you've got, with Fuller batting at 9,
got plenty of batting there, lineup, isn't it? Yeah. I know it affected Ben Brown a little bit. I spoke to him about it as it's turned away on the onside by Rhodes. That's a dot ball to end that over. Dawson now 11 overs, none for 41, 182 for 1. Warwickshire. Yeah, I mean it was his average way down last year, and there aren't too many. I've said this many times. There aren't too many people that move counties with a batting average of 40.
No.
And yet to be a good keeper as well is you're not going to pass over players like that. Yeah. That's for sure.
I mean, Weatherly can't complain that he hasn't had enough chances in the past.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. He's a good player. I do like him actually. I think he's got a great technique, and when he does score runs, they're proper runs. But it's just not really worked. Stats suggest that it's just not really working.
I do think we can underestimate in the modern game, particularly in 4-day cricket, the importance of having a really good wicket-keeper, somebody who is proper glovement. I think Warwickshire have benefited from the work and improvement in Michael Burgess. Michael Burgess, I think, is a tremendous wicket-keeper now, for a slightly taller keeper as well. But his glove work the last 2-3 seasons has been exceptional. Increasingly standing up to pace bowlers as well, Burgess. It can give you an added dimension. We're going to see the return of Kyle Abbott, 1 for 50 from his 10 overs so far. Got the only wicket to fall, that of Rob Yates, who nicked behind for 69 in the second over after lunch. Stand of 68 now between Davis and Rhodes. Rhodes at the non-striker's end. Davis facing on 87 and guides this off the full face of the bat down to third. Press does the fielding. Just the one slip in place now for Davis. He goes to 88. 183 for 1.
Just continuing that keeper theory, Michael Burgess, I've always admired him. I think he's a good keeper, good batter for you guys. Proper, good player to have coming in the middle order.
Yeah. Can be very positive. Bats well with the lower order, though. The season before last, the 2 innings of 170 that he scored, both seen through to 100 by Ollie and Dolby on each occasion. Very, very good at finding the gaps. Powerful striker of the ball. Yeah. Very unlucky that he hasn't found a niche in the T20 side for Warwickshire. Went down to Sussex for that tournament last year. It's a ball down the leg side. The Rhodes shoulders arms from Abbott, who's bowling round the wicket, just looking to find his line again.
What, on loan?
He went on loan last year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see other Warwickshire players go out on loan for the T20 this year, particularly Will Rhodes, who has been really underused in that form of the game. He's a very good T20 player, can bowl Yorkers and bowl off pace, but he's a good improviser with the bat as well. And I know he feels he should have played more T20 cricket. As he waits a ball down the leg side, and that's a good tumbling take from Ben Brown to bear out what we were saying a few minutes ago.
56 T20 matches, strike rate of 122. 100 balls, which is not bad. It's not bad, really.
Yeah, he's better than that when he does get a chance now. His form has been better than, so... It's definitely got, Rob Yates got a chance ahead of him last year when they needed to bring in a replacement and went really, really well. So, Abbott in again. That's a better line around off stump, dabbed out into the offside by Rhodes. A call of no as quickly into the fielding is Alior. Some darker cloud comes overhead again. A couple of the ground staff sitting on the hover cover just in case.
We are getting changeable weather today, aren't we?
It's the breeze, isn't it? So direction-wise, is it coming off the Solent from the direction it's coming?
Solent is straight ahead of us.
So not
over Telegraph Wood.
Yeah, so not quite, is it? But turned into the leg side by Rhodes. He was a little bit late on that. That's a good scrambling stop there on the reach from Gubbins. There was always going to be a single, but it saved a bit of work for the outfielder. Rhodes to 24, 184 for one.
Well, I have to say it's hard going again for the Hampshire bowlers today. Hard going for them against Lancashire last week. And just not a lot happening in terms of movement, really, even from ball one. A lot to really get your teeth into. How about the one lone wicket taker?
Looking to add as he bowls to Davis, who once more will guide him down to third man as he did to the opening ball of the over. He's to 89, 185 for one, and with this fixed point for tea, apparently. 15 more minutes to go, so maybe 4 more overs. And then, as I mentioned earlier, calculation 38 over final session if the light holds, which it ought to, you would think.
Well, I don't know, you get to this position now,
yeah.
That's fairly dark. There's been times today where I've wondered why the lights haven't come on, but then almost as quickly as the light disappears, it all comes back again and the sun comes out. It's been that sort of day, isn't it? Very changeable, literally every half hour.
Saving on the energy bill.
Well, yeah, soon they won't have to worry about the energy bill too much because there'll be an awful lot of solar panels being erected around the various stadium roofs, or the stand roofs. There's Dawson into Davis. Gets a good stride in there.
That's a good idea.
Courtesy of the new sponsors, which was all part of the deal. Going to reduce the bill by quite a bit, I understand. Just hope the roofs are strong enough to withstand all the solar panels, and we don't get them falling on our heads as we watch Davis just push that out into the gap square on the offside. 186 for one then, Warwickshire in the 55th over.
I was never sure what the previous sponsors did. Would they have had to lit the ground using financial services? That wouldn't have worked, would it? So
No.
I think that's presumably what they did. Yeah, okay.
Insurance brokers, yeah.
They were they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is a local power company. I think they've got 1 or 2 sponsorships around. I think there's one in Cardiff. They sponsored Cardiff Arena or something. I think there's another one somewhere in the middle of the
country. In Birmingham, yeah.
That's right. Here's Dawson bowls and Rhodes turns that to mid-wicket. No run there.
I think it's the one in the centre of town as opposed to the one at the NEC, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, I think it's what we would consider the National Indoor Arena.
Yeah, I think that's what
is sponsored by them.
I mean, I must admit, I haven't looked it up, but I know it's somewhere around there, yeah. Oh, quicker one. And Rhodes just gets the bat down a little quicker than normal. Almost got surprised there by Dawson's quicker delivery. The ball goes out on the onside. It is definitely a day to keep moving if you're watching. A few hardy souls in the stands, nowhere near as many as the opening day last week, as that's swept straight to Fuller at backward square leg.
Do you think people visualise us standing? Because people don't realise this, do they? That we stand here. I quite like it.
Well, we have to keep warm, keep moving.
I mean, final session of day 4 asked me how my knees are doing, but...
We've got the option of chairs. Sometimes it's easier to stand. Rhodes turns that away into the gap on the leg side, and I think he's going to keep the strike even. Yes, he is. That's the end of the over. 187 for one. Dawson 12 overs, none for 43. Kyle Abbott at the far end, 11 overs, 1 for 53. That one wicket of Rob Yates, caught behind for 69. Alex Davis should have gone, having played on to James Fuller at 64, but it was a no ball. And those have been the only real well, one success and one not success for Hampshire. The only two deliveries to really get excited about, although the excitement off the no ball was short-lived.
Less than 3 and over this session. So Hampshire have done that job very well in terms of restricting the run rate, which was near a 4, or very close to 4 in the first session. And Warwickshire do like to score reasonably quickly. They do want to pick up bonus points. I mean, part of the high-scoring draw against Durham last week was that they were very much set on wanting to get 450 the moment they went to bat. They knew there was a short boundary as well. As Abbott begins a new over, bowling to Rhodes, who drives him towards mid-wicket. That's picked up. Is that Gubbins fielding there? Indeed it is, as he stands up and shows us his number. Seems to be one of the chief shiners of the ball in the team as well. Gubbins. He looks like he's ready for a cuppa. he's doing the double teapots now.
But that's been cold out there in the middle.
It's because the type of jumper that Hampshire wear, it looks like they're not layered up as much as they actually are. They'll be reasonably warm in their jumpers, but he's got the long sleeves as well. As Abbott approaches and Gubbins is called into action again, and the ball is just steered around the corner by Will Rhodes. Then adjusts his helmet, goes for a little wander, rehearses the shot. You like a wander between balls. That's the reason you'd like to broadcast standing up, isn't it? You back off to square leg a little bit.
It's a bit like when I was batting, just face the ball and then walk off and then walk back again. Very similar up here.
It's supposed to be good for the concentration, isn't it? Just to give you a chance to relax and then refocus. Short ball ducked under by Rhodes. Genuine bumper, that one from Abbott. So there's a little bit in this. I mean, the short ball, the carry is not extravagant or anything like that, but there is a little bit in it.
It's a good wicket to bat on, though, isn't it?
Yeah, looked at it this morning, didn't it? Just the colour of it.
Yeah. It's been a good wicket. Been a good toss to win this.
And yet there was a calculation to be done with the weather conditions at the time, wasn't there? You could have been lulled into it quite easily as a captain, particularly as an away captain. Rhodes is driving beautifully straight for 4. Over pitch by Abbott. And Rhodes has put that away very nicely indeed. He's on 29, Warwickshire 191 for 1.
Beautiful shot that, wasn't it? Again, a good front foot movement there. Nice, into nice position there. There was nothing wrong with that shot. You couldn't pick fault with that shot at all.
Just unfussy, get into position.
Yeah.
Sort of shot, if you're a kid who learnt to bat in nets and you like to see the ball travel a bit, that was the sort of straight shot that you used to hit.
Yep.
Abbott approaches once more, slightly drags his length back, and as a result is defending. He fields in his follow through and then flicks it without looking, like a basketball player, in the general direction of extra cover, in the hope that Ian Holland knew the ball was coming, and mercifully he did.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm just looking up. I think we've missed quite a bit of weather. I think if we were more Totton, just the other side of Southampton, I think they've had a bit of rain over there.
This ball back of a length, tries to steer it wide of point as Will Rhodes, but a diving two-handed grab by Orr, moving forward, stops it on the bounce. End of the over, 191 for 1. 8 minutes then till tea. And Hampshire then will have to set themselves up for a long session with the ball.
Yeah.
And, are we going to see a sneaky little bowling change here?
Ooh, we're going to bet Nick Gubbins with his leg spin. We had a little bit of Nick Gubbins last week against Lancashire. We bowled 6 overs, none for 22. And we're going to see a bit more of him now.
So maybe the stiffness and double teapots in the last over was James Vince saying to him, do you fancy a bowl? Him? Oh.
No, really, not again, Skip.
Partnership breaker. Partnership breaker. I mean, why not?
Well,
1 wicket down in 50 odd overs. Try something different.
Yeah, and he's, you know, he's reasonably accurate. He's captain in the 50 over competition, and he does bowl. He's, you know, a reasonable share of overs in that. I suppose he would do as he's captain, but you know, he's not too shabby. I think this is the best way to describe his bowling. 191 for 1, Warwickshire, as we Slowly inch towards the tee break. Here he is then. First ball is accurate enough, driven by Alex Davis out through extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Well, that he hit that, and I thought I was going straight to a fielder. And the ball kept rolling, and it kept rolling, and it went over the rope, and that is 4 to start the over off. I've got an email here from Dean Jones. Obviously not the Dean Jones, because unfortunately he's a late Dean Jones, the Australia batter, but it is a Dean Jones. Cricket@gmail.com, under the heading of new tongue twister.
Oh.
Yeah, so we'll come to that after this delivery from Gubbins. Good delivery, forward is.
If you're going to attempt a tongue twister, just make sure you give yourself a long enough run up. That's all I'm saying to you.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
Hello, Dean here. Enjoying the commentary. Couldn't help thinking that the phrase "T is tentatively timed for 10 to 4. Here's Gubbins again with a good length ball. Would be an excellent tongue twister or a good vocal warm-up for a commentator. Try saying that quickly 10 times. I won't. I might do it off air. Keep up the great work. Come on.
T is
Bears.
tentatively timed for 10 to 4.
Oh, you're natural.
It's a test of your teeth, if nothing else.
Here comes Gubbins again on the back foot. Works that into the gap on the offside, does Alex Davis, and he moves on to 95. What a season he's having already. Even if he was out before tea, I think Alex Davis can confidently claim that he's made a great start to 2024.
At the moment, he's got 387 championship runs at an average of 193.5.
Is that all?
So he'd take that as a start.
I think everybody would take that.
I actually saw him at breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
So I wasn't at the game last week. I said, great not last week. He said, he is open for more today.
Wow,
What did he know?
Gubbins round the wicket to Rhodes, who's driving into the gap in the covers. There is a sweeper as well. That's Tom Prest. Sweeper on both sides now. 197 for 1 Warwickshire. It's been a good day for them so far. And I have to say, the way things are panning out in the middle, it will seem as though it will continue through until the close. There is not a lot for the Hampshire bowlers to get excited about out there. Gubbins runs away from us and bowls to Davis. Davis drives, that sort of flat bat bottom hand drive that we see so many players play now. And Davis moves on to 96. 198 for 1, and we have 5 minutes until tea. Tentatively. That's the only bit of that phrase I shall attempt.
Tea is to be tentatively taken at 10 to 4.
Oh gosh, what a natural you are, Richard.
That's really, really irritating, isn't it? So, yeah, this could potentially be the last one before the interval. Unless Kyle Abbott gets a wriggle on, which I doubt he's going to. Alex Davis will be pondering whether he can get to his century before the interval, because he is 1 boundary away. And Hampshire might set a field rather mindful of that. This big wave of dark cloud is starting to come over us. It might time its arrival quite well, actually, as Davis is looking to force the ball off the back foot, hits it straight into the deck, and it rolls rather apologetically out towards Gubbins. An extra cover.
Literally every 10 minutes it looks like the middle of winter and then the middle of the summer. Yeah. Every 10 minutes.
I don't know whether to be coat on or coat off today. I'm on currently, so it's gone warm, so it's worked quite well. Anthony came a layer under today, if the truth be known.
Yeah, he's misjudged it. He's all right now.
He's in the sun at the moment, yeah.
But 5 minutes' time.
Yeah. Abbott in his 13th over of the day. That's straight, just back of a length. Just nudged down with the top half of the bat by Alex Davis, and there's no run. The sun's shining off his batting helmet. With a peaceful murmur around the ground with a little bit of bird song, which is always good.
What was the thinking behind giving Alex Davis the captaincy? Because I think from afar he might not have been the most obvious choice.
Which there is a follow-up question to that, though, as Abbott comes in, bowls back of a length, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Where in the squad is the obvious choice? And I think that was the difficult thing in terms of senior players. You need somebody who's automatically going to be a pick in the team. Well, Warwickshire members would have been concerned about that. In that Alex probably hasn't made as many championship runs in his first 2 years as would have been hoped. He led the T20 team last year in Moeen Ali's absence quite brilliantly. Won 10 out of 11, and really showed some initiative as a captain. So that will have won a lot of people over. As Abbott bowls again, nice lie, and he's saying to Alex Davis, you want your 100 before tea here, you're going to have to take a risk. This is a good over so far from Abbott. And it really isn't obvious where else you'd turn. It's interesting that it took a while to decide the vice-captain. It was only on the eve of the season that was announced that would be Ed Barnard, and it's only his second season at Edgbaston, and it's Alex Davis' third. The other alternative would have been maybe to bring in an overseas player as captain. I'm not sure how well that works. You know, unless you've got the special charisma of somebody like a Shane Warne or Justin Langer when he was at Somerset, I think it's a really risky business, isn't it, to bring somebody from the outside. As this is driven uppishly, it won't beat mid-off. That was the eagerness to try and get through to 3 figures there. When he has played a false shot, other than it's either been the risk of chopping on, which he did on one occasion off a no ball, or it's been going slightly aerial on the drive.
Yeah, we saw that last week here. George Bell, 99.
Oh.
Ran on a misfield and was run out.
Oh yes.
But yeah, no, that I mean, I think from what you've said there, I suppose in a way it's not. Sam Hain not considered a captain?
Possibly not. Possibly not. As this is driven, and he might get to 3 figures, and the final ball is a chase, and it may well come up just short. There's a slide, there's a roll, and the ball goes over, and Alex Davis, off the back of a big double 100 last week, goes through to 3 figures here at the Utilita Bowl. An excellent innings from him, fairly even paced as well. His first half century in 82 balls, the second half century in 84, 14 boundaries, and the Bears skipper with his second century in April, having taken over the captaincy. He's made a real impact. He takes Warwickshire to tea as well with the 200 up at the end of the 58th over, but a fine innings from Davis.
Certainly was, wasn't it? Just that one little blemish where he played on to James Fuller with the leg stump just knocked back, but it was a no ball. That was on 64, and apart from a couple of early wafts in his innings, he's looked very solid. He's looked, I have to say, as though somebody that's going to take a decent ball to get him out. Obviously benefiting from that huge double 100 last week. He's picked up where he's left off, and it's going to take something special to not only dislodge him, but I think Will Rhodes and maybe 1 or 2 others that might come afterwards. This is a difficult pitch to bowl on, just like it was last week, and the Warwickshire batters, you can tell they're in good form, you can tell they're confident just from the way they're playing.
A great effort from Davis, 100 not out for him. Will Rhodes is on 30. Warwickshire 202 for 1 at tea. We'll have 38 overs when we resume just after 10 past 4, or hopefully bang on 10 past 4. So you can join us for that in 20 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the players are out in the middle. Well, the Hampshire players are. The two not out Warwickshire batters are just making their way out towards the middle now for the start of the evening session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play is that Warwickshire, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat first, are in a very good position. They are 202 for 1. More Kookaburra balls, I hear you say, but no Kookaburra balls are in this game. It's the Duke's ball, so this is even better batting by Warwickshire. And Alex Davis, the captain, who's following up his 256 last week against Durham, is 100 not out. And Will Rhodes, who's also been in the runs last week and the week before, is 30 not out. These two have put on so far 86 unbroken for the second wicket. The one lone wicket taker in the afternoon session was Kyle Abbott, who had Rob Yates caught behind for 69. That was 116 for 1. That is the only wicket that has fallen so far in this game. Your commentary team this evening. Later on, the analyst Simon Hughes will be here, also from BBC WM Richard Wilford, as we watch Liam Dawson bowl the first ball of the new session, and that's turned away on the leg side by Will Rhodes, and that takes the Warwickshire total on to 203 for 1. They're around a little later, but right now it's myself, Kevin James, and from the Hampshire and England disability team it's Anthony Clapham. Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I found a great spot in the corner of the gantry there where the sun was shining, nice warm, and now the clouds have come over.
It's changing, isn't it? Every 10, 15
yeah.
minutes or so. Down the wicket comes Davis. Affords a huge shot over the top. We're watching it. Oh, is that 6? Oh, that's a steward's inquiry. Yes, it's 6. Just bounced over the rope. And Alex Davis, I don't know what he's had for tea, but straight away.
Well, there's a clear sign of intention there from the Warwickshire captain.
Isn't there just?
He's got his 100, which takes him to 398 runs for the season so far in 3 innings. So you would have thought it had been raining for the last 3 months.
Here's Dawson. Davis is on the back foot, steers it back to the bowler. Well, the ball has done very little for the Hampshire bowlers today, has to be said. It's very Kookaburra-like, the way things have unfolded here. 1 or 2. The ball that got Rob Yates caught behind did nip away off the seam a fraction. That's pushed into the gap on the offside by Davis, who moves on to 107, 210 for 1. There's been the odd ball, hasn't there, Anthony, which has probably just moved a little bit off the seam, but really you can count them on one hand. Yeah,
ball's maybe kept a little bit low at times. So the pitch is slightly slower than maybe what they used to down here at Utilita Bowl, but you know, I think I mentioned earlier, credit to the batsmen, they've batted really well, and unfortunately for Hampshire, Will Rhodes has scored 280 runs this season. And he's now facing...
Turned away square on the leg side. There's at least one. Rhodes is running the first one quickly, as if he has every intention of running 2, and the second is just a little straight jog through to complete his second run, and he moves on to 33, the scoreboard is showing. 212 for 1. The 3 Warwickshire batters we've seen all look in good nick, don't they? There's no doubt about it.
And they're the 3 in the top 4 run scorers. So you know, I think in the last session was about 80 runs I think were scored. So maybe Warwickshire are going to look to try and push the run rate in this session, which would be interesting.
Yeah. There's a deep mid on for Rhodes at the moment, who's on the back foot, steers that to mid wicket. It's gone quite quickly.
Have you seen that field, Kev? Have you seen that field before? You've got a slip. That's at the end over. And then you had a mid-off and a point. So there's only 2 outfielders on the offside for Rob Yates there. Obviously Dawson does a left arm spin, which would be going towards Will Rhodes, the left-hander, but still having 2 fielders on the offside. What is there? I know in one-day cricket you can only have a maximum of 5, I think, on one side. I take it there isn't a rule in county championship cricket that you have to have.
Not that I know of.
Well, if you do know that, maybe email into solentcricket@gmail.com.
I think the most you ever really see is 8-2, isn't it? On a rare occasion. Hopefully now the commentary is going with the live picture feed, and there's been 1 or 2 technical problems during the day, but we've got the picture feed up in our commentary position, which I think suggests that the commentary is going out on that now as well. Always been on the BBC Sport Online.
And Mohammed Abbas begins to Alex Davies, who again keeps a bit low, plays off the back foot into the covers. Slightly more orthodox field for Mohammed Abbas. You've got a mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, point, third man fine leg and a deep square leg mid wicket, and just a one slip, which is Liam Dawson. Standing down. Yeah, he's in there with his t-shirt. He hasn't got a jumper or anything on, so it's obviously slightly different conditions down there. When the sun is out, it's quite pleasant. But as we found when we walked to the side of the ground for lunch, it was chilly. So Mohammed Abbas comes in again, over the wicket to Davies, who looks to take a single, but decides to stay where he is. So yeah, Davies is on, I think, 398 runs now for the season so far, and yeah, leading run scorer, averaging 190. England calling.
Crazy numbers.
Alex Davies and Ben Duckett. Imagine them opening the batting for maybe the shortest opening partnership for England in a while, wouldn't it?
In stature.
Yeah, in stature, yeah, obviously. Yes. They'd complement each
other.
other.
Not in the number of games they might be together.
No. That's again in, clipped off, and it just hit the thigh pad, I think, of Davies into the leg side, picked up by James Vince, who's normally in the slips. He's found himself, or put himself in mid-wicket. Yeah, it'd be interesting some of this year's. As you mentioned earlier, speaking to Rich, Alex Davies is the captain now. Will Rhodes, who is alongside him, gave up that duty. So yeah, it'd be a good test for him, and he doesn't keep wicket in this format either. So we'll see him running around the outfield as Abbas comes in again. Warwickshire 212 for 1. Late cut down to third man, well played. Picks up by Tom Prest, who throws it into Ben Brown, and that'll be 1 run. So Rhodes 33 off 77, so just taking his time, and Davies 108 off the 173, and I will check some scores around the ground shortly as well. 400 runs, Richard tells me now. So Alex Davies, a little warm applause in the background. 400 runs in the championship so far for 2024 in 3 games, which is a superb effort. And I think with the way the weather's been in the winter, I don't think anybody would have seen that coming. So fantastic for Alex Davies as Abbas comes in now to Rhodes, left outside off stump for no run.
Abbas looking for his first wicket in this game. Into his 14th over. Economical.
So Lancashire 61 for 4, struggling a bit against Essex. They are underway now at Canterbury, Kent 6 without loss. Sorry. Nottinghamshire are all out for 193, Durham 230 for 8. Middlesex have Yorkshire 146 for 9 at Lords. That star-studded batting lineup with Masood and Joe Root and Harry Brook.
So the Middlesex bowlers are actually taking some wickets for a change, because they've been going all round the park. They
have, as Mohammed Abbas, comes into to Will Rhodes. Yeah, they have. I said that to a colleague actually of mine. I think the first game they went for 600. Second game, 500 as well. Was it last week?
Yeah.
And obviously shows this week they've managed to get a few wickets. Let's see who got the wickets. I know Roland Jones picked up a few. Yeah, Ryan Higgins. He's taken 4fer, so he'll be looking to get his 5-wicket haul to pick up the last wicket. Obviously ran close to Liam Dawson last summer to get the MVP award. Had a good year. Ryan Higgins, isn't he? Good player, good cricketer.
Yep. Yeah, Northamptonshire 552 for 6 declared last week against Middlesex. Yeah.
Liam Dawson into Alex Davies, just flicks it off. Nice wrists and down into point. And I think, was there a Broad who opened the batting for Northants and got LBW, I think, first or second ball duck, and then saw his team get 550? Put you on the spot here, Kev.
You have put me on the spot, but I shall.
I'm pretty sure that is the case. That's what I heard on the radio earlier.
Out for 1.
Oh, 1 was it?
4 balls.
Oh. And then spent a long time in the field and watching his teammates. Dawson driven by Rhodes, and Abbott will give chase, but I think that will be 4 runs to Will Rhodes. It's a glorious stroke against the spin through extra cover. And that brings the partnership to 102 now. Second 100 partnership of the day.
179 balls. Oh, batting looks easy out there, doesn't it?
Yeah. not what you'd expect. I really thought that coming down today with the Duke's ball coming back out, and they already changed the ball twice. So. Liam Dawson again into Will Rhodes. He's only got the 2 fielders on the offside. He does have a slip, sorry, so that is 3 fielders on the offside, and the outfield sort of a wide mid-off and a backward point. So any width at all that from Dawson here, Will Rhodes will punish him. A bit shorter this time. Will Rhodes clips it off his leg and has got enough protection on the leg side. You've got 3 infielders being sort of short mid on, short mid wicket and a square leg, and then you've got the outriders, which would be long off, long on, deep mid wicket. And he plays back there, Will Rhodes. Quite full, but plays back to it, clips it into mid wicket. I think Hampshire just need to get, if they can get Warwickshire 5 down tonight, I think they'll be happy with that last session. That's 4 wickets needed, and the way they've been batting this morning and this afternoon, it's going to be pretty tough to come by. But we did see Nick Gubbins earlier, so maybe James Vince might bring himself on soon. And has he bowled? Did he bowl against Lancashire? No. He's a good bowler, isn't he?
He bowls the odd time, the odd one, here and there. But that'll be an unbelievable session if they can get 4 wickets.
Yeah, I think that'd be the plan, wouldn't it?
Second new ball, 19 overs away.
Mm-hmm.
So that was.
We've still got 30 overs, haven't we?
35
overs to bowl, so I still think 4 wickets is doable. But I think the way that Alex Davies is batting and Will Rhodes looks in pretty good form as well. You get these 2, then put some pressure on the batters coming in.
Mohammed Abbas will continue from the pavilion end. Hasn't had too much to get too excited about, but has kept it tight. Bowling to Alex Davies. As he comes in, Davies cuts that away, hard pass backward a point, won't quite reach the rope as Tom Prest will come round from a fairly square position at deep third and keeps it down to 2, and Davies moves on to 111.
He plays that so well, doesn't he? He's just so wristy.
Yeah, he
gets on that back foot and just loves to cut the ball. Cut and drive is what he's done really, really well today. Any bit of width.
Certainly has. Moved from Lancashire at the end of the 2021 season, Alex Davies. As Bass comes in again, and he's played that very late. Past a diving Liam Dawson at first slip, was going for 4.
Great
Quite
shot.
Deliberate.
Yeah.
Just waited for the ball, opened the face. Liam Dawson wasn't too far away, but the ball had already bounced as it went past.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas having a chat with Liam Dawson there. I'm not sure Dawson could have done much more about that. It was tight, but well played by Davies.
Yeah. I don't think Dawson's a conventional first slip either.
No.
So, he's not. He's 1.5, isn't he? Not quite 2.
Seeing it well, isn't he?
Certainly is. So, 224 for 1 then, Warwickshire in the 62nd over. Just had a few minutes break this afternoon for rain, but it literally was a few minutes. They played through some rain as well, which is worse. Davies uses his feet to Abbas, just stabs that out on the leg side. In fact, the rain that they played through was far worse than the rain they went off for a few minutes.
I would have thought, yeah, definitely.
It's been that sort of day. There's been some dark clouds that have quickly travelled over. Got some blue sky at the moment. The sun's out for a few minutes and then it disappears behind some cloud and then it's out again. It's been like that all day. As Abbas turns. Dawson literally is second slip now. He may have taken the half pace to his right as Davies is forward. Goes out square on the offside. Fletcher Middleton is the fielder there. Yes, I think well, it'd be nice if they take some wickets tonight. Of course it would, and I think Warwick should be making sure, of course, that doesn't happen. But and if it doesn't, then Hampshire will find themselves very much on the back foot for the rest of the game.
If there's been one bowler to create, to create a bit of pressure and dot balls, it has been Abbas. So maybe Alex Davies thinking use his feet against him and try and put off his length, and then they can try and attack the other bowlers.
Yeah, Abbas in again. Davies whips that up to mid-on. He wants a single, but it's gone a little too quick to the fielder there. And there is no run. Hasn't been a great crowd today. I don't think the weather has helped. It was, I think I mentioned earlier, but it was a good crowd here. It was Hampshire's highest opening day crowd of the season, just over
wow.
2,000 last week
Okay.
against Lancashire. Well, I think they've kept records for the last 10 years or so, and so it was certainly a record over the last 10 years for the first day of the new season. But the crowd today has been well down on that. As Abbas comes in again. Bowls to Davies. Davies leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. That's the end of the over. 224 for one. Davies has 115. Rhodes has 37. And there are still 34 overs left in the day. If you just joined us, we took a slightly earlier tee. Well, in terms of number of overs, not necessarily in terms of time, tee was fixed at 10 to 4. Normally, of course, if everything goes through smoothly, you take tea at 20 to 4, but that's very rare these days. But it just means that we've got a slightly longer session here as we approach 4:30 on day one of this Division 1 County Championship match. Third round of matches this year, this season. Hampshire's effectively Hampshire's second game because they didn't bowl a ball up in Durham. Warwickshire, they got a bit more play in both their games at Edgbaston, certainly last week.
Talking about record, I think Gloucestershire had a record last week as well when they played when they hosted Yorkshire. So I think
crowd.
Record crowd. Sorry,
Okay.
yeah. Obviously, you had Harry Brook, Masood, and Root playing. Maybe the fact that a certain Nathan Lyon played last week as well for Lancashire would have helped things. But
Yeah.
I think if anybody is finishing work now or just coming down for the last sort of few hours, they'll be greeted by nice sunshine and a good few hours of play, hopefully, as Liam Dawson comes in now to Will Rhodes. Short, back foot punch to point, quick run there. Ben Brown's done brilliantly well there. That was a pretty poor throw by, I think it's Abbas down there, but well dealt with by Ben Brown. So that brings Alex Davies back onto strike. Yeah, it's beautiful sunshine now, and by the looks of things, we're going to be... It doesn't look too cloudy to our right, which is where the weather's coming from. So lots of blue skies, so hopefully everybody in the ground is going to enjoy this sunshine as the players will, as I'm sure we will up here as well, as Dawson bowls to Davies, who's a bit more cautious than he has been in the last few overs. Just drops it into the leg side. They've got a slip, two catching covers now. And Ian Holland's gone all the way back too long off after Alex Davies hit Liam Dawson over the top for a 6 in the last over. So yeah, Hampshire will be really looking to get a breakthrough earlier here with two of their, I guess, more patient bowlers trying to get the run rate down as well, as Dawson comes in a bit more flight this time. Davies flicks it off his legs, so it goes to a wide long on as Abbott picks up and they take the single.
Got a tweet earlier from Paul Williams, I missed it actually, at Solent Sport. He's in Portugal. He says he's spending the day making supports for our beans and sorting out irrigation problems whilst listening to you all. I've heard some reasons to listen to us doing other things.
Sorry, I've just completely missed that, and I don't know whether it went for 6 or 4, but Liam Dawson's just bowled, and Will Rhodes has just swept that in front of deep square, and if I'm honest, I could not pick it up, and I completely missed it, but it was 6, and that takes Rhodes to 44. Did you pick that up? I'm not sure. Did you pick that either?
I didn't know. I was looking at that tweet thinking, I've heard of reasons that people listen to the cricket and watch the cricket alongside doing other things. That was something new.
So Dawson was over the wicket there, so he's going to come back around the wicket now. So to create a bit more of an angle, perhaps, make it harder for Will Rhodes to sweep. He gave him a bit of width there, and Rhodes just, there's 2 men out there to be fair, but it was a great shot and went all the way. So 8 off the over. Maybe Warwickshire are starting to put the foot on the pedal a little bit here. Like I said, only 80 runs or 80 odd runs scored in the last session, so we're looking to get that run rate up in this last session here as Dawson comes in around the wicket now to Will Rhodes, who plays that very well. It's a bit short of a length for Dawson, not too happy with himself. He flicks it through mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for a single, which brings the captain Alex Davies on strike to face the last ball of the over.
There's been nothing out there for Dawson, has there, today?
No.
Absolutely nothing.
He's looking around to see sort of what field he can set. Can he create pressure in different ways? He's got 3 men now tight on the drive as he bowls to Davies, who just plays that into the offside for no run. And Dawson almost looks a bit dejected really as he takes his cap from the umpire, walks back to his first slip, ready for Mohammed Abbas to continue from the pavilion end.
I mentioned just before tea that we'd missed quite a bit of rain actually away to the west. There seemed to be some very dark clouds, and I know earlier on this afternoon it certainly was raining as you looked out towards sort of beyond Southampton and what have you, towards New Forest and that. Ben Robertson tweeted a little while ago at Sonar Sports, said, I've just come in from Weston. I'm just trying to work out where Weston would be from here. Is it to our left, sort of towards Portsmouth way? I don't know, if I got that wrong, apologies. There was a brief squall, torrential rain a little earlier, so yeah, there was definitely rain around the ground, but not so much here. We had a little bit, but it looked like it was far worse in areas surrounding the ground. Here's Abbas, forward is Rhodes, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, the clouds were definitely dark enough, weren't they, at times? We were really lucky that the time that we were off, by the time the covers were on, it stopped raining, so I think the umpires did really, really well. I think Fuller was bowling at the time, wasn't particularly happy because obviously the ball was getting slightly wet when it was getting hit out to the boundary, but the umpires kept them on, and because it is a bit windy here today, it has been this afternoon, the weather went through quickly, but lots of blue skies now.
Yeah, we're one of the better periods at the moment of the day. Abbas is round the wicket to Rhodes. Again, it's a length ball, but Abbas has really struggled to get the ball past the outside edge.
Just slow, isn't it? The wicket's very, very slow.
Since the ball's old now, of course, we're into the 64th over. So after this, 16 overs until the second new ball is available. I'm sure Hampshire will take that straight away.
What about a bit of Tom Prest off spin?
Well, we saw a bit of that last week. Yes, we did. You're right, Anthony.
Got the left-handed Will Rhodes in. Maybe that might be an option.
Might be worth a couple of overs. We had a couple of overs of Nick Gubbins before tea. Here's Abbas again to Rhodes. Rhodes gets one. It just bounces a fraction as he takes the bottom hand off the bat, but nothing really too alarming.
I think Alex Davies was pretty happy with that on 90, and they bring on I'm going to say a part-time spinner because his main job is a batter. I think the first bowl he bowled was a nice full half volley, and he smacked them through the covers for 4, and he was one scoring shot away from that 100. So
yep. Nice 6 down the ground early on, didn't he, in the evening session? There'll be a double change at the end of this over. Myself and Anthony Clapham will make way for Richard Wilford and Simon Hughes, the analyst. Here's Abbas round the wicket again from the pavilion end. Bowls, slightly slower ball, and again Rhodes has all the time in the world just to nudge it away on the onside. Completely unfazed.
Yeah, good news for Hampshire fans. Walking around the ground earlier, seeing John Turner back into bowling full tilt and doing some running over on the nursery ground. Some benefits of having obviously the training ground right next to the Aegeus Bowl. You get to get right up close to the players, which is great. Weatherly was in the nets batting as well, looking good.
Yep. Here's Abbas again, bowls, and Rhodes works that wider mid-on. Chase here for Kyle Abbott. Now, is he going to reach it this time? Had a little chase earlier, slides into that, does well. Just in front of the Hampshire changing rooms, which I'm sure those in there will have enjoyed. Kyle Abbott to do that, and that is 3 runs there for Will Rhodes. That takes him on to 48, and the Warwickshire total on to 236 for 1. 1 ball left of this Abbas over. My word, he's having to work hard for his wickets this year. Normally by now he's probably picked up a 5 for well, he's picked up 1 wicket so far in the game and a bit that he's played, and Kyle Abbott is the same.
Very surprised, if I'm honest, Kev. I would not have better those sort of stats, unfortunately.
It's very unusual. Still time to put that right, of course, as Davies plays that into the ground, and that is the end of the over, and that's the end of myself and Anthony Clapham for a while, as Richard Wilford from BBC WM and Simon Hughes will take you through to the top of the hour. I'm sure Richard Wilford is very, very happy with what he's seen, as he has done in the first couple of weeks of the season as well. Warwickshire batters in form.
They are. I mean, I would have liked to see some competitive cricket in the first 2 weeks. Actually, I mean, to be fair, Worcestershire played very well at Edgbaston. Match in which Kashif Ali got a couple of centuries, one of the people who've benefited from the Saka scheme to boost South Asian cricketers. So Kashif Ali was actually the story of the first week at Edgbaston. The second week it was just lots of runs for the history books, but not a particularly competitive game of cricket. Simon Hughes in alongside me as Liam Dawson's first ball is just steered round the corner to square leg by Will Rhodes, who's on the verge of another half century. They've just looked in form today, this top order.
Yeah, they have.
And, Dawson isn't getting an awful lot of help. Round the wicket to the left-hander, trying to nudge it square enough to get through for a single, but he can't.
I suppose it proves really the value of time in the middle, doesn't it? You know, they had a lot of time in the middle in that last game, and it's reflected by how confident and sort of rhythmical they are now.
Rhodes made 64 in the opening week, and then an unbeaten 178 last week, looking to launch this behind square. Didn't catch it as cleanly as he would have liked to, but he's able to help it to deep backward square leg for a single. He's 49. And scored 237 for one. You talked earlier about the need to do something different. We saw Fuller did cause trouble for Will Rhodes in particular.
Well, this is the thing that I think Rob Key is keen on as England Director of Cricket, is using the Kookaburra ball before, not now, to try and get bowlers to find new ways of taking wickets rather than the traditional plot it on a length, plod it on a length and get the results.
Dawson in towards the pads of Davis, who can do a little more than guide it back towards him. It's like Fuller's doing some warming up at the moment, so we might see a bit more leg theory.
Yeah. Sort of detected a bit of a weakness of Will Rhodes actually with that approach.
Trying to launch this over mid-wicket was Davis, but gets an under edge, and that's going to go fine, and Mohammed Abbas goes after it. I think it would be fair to say slightly tentatively, and they come back for two. Davis to 118 now, 239 for one.
He's played well. I mean, he's a perky player, busy player, isn't he, Davis? He's sort of always looking to get at the ball and get some kind of purposeful approach to the shots.
Pushes forward into the offside. No room for a single on this occasion. End of the over, but they took three off it. He's keen as a captain for the run rate to be high. I mean, Rob Key would approve of that, in that when they won the toss last week, knowing there was a short boundary at Edgbaston, it was like, got to get the 450, we've got to get the 5 batting bonus points, and they did.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a look at. I mean, it looks as if you might be right. Fuller is going to bowl. Yeah, Fuller is going to bowl. So I imagine they will try that short pitch sort of approach again. James Vince is heading for a leg gully position, and I thought he just looked a little bit vulnerable to that approach before when Fuller tried it round the wicket. I might try over the wicket rather than round the wicket. He's got a leg gully, he's got a slip. They haven't got a short leg at the moment, but let's just watch Fuller perhaps in between balls here, because sorry, actually I didn't mean the bowler, I meant the batsman, Rhodes. But let's have a look at Rhodes' setup. Maybe after this ball we'll have a look, because he doesn't move much before the bowler bowls. Yeah, he's got his step back there as Fuller delivers, and just I noticed actually when he was facing Mohammed Abbas that he didn't move much at the crease. He looks a bit static, and that always attracts a person who wants to bowl short, because to get out of he's relatively tall as well, and sometimes a taller batsman is a good target for a quick bowler. They're not as mobile, and I noticed he just took a little step back there as if he was expecting the short ball. Actually, Vince has gone out of that leg gully position now and gone back to slip, so perhaps they're going to go with a more orthodox approach. Hampshire, it's Fuller bowling down the leg side, and Rhodes easily gets off strike there, so whatever ploy they had in their mind hasn't worked.
That's 50 for Will Rhodes as well, coming up off 97 deliveries, a 6 and 5 fours, and just continuing his form, having surrendered the captaincy over the course of the winter in the final year of his contract as well, which may perk up 1 or 2 years around the county circuit, but he's not been stopped short of 50 in his first 3 innings.
Well played. Very measured innings, I'd say. So withstood a fairly severe bumper barrage for a while from Fuller in particular, who's coming in now to bowl to Davis with 1 slip and a man back at deep square leg, so an easy single that time. Need to try and build up pressure on one batsman here, but it's not easy with the field spread.
There seemed to be doubt when you talked about Rhodes earlier against Fuller. There seemed to be doubt in his mind as to whether he was going to be leaving or whether he was going to be trying to score off the ball that was short.
I think partly because it's a slow pitch and you can't quite, there's not much bounce, so it's not easy to tell whether to attack it. It's difficult to duck on this pitch, I think, unless the ball is very short. Let's have a look at his setup again. So just see if he shuffles back as the bowler bowls. Yeah, you see just a little step back there as the bowler bowls, as if he's expecting it to be a little bit short. That's his trigger movement to the quicker bowlers, but he just defends it into the offside. 241 for 1 is the pretty solid Warwickshire score. My goodness.
It is, and it goes to show that it's not just about the Kookaburra ball, is it? You know, the Dukes is out today. It hasn't really done anything.
No.
And it's a flat surface. You're right, it's on the slow side. There's not a lot of carry, is there?
No, there isn't. And you see slip is actually closer than the keeper again. We saw that in the Lancashire match the other day here, driven by Rose this time, but doesn't time it. Throws the bat up in the air in slight frustration. That was a half volley that asking to be hit, but it didn't really come onto the bats. So if we have a look at where slips, you can see Vince there sort of strolling around. He looks a little bit frustrated, doesn't he, James Vince, as well as the keeper Brown. It's always nice actually when you're slip and keeper, because you've always got someone to talk to. As a 241 for 1, the field are normally pretty well spread, and you have to shout at people to get heard normally, but slip and keeper are all right. Fuller bowls, and see Rhodes there looking to try and pull and maybe then bail out of it. The ball arriving quite slowly actually, and could have got an under edge there, I suppose, but it went through to the keeper. 241 for 1.
Ian Holland's been doing some stretching as if he might be on soon, but Dawson looks like he's going to continue for now. So the ball hasn't done an awful lot for the seamers. Mohammed Abbas has bowled with a nice rhythm, and he's probed around off stump, but it's not really offered. That little bit of nibble that he normally gets hasn't been there, and on day one you wouldn't necessarily expect it to, but there's not been anything there for Dawson either.
No, not really. Just an absolute featherbed, I'd call it, really. And you know, people actually, I was chatting to some members of Hampshire fans in the pavilion earlier, and they're saying, well, why is the ball doing nothing? Actually, the umpires are meeting in the middle here to perhaps discuss the ball. Maybe Hampshire have said this ball's rubbish, but it doesn't look as if they're going to change it. Anyway, I said, well, this pitch, it looks pretty flat, and I guess this time of year, I was talking to Joe Leach about this from Worcestershire a few weeks ago, and he said it's a fallacy that early season pitches do a lot. He said quite often you find early season pitches are the flattest because the groundsmen have had all winter to prepare them, and nobody's been running about on them or across them or having to reuse the pitch or anything. It's a fresh pitch which they've had months to prepare, so perhaps that's one of the reasons as well. It's a flat, it's a great surface, isn't it, here? I mean, now what are they doing?
They are changing the ball. Umpire Saggers has gone to the far end. The first ball was changed after 8 overs, so this one has lasted a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's a bad batch, obviously. It's funny actually.
That's been the excuse for the last few years, since COVID.
It's interesting actually. I spent a bit of time at the Duke's factory with their owner, a man called Dilip Jajodia, a lovely man. He's been the head of Duke's for a long time now, and he said that some years the leather just isn't very good quality. I think they get the leather from Scotland, from some kind of couple of farms, and sometimes it's just in COVID. The cattle weren't eating the same kind of feed, and the soaking process, the kind of maturation process for the leather wasn't as long, and it was using different chemicals and things like that, and it disrupted the whole provision of leather, and it wasn't nearly as good. And you remember there was that year after COVID, the Duke's balls were always complained about. They couldn't shine them, they went soft, they went out of shape, and it was partly because of the quality of the leather that was affected by COVID.
Well, Dawson with another ball comes forward and is launched down the ground by Davis. Didn't get it all, probably clothed that a bit actually, and up from long off comes Ian Holland, and he'll throw it in underarm. They come through for a single. 120 to Davis, 242 for 1. It's all these little technicalities and the sort of details of cricket that, for those of us who love it, make it so intriguing.
Yeah.
Whether it be the leather, whether it be the way that a seam is made.
Yeah.
The difference in types of bat these days as well. As Rhodes drives wide of Dawson and gets another comfortable single. He's 51. 243 for 1.
I heard Jimmy Anderson, I think, talking on the Tail Ends podcast about the balls and Duke's balls in particular, and he said he didn't know why they have a more thicker seam, but the reason is because they're double stitched.
Yeah.
They're hand stitched and they're double stitched. They're stitched both round the ball and across underneath the seam as well to make the seam stand up more.
Something more satisfying when it's in the bowler's hand and holding on to that seam as the ball is defended by Davis, just pushing forward.
Remember Moeen Ali, when he was recalled for the Ashes, ripped his fingers, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because he hadn't bowled with a dukes for so long. He'd only played white ball, where they usually use a kookaburra and the seam is much less prominent, and he ripped his fingers on the duke's seam.
So it's floated up and driving loftily again is Davis, trying to hit the angle to get it wide of long on. Two fielders converge, they'll come through for two. He's 53. 245 for one. I think the difficulty with Moeen is that the form of cricket that he's been largely playing for the last 5 years, 2 overs is a long spell.
Yeah, that's right.
And when you're talking about Sam Curran's payment per delivery, when
You
he's
were
playing in the
calculating
IPL.
that, yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, Moeen is such an outstanding franchise cricketer. This is back of a length and guiding it square is Davis. Good diving stop, short in at point.
Pat Cummins would be the one at the moment, I think, dollars per ball, because he was one of the, and Stark as well, they were the two big earners from this year's IPL.
It's interesting seeing the Aussies there. This one's just floated up outside off stump, pushes forward defensively. End of the over, Warwickshire 245 for one. The IPL ultimately they seem to revert to type in that they do tend to give the homegrown players preferential treatment in the end. Overseas players tend not to star in the way that you expect they're going to. Whether it's the conditions, I don't know, but
yeah, I think there's a bit of that, sure. I mean, to win the IPL, you need 6 or 7 really good homegrown players, because they're going to be the focal point, the nucleus of the team, and the overseas players can have their roles, obviously, and someone like Butler is absolutely vital to the Royals, the Rajasthan Royals, but they can't do it without your Sanju Samsons and the quick bowlers that they're employing, Chow, a leg spinner, people like that. So you do need your Indian contingent, sure.
I think James Vince has been plugging into the analyst hotline here, because he's back at leg slip and James Fuller's going over the wicket to Will Rhodes, which is what you just called for 5 minutes ago.
Interesting. Well, let's see what happens, shall we? He's got a slip and a leg slip, and as you say, Fuller over the wicket, short, pulled, not that convincingly, but he had to wait for it, didn't he? An age there before the ball arrived, and it was very short from Fuller. But the trouble is now, Rhodes has got his eye in, and he didn't really have any problem with that. It was sort of tennis ball bounce, wasn't it?
It was almost slow. It was almost slower than that. It was like, those balls you used to use for quick cricket when they used to be played on the outfield of the Test matches, and they would just sit up. So he was waiting for it, but it was quite mechanical, the shot in the end.
Well, he's obviously expecting it as well. It was a bit telegraphed, wasn't it? So Fuller now bowling to the right-handed Alex Davis on 122. And he's edged it between slip and keeper. It's obviously his day. He's had a few little moments of good fortune, and that was certainly one. James Vince standing at second slip there. Let's look at the replay here. It's an interesting stance, actually, with the bat in between his pads, as is the norm with a lot of players these days. Look at that. It was a good delivery, actually, and, well, straight into the buckets of first slip, if you'd had one. It
would have been midriff, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the gamble. If you choose the slip to field at second.
Yeah.
And that was finally a batting point. I find this really curious. A team can be dominant with the bat all day, but you have to wait until the final session to get a batting point.
Yeah.
I think it's slightly too many runs, but there we go.
Yeah, it was 200 before, wasn't it? Here comes Fuller again, bowls, and the same shot, and this time it goes to backward point. So he likes that shot, doesn't he? It's not really that wide, that ball. He's trying to manufacture something out of it, which of course you're totally entitled to do when you're on 126.
And so typical of your shorter batsman. He doesn't necessarily need it to be as wide or as short as he's. That's right. He's got good wrist. We saw the late cut a few overs ago that he played.
Yeah, that's right. Fuller's got a long run, hasn't he? He comes charging in. I reckon he's extended his run a bit, actually. As he bowls again, and that's clipped into the leg side down to long on or deepish mid on, but he hit that too firmly, so there was no single there. 250 for one.
he decelerates, doesn't he? He sprints, and then halfway through his run-up, slows into something that's a bit more rhythmical.
Which isn't ideal. It's actually what Stephen Finn used to do. And the run-up is so important to get the timing at the crease right. Remember, a long time ago, Warwickshire story here, I'll tell you in a sec. Fuller bowling to Davis, who plays that little glide shot down to third man and will get an easy single. Alan Donald, of course, a great man of Warwickshire, and Bob Woolmer, the late Bob Woolmer, used to time Alan Donald's run-up to the nanosecond.
Wow.
Because Donald knew if he charged in too fast, the ball came out like a wet fart.
Yeah.
It just didn't work. And if he ran in too slow, he had to make too much effort at the crease. So there was an optimum pace of his run-up, and Woolmer knew it to the 0.002 of a second. So he used to time his run-up and get it exactly right. Now we've got the bouncer ploy likely to come in here with 3 men round the bat, and there it is. The short ball from Fuller, ducked underneath by Rhodes, and the end of another over. So Warwickshire sitting very pretty at 251 for 1.
When Alan Donald first came over, I mean, he was the definition of raw. 20 years of age, from the Free State, from Bloemfontein. And they signed 2 overseas quicks that year. The other was a slightly more experienced West Indian, Tony Merrick, who was a brute of a guy, big shoulders. Could strike the ball a merry mile as well, which is very handy for the Sunday League. And initially, if Donald was playing, it was all very erratic. You weren't quite sure whether it was going to hit the cut strip at times, where it was going to come out. And you think, oh, well, maybe we're better off playing Tony Merrick. And then gradually you realised that there was something a bit special happening. And once Bob Woolmer was around as well, what a tandem. As the ball off the back foot from Davis. Can't beat the field. I mean, Woolmer brought the best out of so many players.
And he was the first who really sort of applied science to the game, really. He was a pioneer in that sense.
It's Liam Dawson. And his 18th over of this opening day. Here's a lofted drive here, and that's going to be over that wide extra cover area, or wide of long off, inside out. Shot that Viv Richards made famous in the 70s.
Wow.
It's a heck of a comparison for Alex Davis, but nonetheless he's 131, 255 for 1.
He didn't really come down the wicket there, did he? He just sort of took one big stride actually, and then picked his spot, shortish boundary on the offside.
A shot of a man in career form, I think it would be reasonable to say. He continues to accumulate runs this season. He was looking like he was going to play a sweep there. He ends up jabbing the ball, almost doing the splits, Alex Davis. His front foot well down the wicket, his back foot splayed behind him, and he just about does the job of Yorking himself. Moral victory for Dawson. And that one just nice bit of drift into the right-hander for Dawson. Davis plays it carefully back down the wicket. Bailey halts Dawson for a moment, but now he's in off the back foot. Davis looking to crash this through the covers, didn't really time it, but gets a comfortable single out to the boundary rider. You played in the era, Simon, so I'll ask you this for after this delivery. When you get an innovator, a man who engages in the science of cricket like Bob Woolmer, and then you couple him with somebody who's more than willing to take that on like Dermot Reeve, you then end up with this extraordinary thing, which is perhaps not unlike the way that McCullum and Stokes are operating in a way, as the ball is defended by Rhodes. Different era, but when you've got 2 people who both utterly believe in what they're doing, you've got something special potentially. Yeah,
and I suppose both had their own ideas. As you say, Woolmer was more the science man and was very analytical, and then Dermot was more about spirit and trying things and experimentation, innovation, and taking risks a bit, wasn't he? I mean, he was one of the first to get down on one knee, did it to me actually, get down on one knee and sweep a fast bowler over square leg. And try different things, try a bouncer in a one-day game, and back of the hand slower balls and all sorts. I mean, he was an ingenious cricketer actually, Dermot, and a clever captain. And I suppose sometimes Bob Woolmer just sort of drew him in a bit and said, no, the science doesn't say this, but if you do it this way, it could work really well. Fuller bowls, Davis defends into the offside. They were, an unlikely pair, really, weren't they? But was that the year that the Warwickshire triple?
Well, they won the treble. I mean, obviously
93 was that?
Yeah,
93?
I mean, obviously, the benefit that then had of having Lara scoring runs at ridiculous rates and that sort of thing.
Or was that 94?
That was 94.
94. That 30 years ago, yeah.
But the bits and pieces players, and Warwickshire used to moan about how so few of their players played for England, but actually, the team was greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah. Keith Piper was a good. Feature of that team, wasn't he, as well? Here comes Fuller again, bowls a short ball and tennis shot by Davis, a tennis smash that keeps the ball down, and he would have won the point there, I reckon, as he helped it down to deep square leg. He found the corner of the court there with that smash shot, so that brings Rhodes back down to face the music again, some chin music, I imagine, from James Fuller. The leg slip is in place. I just think the ball is so soft now, and the batsman's so in that it's almost a last resort from Hampshire here, but they're going to try it anyway. Maybe he just might surprise him with a pitched up one here. He bowls, and that's hit him, has it? Or at least nearly hit him. He didn't see that too well. That's why the Hampshire bowlers are trying this tactic, because certain batsmen have a blind spot. It seems often to be tall left-handers, actually. And he definitely didn't pick that one up, and it almost hit him. I think it just glanced off his body in the end.
It was the change of angle as well. He bowled so much at his body, but that one was across him.
It's easier to get out of the way if he's round the wicket. Over the wicket is right at you. It's sort of into your armpit, and it is quite hard to get out of the way. Fuller bowls again, and this time he is full and he drives. He was up to that little dummy from that little double bluff there from the bowler. James Fuller pitched that one up, looking for the Yorker, drilled for 4.
So you mentioned Keith Piper there, such a wonderful wicket keeper, but that attack with Alan Donald and obviously Tim Munton, who was so prolific in English conditions, the tail end of Gladstone Small's career. Next to Keith Piper in the slips, you had Dominic Osler, who was one of the great slippers of that era.
Yeah, that was actually there was a terrifying couple of years at Edgbaston there, because there was a ridge. Bowling from the city end towards the pavilion, Fuller with 3 men crouching close to him, and he gets underneath that and it just evades his body. There was a ridge from that end, and actually Donald kept hitting it and making the ball take off. I went into bat there as night watchman one game, and the keeper, so it was, new ball, the keeper, Piper and Osler were outside the 30-yard circle. Ooh. They were closer to the boundary than they were to the pitch, the wicket. Yeah. It was scary.
From what I recall of the ridge, it was more pronounced to the Priory side of the ground than it was to the Hollies side.
Right, yeah. It's Fuller again. Bowls short, and this time Rhodes does a combination of a duck and a weave, and the ball sails harmlessly through to Ben Brown to complete another over, 261 for 1.
Right. I'm going to make way because I've got a report
Kevin James
to do.
Is making signals, doing some semaphore. We're turning.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Richard. Simon's done for the day. Richard will be back later. Pleasure to have Simon Hughes, the analyst, with you. You'll be back with us tomorrow, won't you? He'll be here. We still haven't got rid of him, folks. We're trying, but he just won't go. He keeps hanging around. Sunshine out. Anthony Clapham and Kevin James with you for the next half an hour here at the Utilita Bowl.
Alex Davies has been absolutely phenomenal today. I've been really, really impressed. Anything slightly wide, he's cut hard, played the late dab as well to third man, and he's driven the ball superbly. And I think the last over he faced with Liam Dawson, little drive over extra cover for 4, and we now have a bowling change. It's going to be the leg spin of Nick Gubbins by the look of things. He runs in now to Davies. He leaves the ball. Haven't really seen many of those today, and I'm so pleased to say that the sun is out as well. So can Hampshire buy a wicket here? Alex Davies looking in really, really good touch on 133 bowls. Looped, and Alex Davies restrained himself and just knocks it down the ground for 1 to Ian Holland, which brings Will Rhodes on strike, which I think I think he hasn't played the short ball of Fuller too well today. He's sort of let it hit him, or he's sort of dabbed it down to fine leg for 1. But anything pitched up like that last one, a glorious on drive, for 4. Just shows you what good touch he is in. So these are the 2 main men now for Warwickshire. 200 partnerships today. Gubbins are around the wicket now, straight to mid-off. Liam Dawson. One thing I have noticed about Hampshire, they tend to mix the fielders up. So Dawson will be in at slip, or go to mid-off or cover. Just keeps the guys there, I guess, alert. Flicked off Rhodes' hip there for no run. Not much spin at all today. A bit slow wicket here, but still have to get them. And again, it's a nice on drive by Rhodes. It's a go-to shot there, I think, as he rotates the strike down to Ian Holland for 1. Warwickshire 264 now for 1. We have 25 overs to go with the new ball in 10 overs time. So, that's a short. They have a deep square leg, so save there, but that was a long hop, as you can say in cricket. So dragged down by Gubbins, which Kyle Abbott or Mohammed Abbas now for the next sort of 20 minutes as they try and keep fresh for the new ball in 9 overs time. Would you give it to Abbas and Abbott again?
Oh, definitely, yeah. God, you've got to. Have to, wouldn't you? Have to.
Yeah, Ian Holland maybe.
So no, Abbas, Abbott, and then see what happens. But oh gosh, I've got to find a wicket from somewhere here. Liam Dawson is going to switch ends from the pavilion end. 18 overs, none for 79. He bowled, off the top of my head, I can't remember actually. I'm going to have to look, see how many overs he bowled. Last week he bowled in the 1 innings that Hampshire bowled 49. I tell you what,
wow,
rule 49. Rule him not being far away here, the way things are going. I mean, you could see Warwickshire batting well into tomorrow, the way things are looking.
The only surprise, I guess, I mentioned to you earlier, is not seeing the off-spin of Tom Press. He done well last year. He's chosen to go with Gubbins instead so far.
They have, I think Press edged ahead of Gubbins last week in a few overs that he bowled, but it looks like they've reversed that order. So Dawson's going to try his luck from the pavilion end. He's got a man on the drive, in fact 2 men on the drive on the offside, and he's bowling to Davis, and it's quite leg stumpish that, so Davis just turns it away on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 136. Davis has this sort of habit of just jogging, and then for about the last quarter of his journey he just walks. Minimum of effort between the wickets when needed. 265 for 1 then, Warwickshire. It's been a really good day for the visitors here. It's been a good season so far for the batters for them. And Hampshire, for me, they're already staring at a sizable deficit here. Well, they will do when they come into bat. They're going to have to do a lot of work. Oh, it's turned! Oh, it's bounced. It may have bounced over the top of off stump.
Yeah, I don't know how that's missed there.
Oh, hey? Wow, where's that come from?
Different Liam Dawson when he's wearing his sunnies, you see.
Have a look. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look at this. He goes for the drive, does Will Rhodes, and we might not see the replay because Dawson comes in again and flights that one and drives. That may just have straight.
Here, Kev.
Yeah. Well, there's a bit of footmarks maybe outside the off stump now for Dawson to bowl to. That definitely turned, didn't it, the ball before? Wasn't quite a half volley. And Rhodes was drawn into the drive. Definitely turned. Here comes Dawson again. There's a reverse sweep wrapped on the pad. Doesn't miss the stumps by very much either. It's an interesting move.
Yeah, so he's played the orthodox sweep really, really well. So there is only one guy behind square on the offside. So the reverse sweep is on. But it is against the spin.
Dawson again, got the short leg and the slip in. Rhodes forward, just turns it around neatly on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 58, 266 for 1. Well, we've seen something go off the straight in this over. We haven't said that too often today, whether it's been pace or spin. There's been little in the form of lateral movement. There's been no swing, is there?
No.
Nobody in the Hampshire side is really a swing bowler, to be honest. Davis on the back foot.
It's 150 partnership as well.
Was it?
Yeah.
Came together at 116, yeah. 267 for 1 at the end of that Dawson over. Just see a replay now, are we? Maybe not. I can't quite tell what's going on there. Yeah, slow motion. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
His bat's a long way away from the body, though, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, there is a huge gap there for the ball to go through. It's about as wide as the Grand Canyon, as they say in cricketing parlance.
Right then, Nick Gubbins from the hotel end as he comes in to Al Davies, and that is, I don't know how to explain, but it's a paddle sweep. It's down leg, and he's just helped it along this way, and that is 4 runs. Not the best ball from Gubbins, but to be fair, Alex Davies has done very, very well to hit that so fine.
Well, if Hampshire are trying to get through these overs quickly with 2 spinners, I think another couple of balls like that from Gubbins, and we might see pressed for a couple of balls. A couple of overs,
whilst
maybe.
There's a left-hander there, yeah, I think it's definitely. And to be fair, off-spinners can generally build pressure with dot balls as well, but Alex Davies hasn't looked unfazed with anything that's been bowled at him today. So, see what Gubbins has got now. Full, clipped off his leg, but with a short mid-wicket there. Yeah, Hampshire are looking to buzz through here, get through their overs quickly to get the new ball. I think they want to get rid of this ball as soon as they can. They've tried a few times, has Vince, to change the ball. It's worked once, and that's flicked off his legs down to fine leg, where he pick up a single and road to be back on strike on 58. Al Davies on 142. He's moved from 100 to 142 in real quick time. He's hit a boundary, hit a few sixes as well. It's a really, really good nick. Gubbins comes around the wicket now. 2 roads, left-handed roads. Bowls, short of the length, and that's just rocked back from Will Rhodes and just clipped into deep backward square. And at the moment, Warwickshire batters are finding this very, very easy. They're just going through the motions at the moment, waiting for the bad ball, putting it away. And unfortunately for Hampshire, there's been a bad ball. Not saying every over, but there's quite a few overs there's been a bad ball, and they put it away. It's Al Davies now set to face the last ball of Gubbins' over, and whether he'll get another one, I'm not sure. I'd like to see Tom Press, but we've got the 7 overs to go before that's full. Driven into pressed at cover for no run. So Warwickshire 273 for 173 overs, so there's the 7 overs until the new ball. Hampshire will be desperate to get 1 wicket before the new ball comes, and then hope to take a couple before tomorrow's play. But as Kevin Janes mentioned earlier, they're going to be at the way things are at the moment, they're going to be chasing quite a lot. What would you say? What would Hampshire take now? Anything below 400, wouldn't it? 450?
I think you've got to think not too far ahead now. I think a couple of wickets tonight, they'd be more than happy. I think it's difficult to look ahead further than that. Here's Dawson over the wickets. Yates works that along the ground into the hands of Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Let's take a quick look at the other games in Division 1. Lancashire 71 for 5 against Essex. Shane Snater has taken 4 of those wickets. The Essex seamer.
And you've got Jamie Porter and Sam Cook there. You would be surprising.
So swept away quite fine by Rhodes for a single. Round comes pressed. 274 for 1. Kent 42 for 2 against Surrey. Obviously not too much play down in Canterbury. Bell Drummond 30 not out. He's had scored some runs, hasn't he, early season? Daniel Bell Drummond, another one of those players with early season big runs, as Dawson's round the wicket to Davies. He's wrapped up on the pad. That looks very, very close. Not out, says umpire Martin Saggers. Well, it was one of those where he's on the back foot, just looking to defend, and it's missed the bat, we presume, from this distance. I'm not sure if it's caught an edge of some sort. Just watch it on the live picture feed. Is it going down? Has the ball done enough? Has it straightened enough?
Well, that's the first bit of excitement we've had in this session, so no wonder Liam Dawson went up for that one.
And again, driving is Davis up to deep mid-off for a single, moves on to 143. My initial thoughts were, it's a bit difficult because we're obviously high and not quite in line. It probably looked more out from our angle than when you watched it on the replay. I don't know about you, Anthony. I just thought it might have fractionally gone down.
It looked like
Do
it
you
was
think?
going down. Yeah, we couldn't really tell here how much it spun, but yeah, it looked like it was going down.
Dawson over the wicket to Rhodes, who closes the face and works it to mid-wicket. Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 193 against Somerset. Somerset have replied with 32 without loss. There was 3 wickets for Craig Overton there, a couple for Pretorius and Gregory. Pretorius is the new overseas, isn't it? I would say South African with a name like that, but sometimes you have to hesitate. That's pushed out on the offside by Rhodes, and that'll be a single. Rhodes keeps a strike, 61 he's on. Warwickshire 276 for 1. Durham 244 all out against Worcestershire, who have just begun their reply. Ollie Robertson top scored with 55 for Durham. There was 3 wickets apiece for Jason Holder and for Finch in that game as well. So we're up to date on the Division 1 games.
Ryan Higgins didn't get his fifer earlier. No, Roland Jones picked up the last wicket, but they did bowl Yorkshire out for 159, and Middlesex in reply are 22 for 1 at Lords. Fernandez going early. Obviously Fernandez in the runs last week as well, the young opener.
Shot.
And Gubbins continues, and the runs continue again as Rhodes sweeps hard in between deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg for 4.
That's a good shot.
Yeah. I think though, if you're coming around like a leg spin, any width at all, it's almost a free hit if you want to sweep. Obviously there are men out there, but it's a short boundary as well. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Maybe get another one out there to see, and then just keep letting him try a sweep. But he swept really, really well today. He's obviously tried a few reverse sweeps as well, so he's a shot that he likes to go to. And then, suddenly he's on 65, and he's on for 100 tonight as Gubbins comes in again. And like most of the others, gets the boundary and then gets off strike next ball and brings Al Davies back on strike. So Davies has played in and out over extra cover. He's played a few cut shot lates, he's played a scoop, he's pretty much played everything other than a sweep, I'd say the orthodox sweep. So it's probably not the right shot against a leg spinner, but we shall see. There's a big gap over extra cover where he chooses to do that again. Slightly fuller into the leg side for no run is Al Davies, who's on 143 now. Warwickshire 281 for 1. As Gubbins comes in again. Just open the face by Alex Davies, and the ball trundles out to cover, and he rotates the strike again and brings Rhodes back on strike. 5:15 now down at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton, and the sun is shining brightly. It's nice and warm here now, other than this morning it was pretty cold. Will Rhodes again flicks it into Tom Preston mid-wicket. We had a few people email in earlier saying they're in their top terrace watching on. They are now in the shade. A fair few people have left the members area and come down to the hotel end to enjoy the sunshine for... Well, there's a shout for Gubbins. Not sure much was going for it there. I think outside the line and high. Is it right that after tea, and that concludes the over, sorry, after tea now in this Utilita that you get in for free, is that right? I did read up on that, I think.
I think you're probably right, actually. I may have heard that.
So there you go. If you're listening and in the area, you've got an hour and a half's play for free to come down, and it's nice and sunny. So it's a Friday evening. Hampshire will be hoping to get a wicket before the new ball, which is in a few overs' time. Dawson will continue from the pavilion end as well.
Just Robbie Yates, the one wicket that has fallen just after lunch for 69, as Davies turns that quietly on the onside, jogs through for another single, and Warwickshire move on to 282 for 1. I got a tweet a little earlier from Nick at Solent Sport, who said that it was raining in Bournemouth not so long ago, but I think we have seen a lot of weather away to our right, and in fact there does look to be some heavy clouds away to our right, but it's sunshine over here at the moment, so we're all right from that point of view. But yeah, I think from time to time when you look in the distance over the New Forest, and I think they have had some weather today. Dawson bowls.
That's kept low.
It has, yeah. Hit hard past Fletcher Middleton at short leg, goes out to deep square leg, and Rhodes moves on to 67 now, 284 for 1.
Position I found myself quite a bit at club cricket when the spinners are on. It's short leg.
Are you really?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Do you like it?
Yeah, they call me bungalow.
Because
not much upstairs.
right.
I don't mind it. It depends really. If you've got a good spinner, then it's nice too. But if you've got someone who bowls a few short ones, it's not ideal.
Agreed.
But yeah, normally it's the young guys who get thrown into short leg.
Dawson, still those 2 on the drive on the offside for Davies. Davies just works that on the 45 on the leg side. And we'll pick up a single there. Ian Holland Fields moving to his right, and Davies moves on to 146. There's just such an air of inevitability about the batting today. There was last week against Lancashire, but in a way it feels even easier to bat today. And we're playing with the Duke's ball. There's Dawson, bowls, and Rhodes works that to short mid-wicket.
Just the pace of the pitch, even when Mohammed Abbas was bowling earlier to Rhodes, just nothing off the pitch.
No.
Rhodes almost just...
I reckon it's a
down.
Kookaburra ball in disguise. I reckon somebody's just sort of put a little bit of extra seam on a Kookaburra ball. That's played back to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. Dawson's completed 21 overs, 0 for 88, apart from a couple of shouts through LBW. One actually that looked reasonably close in the last over against Davis, but he hasn't had really anything to get too excited about. Just bowling through his overs and trying to keep it as tight as he can. It's difficult against spatters who are in, of course.
Yeah, Robert Key, I read earlier that he wants to see the Kookaburra being used in all of the county championship matches, so I think, yeah, maybe it would help the spinners because they'll be bowling a lot more, but I don't think the seamers will be wanting that to happen. I'm sure the batters won't mind. But Gubbins now into Alex Davies, who tries to go through extra cover, but it was a bit too full for that. But that's certainly the area he's looking to target. There's a massive gap between long off and cover. As he goes again, Gubbins into Alex Davies. Gubbins is into his 5th over here. Got for 22, a few boundaries. Alex Davies, I think if he gets any width or any slight misposition ball, he's going to try and hit it over extra cover or back through gully and point. This is definitely the area that he's tried to score through today. He's played that cut shot so nice. Lovely. Almost with the wrist on it. As Gubbins comes in again, slightly shorter this time. And this will be a period now where the batters are probably a lot more relaxed. So they just need to switch on for the last, 3.5 overs before the new ball comes on. And then there'll be more opportunities to score as the field comes in. They have more slips, etc. as Hampshire try to take wickets. And that's short this time from Gubbins, and there'll be a quick single as Alex Davies and Will Rhodes come through for the single. And that takes Warwickshire to 286 for 1 now. And Davies is 3 away from his 150.
So completely random, when's the next Hampshire disability game?
Next Sunday actually, so a week Sunday they're away to Essex. I'm not around for that one unfortunately.
You're not?
No, it's difficult. We have so many England games around the same time. It's difficult, but yeah, the guys are away to Essex. This is slightly shorter this time from Gubbins, and Will Rhodes somehow hits that down to long on. Naturally, you'd expect that to go a bit squarer, but that concludes the over from Gubbins. That's 5 overs he's bowled now. Yep, they got a long trip to Essex as the Hampshire D40 team.
Is that a league game?
Yep, so we're in the top division. They're actually, thankfully, we only play each other once, and that game's a home game.
How lucky.
So play the games at Hartley Whitney, and I think we're looking at a new ground actually in Southampton.
Oh, where's that?
I will find out.
Please have a look. Yeah, I'd love to know that, because unfortunately there's not too much top-level cricket in Southampton these days. One or 2 clubs in...
Compton and Chandlersford.
Oh, right, okay.
So we've got a couple of games there towards the end of the 21st of July and 28th of July.
Just outside, well, sort of just outside of Southampton, but yeah. Right, Dawson bowls, and Rhodes turns that away past Fletcher Middleton at short leg, and guess what? It's another single to the Warwickshire total, and it's 287 for 1 now. The visitors inside. We're in the 78th over, so just over 2 overs now until the second new ball is due. So you've got an England game then, have you? England
Yeah, we're playing against Lincolnshire, minor counties, which would be interesting. A bit different playing against academy sides.
Yeah. Dawson round the wicket. Forward is Davis. So that's the Lincolnshire minor counties main side.
I believe
Or
so. Yeah, I believe so. It's not.
side?
No, it's Lincolnshire main side. We try and play against top sides.
Yeah.
We played Leicestershire Academy last week.
Mhm.
We're playing Yorkshire Academy mid-May as well. So
Yeah, well, a few games then.
yeah.
Comes down the wicket and
Oh,
eases that over mid-on, way over Kyle Abbott's head. It's plugged a little bit. Abbott will run back and pick it up inside the rope at the top end of the ground. Davis will pick up 2.
We've got a golf course just around the corner, and that was very much a little sand wedge, wasn't it? Just
Pleased
clipped
with
it
that
over
one.
mid-on.
Pleased with that one, the way it stopped. Stop it on the green. Bounce on the green, stop it on the green. 290 for 1. There's Dawson. Comes in again. Edge,
Oh.
caught for slip. And there's the second wicket of the day as Alex Davis just tried to work that on the onside. It's obviously bounced and turned, certainly bounced and straightened. Just caught the outside edge. And James Vince straight into his hands. And Davis goes for 149 and Warwickshire 290 for 2.
Yeah, he's just tried to work that into mid-wicket, I think, just to get to his 150 there. Just looking at the slow-mos, Dawson bowls. Yeah, he's just tried to play that across the line and just looked to try and get to his 150, and he's found the outside edge. That's a good catch at slip. So that's exactly what Hampshire wanted. Not only is it the captain, Warwickshire main man, Alex Davies, but it brings a new man just 3 overs now before the, or 2 overs now before the new ball is due. So Hampshire will be definitely looking to get a few more wickets this evening now that they've opened up one end. Rhodes is still batting on 69. So if they can get a few quick wickets here, then Hampshire could have Warwickshire, I don't know, 320 for 5. They'll take that.
174 Will Rhodes and Alex Davies put on for the second wicket. 116 Davies and Yates put on for the first wicket. So Alex Davies once more has given Warwickshire a very, very solid base.
It's funny things, Kev, because the ball before that, he's, like I said to you, played almost like a chip shot over mid-on, and any other day that's rolled for 4 and he's got his 150 and he raises his bat. It goes for 2, and then the very next ball is a big gap in mid-wicket, and he's thinking, right, I just need to get to my 150. And I haven't seen him try and play against the spin at all against Liam Dawson. It just shows you funny things happen when you're close to a milestone.
Yeah.
He's just tried to just drop that into the leg side against the spin, found the outside half of the bat and caught it a slip. So Hampshire will be delighted with that. And that brings in Barnard, who not a bad batsman either. So the batters keep coming for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Ed Barnard made 89 in the Warwickshire 3-3-3 all out in the first game at Edgbaston against Worcestershire. So he has a decent innings under his belt as well. Very much an all-rounder, Ed Barnard. Signed in 2022 as a replacement for the retiring Tim Bresnan from neighbours Worcestershire. Here's Dawson and Barnard. Oh, maybe that's just gripped a fraction as well as Barnard plods forward. Tempting, wasn't it? Just flighted and very easy as a batter to turn the face. Barnard fortunately kept the face open. But is he getting the ball to grip a fraction here, Liam Dawson? Comes in again and bowls. That's sort of gone on with the arm really, and
Funny things
hit
happen, isn't it, when you
Barnard
get a
on the
wicket.
pad. Yeah. End of the over. 290 for 2. Dawson's figures 22 overs, no maidens, 1 for 91.
And he's off and running. Hampshire faithful still around here enjoying the Friday evening sun. And although there is a new batsman at the crease, Gubbins will continue from, I'll say, the hotel end where we're commentating from as well. Of course, Rhodes, who's on 69, will be on strike. But no, like I said, if we can if Hampshire can get a few wickets here, you know, certainly with the new bowl, there's bowlers that I'd rather face than Abbas and Abbott. the last half an hour in an evening session for sure. As Gubbins comes in now he's just chipped it in the air. It's just gone through for a single to square leg, but I don't think Hampshire should be too unhappy about that. It brings the new batsman on to strike. As Rhodes moves on to 70, and he's looked really, really good today. Really good, especially down the ground. Be interested to see how he bats now with the new batter. As Gubbins comes in, good length, and he's off the mark there. Barnard does a lovely shot into the covers for 1. I would have liked a few more fielders up, I think, just to build a bit of pressure here. There's only the 2 overs before the new ball, so
that's not a bad idea. Maybe not so many boundary fielders.
No. That brings Rhodes back on strike. Gubbins goes back around the wicket to the left hand, and he clips it off his legs, where he will just come through for a single, and that's picked up in the deep square, thrown into Ben Brown. So I've said they're going to have to take the no ball, but if Dawson's just doing something with the old ball at that end, do they give him the new ball? He's just says loads of things.
No.
Maybe I'm getting it carried away.
No,
but Gubbins comes in, driven to Tom Prest at short cover. No, I think you get Abbas and Abbott on straight away, don't you?
Yeah, you can always bring Dawson on pretty quickly after
you
that
can,
if you want to.
Yeah. Coming again. Also hit him on the back. It's just sliding down. A bit more wishful thinking there. Sort of went back to that, missed it, but it was going down leg. Just waiting for the replay on that one. Gubbins certainly was excited. I think more excited that he missed it rather than actually being close to be given out. But Gubbins comes again, short this time. Oh! And after the whole of the day's play, when the bat's been on top of the ball, I would not have been surprised if at that wicket. That is a short, wide ball, and it's been mistimed by Barnard and just missed the stumps. It's gone through for a single down to fine leg.
It's an inside edge on it.
Yeah, wow.
Right, so 79 overs gone, so 1 over after this for the new ball. Yeah, I mean that's a bonus wicket for Hampshire in the last over, no doubt about it. Just got the feeling that Dawson's maybe just bowled a fraction slower to give the ball a little bit more of a chance to grip. Probably could afford to do that. Yeah, I think even in this over, if he causes 1 or 2 problems, I don't know about you, I'd be very surprised if the Bass and Abbott aren't straight in. But here we go. Here's Dawson then bowls. He's forward there, thickish inside edge there. Good diving stop on the 45 from Ian Holland.
And they did bring the fielders in, so they were listening to us, Kev. They did bring all the fielders in for Barnard, but
yeah.
It was a fortunate way to get off the mark.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think also it's probably easier for a frontline spinner rather than Gubbins, who's just a fill-in spinner, really.
Yeah.
I suppose it is a little difficult. 295 for 2 in the 79th over. Dawson's over the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes pushes that out wide of mid off for a single. I think Dawson would probably prefer to be bowling at Barnard, even though he might have got 1 or 2 just to grip in the rough outside the left-handers off stump. I do get the feeling that he might just fancy his chances here for the 4 balls that he's got. Bowls to Barnard, swept. That's a nice shot.
Wow.
There's nobody on the sweep shot, so that's 4 runs. Very deliberate there from Barnard to try and put Dawson off his length a little bit. And it was just a good length ball, swept all along the floor, and that's the Warwickshire 300.
8 balls faced, and he plays, that sweep shot, and it means that Hampshire put a man out at deep square. So it creates another area now, or another gap for him to rotate the strike. It's a fine shot there by Barnard.
Still the short leg in. Dawson bowls, flighted, nice shot, strong shot to extra cover from Barnard. Dawson definitely giving the ball a little bit of air here, trying to find something out of this surface, anything. Dawson again bowls. There's another sweep shot, a little finer this time from Barnard. They'll pick up a single. Plays that shot quite nicely, has done in this over anyway. Barnard moves on to 8 off just the 10 deliveries that he's faced so far. 301 for 2. Warwickshire, as well as being the final ball before the second new ball is due, it will also mean there will be 16 overs left in the day's play. We won't bowl any more than that, that's for sure. As Dawson bowls, Rhodes Pushes that out on the offside, and there is no run. Change in the commentary box. Thank you, Anthony. He's going to take a little break, and then Richard Wilford from BBC WM will come in alongside me. How do you see things here, Richard?
Big hour ahead, isn't it? I think not a huge surprise they won't take the new ball immediately, because you're just seeing Gubbins and Dawson getting a little bit of encouragement. So whilst there's that hesitation, with Ed Barnard out there as well, Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott have got through plenty of work, but maybe give it another couple. Certainly you want Liam Dawson of another over after this one from Gubbins, and he's met by a lash through point for Barnard. A single to take him to 9, 302 for 2. There's just that little hint that and you never quite know, do you? But there might be some turn as this match goes on.
Might.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
No,
there's a way of finding wickets in this game.
I'm a little surprised they haven't taken the new ball yet.
Gubbins round the wicket, touching to the leg side by Rhodes, and there's no run. I just think he'll want Dawson to have one more over just when it's doing a little bit for him.
Yeah.
Although it's
a little bit with a little L.
Yeah, 1 for 98 or whatever it is that he's got as Rhodes is stabbing this through the vacant mid-on area. Holland will come in from 4/5 of the way back to the rope. The sun is probably the warmest it's been all day right now. Really is gorgeous out there. Will Rhodes has passed his 300 runs for the championship season. So they've benefited from these early surfaces. Barnard pushing to the offside. There probably was a single there, but a scrambling stop by Prest, who hasn't been pressed into service just yet. You've hinted that he might get an over or two, but it hasn't quite happened. Gubbins has taken precedence. This ball back of a length is steered in front of square for a single, so Barnard is fairly quickly into double figures. He's got 10, 304 for 2.
Yes, I suppose it is all about another over for Dawson more than keeping Nick Gubbins on.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Well, you never know. This could be the breakthrough ball as he bowls to Rhodes. And again, it's Prest who runs round at mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. None for 31 from 7 is Gubbins. 15 overs left on the evening. Warwickshire, one of their calculations will be, where do they stand now in terms of bonus points? 29 overs left for the bonus points. You'll figure they'll want to get to 400 before the end of the 110 overs. 450, probably unlikely now, but not impossible.
No, I mean the run rate sort of hovered around. Well, it's 3.8 now. It was 3.9 earlier. I think even when Davies and Rhodes and Yates were going well, I don't think he's ever quite touched 4. It's been very close to it. Dawson to continue then from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Ed Barnard. Short leg in, slip in, bowls, Barnard forward, nothing there for Dawson. Barnard, he made his debut, first class debut here back in 2015 for Worcestershire. Very first game on this ground. Here he is 9 years later. There's Dawson round the wicket again to Barnard. Barnard forward, probably an inside edge onto the pad there a little bit.
He went close to making his maiden Warwickshire 100 here last year, but sacrificed it on the final morning in the bid for quick runs, hold out on the boundary.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hit 95.
Mm.
Yeah. Dawson again. Man on the drive for Barnard, who's forward. I suppose, having seen Davies caught at slip, and then probably one that might have straightened a bit from Dawson, I suppose it does then just make you think a little bit. You got the feeling the batters didn't really think much playing Dawson earlier, but it's amazing what 1 or 2 balls can do. Just maybe getting slightly more watchful. It's fuller ball driven up to mid-on, and Barnard takes the opportunity to pick up a single and moves on to 11.
And also, if you're Warwickshire right now, you're already thinking, well, it'd be nice to put a bit of doubt in Hampshire minds about what the ball's doing for the spinners. You know that Briggs, Yates, Bethel, Mosley, whoever.
You've got a few.
Bowls slow, yeah. I mean, Mosley's much more a white ball spinner, but Jacob Bethel took his first class wicket last week.
Okay. There's Dawson. Rhodes works that with the intended spin on the onside, even though the ball's a little bit off stumpish. It's the way to play for a left-hander. Well, the sun is hot all of a sudden, isn't it?
You didn't believe me, did you?
No, I didn't. Not initially. I do now. Dawson again over the wicket, gives it a bit of flight. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump there. He wasn't quite sure what to do there, Will Rhodes, whether to play at it, not play at it. It was a half-hearted forward defensive. Very nearly cost him his wicket there.
Looked like a little arm ball to me.
Yeah,
And
just stayed out there.
Is Dawson trudging straight off the field at the end of that over because he knows his bowling stint's done? I think he might be. Kyle Abbott had been warming up quite a lot during that last over, and he's having a bit of a grind out at the return crease at the moment, so it may be that Dawson's going off to put his fielding boots back on.
He probably is. Just watched the replay of that last delivery from Dawson. That was a very circumspect prod from a man who's played pretty competently throughout his innings. Will Rhodes.
Yeah. This is off the back of, they declared on him on 178 last week, Will Rhodes. So he's 251 not out in his last 2 innings at the moment. It's one of those years where there are some rather large numbers to bandy around. 14 overs left then for this second new ball to be brought into effect. It'll be Kyle Abbott from this hotel end, and Mohammed Abbas presumably will take it on from the far end. And as has been said by Anthony a few times this afternoon, if they can take 2 or 3 wickets with the second new ball this evening, it just changes the complexion of the game, because you sense that Warwickshire ought to be looking to bat big and once with the position they've put themselves in. 3 wickets in this session would change that altogether. And somebody's trying to give some encouragement out there. Somebody's making some noise. 3 slips, the third of which is a wide 4th slip, as Barnard faces the first delivery from Abbott and defends it behind square on the offside, and the official sign was given for the new ball as well, and it comes up on the scoreboard. Overs 82.1 brackets 0.1. There you go. Nice little detail, isn't it?
Oh, it's all about detail.
It's cricket.
You can never have enough detail.
You know, I reckon football is jealous of cricket. That's why it keeps on inventing all these utterly spurious statistics.
Like?
Well, I can't believe they lost their 63% possession. Yeah, well, they kept on passing it between the centre-backs, that's why. Never got forward. Abbott in, left alone outside off stump by Barnard. But according to XG, we should be 10 points higher in the table. Managers use it to try and conceal their own incompetence at times. Our XG is so much better than our opponents this season.
XG?
Expected goals.
Oh, right.
For me, that's one of the worst. It really is. So, it's extraordinary. Somebody was telling me that the Birmingham City player who's done really well. He's had 31 successful take-ons this season.
What's that?
I'll tell you in a moment. But bowls full forward with a straight bat is Barnard. A take-on is where you beat an opponent and maintain possession of the ball. He's had 31 successful take-ons. Like I say, it's this search for meaningful statistics, when that in itself isn't very meaningful if you don't tell me whether he got the ball in the box or whether he got tackled by the next bloke or ran it out of play for a throw-in. It's whereas cricket is full of such good stats that do mean something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like Kyle Abbott is on 597 first-class wickets. Things like that.
Tremendous.
In fact, 598 now.
Well, not 599 yet, because he'd been driven through extra cover for 4. That's a lovely shot from Ed Barnard. Just leant into position and guided it without too much of a fanfare. He's to 15, and Warwickshire 309 for 2.
He's been driven a few times today, Kyle Abbott, especially early on this morning. Robbie Yates was quick on anything slightly over-pitched from the South African.
There's 3 boundaries in his first overs, I don't know.
I think there was, yeah.
First was a full bunger onto the pads of Yates. As this is Fuller actually, and just jabs down on it. There's Barnard, because that was speared in towards his leg stump. The shadows are cast long now, particularly of the needles on the top of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. Floodlight casting a shadow that looks a little bit like a potato waffle. Or a fly swat, actually.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
What, the fly swat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either will do.
Yeah. Abbott once more. Turned around the corner by Barnard. There's nobody at square leg, so Mohammed Abbas, almost in slow motion, goes after this one. It's interrupted his warm-up. And they'll come back for 2. 17 to Barnard, 311 for two. He wanted to do stretching, not running. Somebody's quickly across to collect his cap before he starts his latest spell. But Abbott now 1 for 67 from 14 overs. He got the wicket of Rob Yates for 69.
Yes, wickets have been hard to come by for Kyle Abbott in the 2 games that Hampshire have played here last week. Abbott's figures 27 overs, 7 maidens, none for 93. In the game against Lancashire, Hampshire only bowling once there. And just the 1 so far, 1 for 67, so I make that 1 for about 150 odd.
Ouch.
In the season so far, which, yes, is a tough start to 2024.
On balance, I think I should have settled with potato waffle because it's a lot less inhumane than a fly swap.
Yeah, you have to be careful now, don't you?
Yeah.
Anything involving animals, insects, whatever. Here's Abbas round the wicket to Yates and almost bounced twice through to keeper Ben Brown.
I'm sure flies have a very, very important part to play in our ecosystem. Not as important as bees.
Right.
I'm not going to campaign. I'm not going to do a Save the Flies campaign or anything.
You're not?
No. I'm not really a campaigning type.
No? There's Abbas. It's the left-hander, Yates, who just works that good length ball behind square on the offside. Deep fielder there, single. Brings Barnard back on strike, and Rhodes moves on to 74. Not a campaigning man, so
No.
you won't be moving into politics anytime soon, then?
No. I would struggle to have to toe the party line.
Would you?
God, can you imagine that? Because you can't be share the view of everybody else in your party, can you, on everything? It doesn't matter what your politics are. It'd be quite weird to slavishly be devoted to every single opinion that they have.
You work for the BBC, don't you? Here comes Abbas, outside the off stump and left alone. Got to toe the line there, haven't you?
That's why I can't have an opinion on it. Publicly. I can have an opinion about cricket. Great game, Warwickshire have batted well. It was good, a bit of sign language with a member of the hotel staff there.
Yes, I was just trying to work out what that lady was saying to me whilst I was concentrating on the cricket. It wasn't easy. I think she was talking about taking the coffee away. I think that's what she was saying. I told her, yeah, just take it. Hope she doesn't mean my wallet. That's pushed out on the offside. There is no.
Is that where you've left it? Wow.
I was going to say she can take it. There won't be anything in it.
To be fair, you can have a good night out with £7.75.
Have I got that much in it?
It was £8.25, but I needed 50p to get a coffee.
3-12 for 2. I get the feeling we might just be sort of starting to get into a period where Warwickshire will look to ensure they are in as strong a position as possible going into tomorrow morning. As Abbas comes in, of course the second new ball needs to be watched as that goes out to behind square on the offside, fielded by James Fuller. Ed Barnard, the batter.
Well, they've played these two with total respect, though, haven't they? We saw that with the new ball this morning. We saw it when they came on for their second spell after lunch when Kyle Abbott got Rob Yates to nick off. But, you know, Abbott wasn't quite himself, wasn't quite in rhythm with his first spell and was going for 6 and 7 over. But he's a little bit more himself. Mohammed Abbas has been doing all the things he normally does, but the ball hasn't really sung for him. Hasn't had that little bit of nibble that he needs.
Works it on the onside. He's looking for the single. There isn't one there. End of the over for Abbas. He now has 17 overs, none for 30. Warwickshire 3-12 for 2. Yeah, I think. Well, Abbott's figures at lunch were 6 overs, none for 33.
Yeah. So he's bounced back somewhat from that. Even though the 8 overs have gone for 34, so there's just always been generally a half volley in his game today, hasn't there?
Yeah, for me, he hasn't quite been as accurate as against Lancashire last week. But I think also, to be fair to Warwickshire, they've kind of punished him with anything that hasn't been there or thereabouts. Anything slightly over pitch, they really have, haven't they? Put it away.
How about round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who's dabbing at this, hoping to help it down to third. He can't. There's a rather errant and unnecessary throw there from Liam Dawson, which could have caused Gubbins a bit of a, or was it Prest? A little bit of a mischief as he had to back it up.
Prest, yeah. I just think the Warwickshire batters have looked sort of battle-hardened coming into this game. They look like they've done an awful lot of batting in the middle.
Yeah, Simon Hughes has probably just time spent at the crease. You can see it. You can see the time spent at the crease.
He can.
Rhodes awaits again, and once more wanting it to dab it down towards the third man, and gets a bit too much of it. And once again, Dawson picks up. And this time it's not so much a dangerous throw as just a strangely errant throw, as he misses the man who's 12 yards away from him, who then has to come and pick the ball up. So Fletcher Middleton might look at him slightly quizzically for that. He's done a lot of bowling today. He can't place a throw now, Liam Dawson. 24 overs he's bowled on the opening day. Probably wasn't the plan. So it is in full, driven square on the offside. Mohammed Abbas will come round from a very wide third man. So that'll be 2 more to Rhodes. 76 for him. 314 for 2. Oh, it's not Mohammed Abbas this time, it was Fuller. He was emerging from quite a wide position there, and he was going at a sort of Mohammed Abbas fielding speed, which did for me altogether. You could sense every single over in Fuller's legs as he approached that. Because he's worked hard to get a bit of pace out of this wicket today, hasn't he?
He's done well today.
He's really troubled Rhodes in 2 spells. Abbott bowls to Rhodes, big inside edge in front of his pad. Squirts out on the leg side for a single. 77, sunset strip. Old bingo call, 315 for 2.
14 overs done for 49 Fuller. I think he's been better than that. He did have, of course, Alex Davis out bowled when he was on 64, but it was a no ball. I think Fuller looked very good last week, and I think he's looked pretty good today. There was nothing in the wicket for him.
It's just that priceless bowler with that bit of extra pace, very good at dealing with the tail enders. Barnard squeezed it wide of fourth slip, who works across to pick it up and prevent any thought of a run.
Yeah, he's just the one bowler in the Hampshire side that can get away with just banging it in constantly.
Yeah.
You know, your Abbotts and especially Abbas's, they're not banging in bowlers in terms of halfway down, and if they do, it's a surprise ball. Whereas Fuller, you kind of know that it's coming, but he still has that bit extra in him that you're still looking to duck.
There's that point of difference, of course, if Keith Barker's available as well.
Yeah.
Forward in defence is Barnard, pushes it out into the offside. End of the over, 11 more left in the day. Warwickshire 315 for 2. Last time Warwickshire had a bowler with that sort of point of difference, because it would have been Boyd Rankin, who often wouldn't be seen in the first 30 overs of an innings, but then would do something different, hit the centre of the wicket, hit 1 or 2 bits of padding that the batsman would rather he hadn't hit. A very good game here a few years back when he and Chris Tremlett both bowled beautifully. Nobody else could get anything out of it, but the 2 tall bowlers. Rankin bowled a 16 over spell either side of an interval, which, I mean, was astonishing when you think of the size of him. But you got 2 bowlers 6'7" plus in that match.
Hitting the deck.
Yeah.
He didn't like the new ball, did he, Boyd Rankin?
He didn't have great control of a new ball, and captains weren't keen to give it to him as a result.
Here's Abbas to Rhodes. Rhodes on the back foot, works that behind square on the offside. That is 1 to the total as the ball makes its way down to Fletcher Middleton on the boundary, away to our left. 316 for 2 brings Barnard back on strike. Yeah, I think I remember that's being said about him. Yeah. But of course he was a good enough bowler, even with an old ball, soft ball, that he could still get it up high, couldn't he?
And if your bowling attack had the likes of Barker, Wright, Wokes potentially in it, then you're probably not too bothered about Rankin getting anywhere near the new ball.
No. Plenty of middle order and low order batters didn't fancy it too much when he was bowling, did they? Just that steeping bounce that he used to have. What's he doing now, do you know? Here's Abbas. It's probably put you on the spot a bit, that there. Nicely worked through mid-wicket, Ed Barnard, 4 runs. just strayed in line there, did Abbas. And that's put away nicely by Barnard. Moves on to 21, 320 for 2.
He has moved into the management of Cricket Island. Boyd Rankin, yeah, he's a senior official for Cricket Island, involved with selection and that sort of thing. I think he's still farming as well.
Right.
In that Boyd had a very special skill. He could have gone on, you know, that old ITV show, You Bet, where people had an extraordinary skill and they had to do something within 90 seconds and celebrities had to guess whether they'd manage it or not. If you had 10 tractor engines, you'd be able to name the tractors from the engine noises, no doubt.
Wow. Abbas. Barnard gets a length ball, which he pushes out into the covers.
It's a skill.
Right. So out of 10 tractor engines, he could name
he could name what the tractor was from engine noise.
Wow.
And that's what Ollie Hannon Dolby's told me. So it must be true, right? It must be. Ollie would not sell me a dummy with that.
No.
But he's from proper farming stock, is Boyd.
Yeah.
Really lovable guy.
Yeah.
Cracking guy.
Just trying to wonder where that sort of skill comes in useful.
When you're buying a tractor, you know, with the engine's right, don't you?
Here comes Abbas. And Barnard gets another length ball, which he's just happy to push forward to. Yeah. Next time I'm buying a tractor, I'll...
Yeah, but it's relevant for him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, with the land that you've got, you don't need a tractor.
I don't really need a lawnmower.
No.
The land I have. I could probably do it with a pair of scissors.
Nail scissors.
Yeah. Clippers. Yeah. Is he farming in Ireland then?
Yeah,
Or
he's always been based over there with his family. So
That's again 2 slips in the galley. Comes in and Barnard gets another length ball, which he pushes to backward a point. James Fuller is there. So there are a few farmers, aren't there, with cricketers. There was the guy at Essex who's just retired. Can't think, his name escapes me. Former England captain.
What you've forgotten, Sir Alistair Cook?
Sir Alistair Cook. I've forgotten.
I tell you what, how soon they get forgotten these days in the game, eh?
It proves the point.
Hey?
It proves the point, doesn't it? Once you're out of it, you might as well have been out of it for years. Already we're forgetting his name, although apparently...
You say we?
Well, I am. Yeah, sorry, not you, me. I'm a bit fickle like that, really. Outside the off stump, bit wider from Abbas, ends the over. 320 for 2, although we won't be able to forget it too much because, or I won't be able to forget it too much, just to be corrected, because one of the ends has been named after him now.
Essex.
At Chelmsford, him and Graham Gooch. It's not the Hayes Close end or the River end now, it's the Sir Alistair Cook end and the Graham Gooch end.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was. I think I sort of read something like that about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not going to be happy until they name something after Ray East, but apart from that, the Ray East bicycle
might be a bit late
rack.
now, is it? It's a bit late now.
It was the famous story of him fielding third man at both ends, getting fed up and borrowing a spectator's bicycle to get from one end to the other, isn't it?
Yeah. Pringle did that as well, didn't he, Derek Pringle?
If Pringle had done that, he'd have put his back out. Here's Abbott coming into bowl, and he's guided off his pads towards mid-wicket. No run for Will Rhodes there, remains on 78.
I'm sure they're mentioning it now. I think it's the main Sports Extra game at Chelmsford, isn't it? That game there, Lancashire, Essex. I'm sure they've been mentioning those 2 ends continuously throughout the day.
Kevin Howells will have been absolutely meticulous about making sure that was the case.
Oh, definitely. It's just as well, actually. I could never remember the name of the river anyway, behind us, in the commentary box.
So again, it's dabbed out into the offside by Rhodes. There's no run. Of all the major county grounds, that's the one I've been to the fewest times. I've only done 2 days cricket there ever. And I'm not going this season either. I think Clive from BBC CWR will be heading down to there.
Okay.
Well, in fact, I know he's booked his hotel, so clues are there.
You're obviously picking your right grounds. Why are you here?
No, he divvies. Oh, well, I like coming here though. So he divvies it up. He usually says it's a request. You can usually choose one, and then we put names to games. There's Abbott bowls, and it's pushed into the offside. There's a quick single here. There was an early call from Barnard. There's a kick at the stumps. There possibly could have been a second there for over kicks, but that would have been reasonably tight if that
I
hit.
think that's close. I really do.
My laptop is on a slight delay. We're seeing a replay here. I think he would have been all right, actually, Barnard, but it wasn't the worst attempt, right-footed, tail end of the football season. I don't think he'd play for AFC Tottenham, but he could get a game for Tottenham and Ealing next door.
Apologies if you play for Tottenham and Ealing.
Well, it's a levels thing, isn't it?
I don't follow it that closely.
It's off the back foot, defended up to mid-off by Ed Barnard. I thought I'd get bonus points for knowing that they had two teams next door to each other.
I'm impressed with that, but we have a lot of Tottenham and Ealing listeners.
I nearly went on Thursday.
Did you?
Yeah, because there were a few Wessex League games on Thursday, and I was down by about 6. And Tottenham and Ealing were at home.
Okay.
I said on Thursday, it was last night, wasn't it? It feels like a long time ago. Last night, I know, I did think about it.
How long have you been here preparing?
I put into Barnard, and again steered down towards 4th slip. No run. So you say, no, it does feel like a long time ago yesterday. It does. But I went to the food department of a popular store nearby and got myself a smoothie and something to eat. And watched some golfers finishing their rounds. I'm pretty sure I saw Danny Briggs doing some putting. His putting seemed to be in good order. Abbott, slower ball, fuller ball. Pushed out into the offside once more by Barnard. End of the over. We have 8 overs left on the day, do we now? Or is it 9? 9 overs left on the day. The scoreboard had already updated briskly. 321 for 2 Warwickshire. Will Rhodes on 79. Ed Barnard 21. These two have added 31 since the fall of Alex Davis. He made 149. After an opening stand of 116 as well with Rob Yates, who made 69. The second wicket partnership was 174. Which I am pretty sure is a record second wicket partnership for Warwickshire against Hampshire.
Oh, I could try and look that up for you.
I don't think I found a bigger one.
Have you already looked?
It's a fleeting look. I was just looking at Warwickshire record partnerships generally, and I didn't find a bigger second wicket against Hampshire.
Okay, here's Abbas, and Rhodes just works that down to Prest again at backward a point. And there is 1 run, I must say. 1 run.
I shall make way for Anthony Clapham during this over so I can go and do a report, and
He'll be back.
I shall return shortly.
I'm just trying to find the Tottenham and Ealing result from last night. I can't. Oh, hang on, I might be able to find it. Oh, they lost 3-1 against Fleetlands. There you go. Yeah, it's probably just as well you didn't go. The home crowd wouldn't have been happy. Wessex League Division 1. Fleetlands as a club towards Portsmouth from here, if you're not quite sure. Forward is Barnard. That goes out to backward a point, but the fielder, unlike for Rhodes, is a little closer, so there is no run. Welcome back, Anthony Clapham.
Thank you. I think the new ball, similar to this morning really, has not done much off the seam or off the pitch. Not a great deal of swing for Mohammed Abbas, but like this morning, he's been on the money pretty much every ball. He's been really economical today where runs have been easy. Coming into his 20th over. Just gone for the 36 and the 5 maidens. So
you're right, the second new ball's done very little. Barnard plays that late, opens the face, works it along the ground towards third. The chase is on for James Fuller. I think the ball's going to win that. It has. And that is 4 more to the Warwickshire total. And that takes them to 326 for 2. And Barnard is already on to 25.
I could believe that. I looked at the scoreboard just literally about 5 minutes ago, and I saw he was on 20 odd. And just the way he shapes up, it looks so simple, really. He plays every ball on its merit, and then that one there in the previous over, he's sort of just been dropping that ball into the offside, but there he's just waited a fraction more, opened up the wrists, and played it down to third man. And that means Vince has gone slightly wider now, so instead of an orthodox second, he's gone more third slip.
Here comes Abbas, length ball to Barnard, pushes that quietly into the covers. Richard Wilford has found the second wicket record against Hampshire, have you? Was it Roger Twos, did I see? Roger Twos and Brian Lover. I think that I might have been playing in that one. I have a horrible suspicion that I might have been involved in that. I might have to have a look at that at some point. So that was worth how many? 295. Oh, so that's far more than... Yeah, so that will stay as the record. So that wasn't a record second wicket stand of 174 between Davies and Will Rhodes. But it's Barnard facing. Bass comes in.
Oh,
That's
wow.
bounced. Always hit him on the glove. Now that's popped from nowhere. And that will be pretty painful. I think it's the bottom hand. It's not the top hand. It's just the bottom hand. But depending on where it hits you on those gloves.
Yeah, that might wake up a few spectators, and certainly a few of the Warwickshire batters who are waiting to come in, perhaps the night watchman, who are getting a bit fidgety after that. That's the first ball today that's really misbehaved. It just really popped off a length, and it, as Kevin said, wraps Barnard's bottom hand. And there's two different types of gloves. You have sausage fingers, which would tend to be for the wicket keepers and bowlers who have a bit more protection, and then you have split fingers, which are less protection but give you more movements. Generally, batters prefer those ones. So,
Okay. Doesn't look too bad, does it? He's facing the next delivery. It's a length ball, which has just behaved as everyone else has all day. And that's pushed out into the covers. Yeah, sometimes that can cause real pain. Whether Barnard has a high pain threshold, I don't know. And other batters might just have stopped play and said, I want the spray. I don't know. But he's, other than shaking his finger from time to time, he seems okay. 326 for 2.
Oh, I wish it was 200.
I know, I was going to say. I think we all do.
Yeah. Rhodes has batted brilliantly today. Real chanceless 80. To be fair, every batter who's come in today has got themselves in. Rob Yates batted really well and got a bit unlucky. And now Barnard's got himself in at 25 as Kyle Abbott comes around the wicket to Rhodes, who back foot punches that down to deep backward point, where Fuller picks up and throws it into Ben Brown. And as the sun gets covered by the clouds, very gloomy now, the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire will be desperate to get a couple of late wickets here. It's been a really, really tough day for the bowlers. Plugging away. Yeah, there's been times where they've been a bit loose, but all in all it's been a really, really hard effort here by the Hampshire bowlers, but superb batting as Abbott's in two. Abbott, he plays and misses. It's the first loose shot we've seen from Barnard. Wafts, a big waft drive outside off stump. As we look at the replay in again, it's a real first time we've seen him really come out of his shell as Barnard. Yeah, it's kind of angled in and nipped away. Abbott
bounced as well, and a bit of pace off the wicket.
Abbott does tend to bowl wide of the crease, so angles it in and then nips it away. Definitely the baller there. Abbott again, let's see what Barnard does. He go back into his shell. Does he try again? As Abbott goes a little bit shorter, opens the face, drops it into third slip. He picks it up in James Vince and throws it to, I think that's Gubbins at cover.
Yeah, that ball before really kicked off a length, didn't it? We have not seen much of that today.
I don't know whether the sun in the last sort of hour, it's really been sunny the last hour, and it's nice and warm. I don't know whether it's dried the surface out a little bit. Been pretty windy and had some rain in around this afternoon as well. So maybe it's just making the ground a bit firmer now. As Abbott comes from the into the pavilion end. Sorry, it's just dropped down by Barnard for no run. It's a much better spell here for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott will be desperate to get another wicket. Got the early breakthrough just after lunch of going to be looking to get another few this evening. Well, Hampshire, Warwickshire 327 for 2. Wonder if Rhodes to be eyeing up his century this evening. 7 overs to go after this one. As Abbott comes in again over the wicket, and much like the ball previously, just outside off stump, and Barnard just drops it into the offside. And although the slips were excitable, and not really much going on there for Abbott, but sometimes you've got to keep yourself going, don't you? When you're in the field, you either chat rubbish or you you chat amongst each other. I saw Dawson in the previous over give a bit of a dodgy throw to Fuller. You're just trying to do something just to get yourself going, especially in the last sort of 45 minutes of the day. Just trying to get you to the end of the day. As Abbott comes in to complete his over. Full this time and flicks off his legs into mid-wicket where Fuller picks it up, and that concludes the over there. 7 overs remain then, if we can get to 7 overs, that is.
So what have we had? 7 overs with the second new ball, and it has currently yielded 22 runs without a wicket. Anthony Clapham will continue, and then from BBC WM, Richard Wilford.
Just to give you some scores around the ground. So a bit of a fight back here from Lancashire. You've got Lancashire 145 for 8. They were 92 for 8. So Williams and Blatherwick have put on 50 there. So a bit of a fight back. Kent at 95 for 2 at Surrey, or against Surrey. Somerset, after bowling Nottinghamshire out for 93, have find themselves 75 without loss. And Worcestershire, after bowling Durham out for 244, they are 37 for 2. So yeah, some good scores out there. This is by far the highest scoring.
Mohammed Abbas is going to strike here. He's wrapped Will Rhodes on the pad. And there's a look of relief about Mohammed Abbas, who's been short of wickets in these early weeks of the season. But that is an important breakthrough in this final half hour of play. Rhodes is gone for 81. He's not been an easy wicket to take this season. And Warwickshire 327 for 3. Timely breakthrough.
Richard, it's the first time you've been on the left-hand side, the Kevin James side, and you've brought a wicket first ball. Maybe maybe Kevin James might be on the right-hand side for the rest of this evening. That is, I mean, Abbas has really deserved that. He's been plugging away all day today, and that's his first wicket, and he's been by far the standout bowler for Hampshire. And I feel for Rhodes there. He's batted so well for his 80, but again, that's the value of bowling stump to stump. It's kept a bit low, and LBW and Hampshire really want to try and get that couple more wickets this evening. If they can get Warwickshire 350 for 5 or 360 for 5, that'd be a real good fight back, and then hope to sort of wrap up the innings tomorrow morning. But there's still a lot of hard work to do, and I'm sure there might be a Liam Dawson who can say something about that later on in the day. But for now, Abbas, first ball.
Dan Mosley as the new man approaches the crease, so again it's going to be a left-hand right-hand combination, which it's been all day so far.
Actually, yeah.
So there is the benefit of having quite a few left-handers in this Warwickshire batting order. I think 4 of the top 7.
Yeah, he's Dan Mosley. I think he was out with the Lions this winter with when we were in Ahmedabad. So we trained at similar times, which is cool. It's really good to get up close and personal with the professionals, and it was also good for them to see us. I'm sure they haven't seen many I'm going to say physically disabled cricketers, but there's lots of different disabilities. I have a club foot. There's others with cerebral palsy or loss of limb, but they've got blades, and yeah, it was really good for them to see sort of the standard that we can, the cricket we can play as well.
Well, you demonstrate that when you're playing against minor counties and that sort of thing. You're playing against good quality opponents.
Yeah,
and that's the way to warm up for the matches that you've got ahead. You're into World Cup year now in the next 12 months.
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas then to bowl to Dan Mosley, and Mosley is in behind it. And actually with rather good timing, defends it up to mid-off. 62 and 55 not out in his first 2 innings of the season, Dan Mosley.
Not too shabby. Now I think talking about playing against decent sides, I think you actually learn more as a team and as a player individually if you lose. And I know that might sound a bit odd, but you certainly learn more. I think we've got to test ourselves this year. We came up against a really, really strong India side. We lost 3-2, but it was the first time we went to India, and we had no warm-up matches, so it was a great test.
You learn so much about the conditions that you're playing in. So Mosley will get off the mark here, guides it in towards mid-wicket. Fuller across was never going to be able to challenge him. So Mosley has his first run, 328 for 3. I mean, doesn't matter what style of cricket you're going to play. You go to somewhere like India, the conditions are going to be so different from anything you've played in.
Yeah. The heat, the dew, luckily we got away with the heat. We played T20s, so we started our games at 10 a.m, but every team that won the toss and batted first won the games.
Right.
So we found that the dew early on in the morning, the ball skidded on and actually skidded through the outfield quicker, and then as soon as the sun got on the outfield later on, it was tougher to score.
Mohammed Abbas in to bowl to Barnard, and that was angling in towards middle stump, just defended, add into the offside. Do you have to adjust your bowling?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and batting actually, we thought the ball would turn. So in the winter, Edgbaston, we trained most every month prior to going out in end of January, and we were sweeping, reverse sweeping, hitting the ball a lot squarer, and we go out there and we actually found that the pitches were better than we thought. The ball skidded on, so we had to play straighter. And again, when you're bowling, it's the lengths. You can't be too full there. It's just too easy to hit through the line. So hit hard lengths.
Mohammed Abbas in, touched in towards square leg by Barnard. Shout of note.
I guess it's similar to this kind of pitch, really. You know, they weren't the quickest pitches, but you know, if you got too full, it's very easy to get your hands through the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, we actually went 2-0 down, so we had a lot of work to do, but we won 2 out of the last 3 games, and I feel like if it was a longer series, I think we would have probably come out on top. But yeah, like I mentioned, it's hopefully a World Cup in November where there'll be, I think, 7 or 8 sides, and then we're, you know, in a one-off game against India, hopefully in a final, then we should do all right.
Yeah, so you've got some idea of the conditions. Barnard defends out into the offside here, and there's no run. Just say Kevin James thought he probably played in that match where Warwickshire got their record second wicket partnership of 295 against Hampshire. Roger Twos and Brian Lara. James, Court Smith bowled Welsh 25. 19 overs, 1 maiden, none for 86. And Court Lara bowled Davis 0.
Court Lara, there you go.
Of the much missed slow left armour, Richard Davis was the bowler, who was the first summariser I ever worked with in cricket in a disused score box at deep backward square leg at Ilford. Did a game with Richard Davis.
It's quite a cool stat to be caught by Brian Lara. Rather caught than bowled.
Well, do you think he did it deliberately, just so you could say I was once caught by Brian Lara? I don't. Maybe not.
No.
He wasn't the greatest fielder, Brian Lara. Well, certainly not the most enthusiastic. He'd far rather be asleep on the physio's table at that point in proceedings.
You score that many runs, I don't think you had to field, did you?
I think that was the point he used to make occasionally.
Okay, so Kyle Abbott now. In from the hotel end into the new batter. Mosley plays it, soft hands, but again a bit more bounce here, so it's definitely doing a bit more here at the Utilita Bowl now. Since that sun's come out, I think, as you mentioned earlier, Richard, when the lacquer comes off, it takes a while for the lacquer to come off, but I wouldn't say there's more sideways movement, but it's definitely doing a bit more off the pitch here, and Kyle Abbott is trudging away. He's been plugging away all day, he's changed ends, he's gone bowled from the pavilion end, bowled back from the hotel end.
He's been happier at this end, hasn't he?
He's definitely, yeah. But he's just got the 1 wicket, but I think he deserves a bit more as he comes in now past the umpire, in full and left outside, and there's a bit of swing there late. Ben Brown overemphasises that, goes towards first slip.
Even with a relatively new ball, he's happy to take a bit of pace off it. That was Fuller, slightly slower. See if it'll encourage it to do anything.
Yeah, I think the pitch is it's a bit of a docile pitch, isn't it? I think when you've seen how the Warwickshire batters, not taking anything away from them, but they just had so much time. And usually when you come down here and you see Kyle Abbott, he rushes a lot of batters with his pace and the lengths that he bowls as he comes in again to Mosley, and he drives into the covers. Stopped there by, I think that's Gubbins. And he seems like the chief shiner.
He does, doesn't he?
So is this, have you been here often? You mentioned obviously we haven't had a Warwickshire T20 game in here.
No, I've been down quite a bit for the championship, so it's always good to work up here on the gantry.
Good view as well. Are you staying in the hotel?
Yeah.
Have you got a room that faces the? Do all the rooms face the?
No. I don't want a room that faces the cricket pitch.
Interested as Kyle Abbott comes back into Mosley. I suppose if you talk about that's a nice drive to mid-off. If we're talking about it all day, the last thing you want to do is get home, open the French doors, and you see it. So I have noticed that a few people have checked into their rooms and they're watching from their balconies this evening, and I might have to see what the room rates are to bring my wife here maybe one evening, try and tie it in with a T20 blast. Do you think she'll like that, Kev? No, not with that luck. Maybe not.
How many years of marriage are you planning to do?
Yeah, we're 5 years in, so maybe a few more years.
Amateur.
As Abbott comes in again, a bit shorter this time. Mosley, just so much time, just rocks back on the back foot, flicks into mid-wicket.
It's a no ball. And in the second no ball of the day, one from Fuller when he took a wicket, and now one from Abbott. although the scorers are taking a while. Rob Bailey's had his arm out for a long time, like he's trying to stop a taxi in London.
There should be some free hits, I think, in County Championship and Test cricket. First class cricket, get free hits for front foot no balls.
He's looking into the sun, and he can't see whether the scorers have flashed him or not, but I think he thinks they have now.
Yeah, there you go. 2 no balls. So you get 2 runs for no balls in County Championship as Abbott comes in, and that looks okay. And apart from that no ball, we've had some dot balls, all dot balls so far. But we've got 1 ball to go.
So you've still got the L plates on after 5 years. I know for a fact that my wife would not like a night out at the T20, so I'm not going to make that mistake.
The frustrating thing is,
but that's experience.
Our honeymoon was in Thailand, and it coincided with her birthday, and unfortunately for me, the World Cup final. So we were sat in bed, and she was asleep, and I was watching Jofra Archer bowl the over. He won us the game. So yeah, got a bit excited, but yeah,
you got a bit
excited watching Jofra Archer bowl that over. It was an unbelievable game of cricket, and almost gutted that I wasn't in England to watch it, but I've still got the game recorded at home. Tend to watch it back sometimes if I'm feeling a bit low,
So the headline of the day with Warwickshire 330 for 3 is that Anthony Clapham got a bit excited on his honeymoon in Thailand because he was watching Jofra Archer. There we go. I'll give it another 3 years. Oh my, she's going to be a cricket widow.
Thanks for that. Good job she's not listening.
That's because she can't stand cricket, you see.
That's exactly right.
See?
Yeah.
My wife's got no interest in sport, but equally I've got no interest in accounting, so we don't talk about either of them.
Oh, she's an accountant as well, the same as my wife.
So Mohammed Abbas to continue. 3 slips in place as he bowls to Barnard, who leaves it alone outside off stump. We're into the final 5 overs of the day, so 29 more deliveries for Hampshire to try and make further inroads, with Warwickshire in the box seat at 330 for 3, but not wanting to waste it. So it's always the case, isn't it, that these little mini sessions can make an enormous difference to a county championship match.
Yeah, I mean, all the Alex Davies and Rhodes and Yates have set the game up perfectly, haven't they? Don't want to throw it away now.
Barnard awaits again, guided through third. Probably only 1. No, they're going to run that well. They're coming back for 2. Fuller, who was fielding in the gully, sliding. It was quite a weary throw in the end, and they're checking for divots as well, where his knee might have taken a bit of ground away. It's a high five from Tom Prest, who was jogging back to join him, but 2 more to Barnard. He's 27, 332 for 3. And Abbas will just keep on looking, drawing Barnard forward in defence. The sun's warm now.
Yeah, it is.
God.
I think, and I'm not sure if it's the glass that the sun's coming through, but Kev James looks red. I know he did put some sun cream on him earlier, but no, the sun's really strong up here, and it's been a really lovely evening. It was a pretty shocking weather this morning, this afternoon, but definitely this evening has been the best time to bat, I'd say, in terms of weather-wise.
I'll have to get my cap out tomorrow if it comes on sunny like this. As Barnard pushes towards point, won't get it beyond Fuller this time. And there's no run, so what's that, 25 balls left of play today.
Lots of local cricket clubs are going to be starting their campaigns tomorrow, or I say campaign. A lot of pre-season fixtures will be going ahead. Obviously the weather's been pretty horrendous in and around this region across the country, but I know there's quite a few leagues starting, and certainly my club are at Camberley tomorrow in Surrey, so good luck to all the clubs tomorrow.
Mohammed Abbas in, forward sturdily is Barnard, pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Did I miscount? There's still 1 ball left in this over, is there? Okay, fair enough. I was ahead of myself, to be honest.
I think the Birmingham leagues, actually, they start tomorrow, the actual league. They always start a bit earlier, the Northern and Midlands leagues, whereas you've got the home counties and the Southern Prem, which are the local leagues. I don't think they start until early May, so...
Yeah, it's all the stockbrokers down here. You have to give them another week to get ready. Mohammed Abbas approaches once more. Just flicked down towards the slip cordon by Barnard. End of the over. Warwickshire 332 for 3. They've become rather becalmed for the moment with the 4 overs left in the day. Kyle Abbott is quick to get into position to start his next over in case there was any hint of a change.
I think there is going to be a change.
There is going to be a change.
Yeah, it looks like Ian Holland's going to be coming on and replacing Kyle Abbott.
See, is the sun getting to me? I could see 87 and the number was 22. I can't even explain that.
87 is next to him, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
So Abbott's figures today, 18 overs, just the 2 maidens, 1 for 74. And Holland's bowled just the 8 overs, actually. I would have thought he would have bowled a few extra overs, but I guess Gubbins has bowled, I think, 6.
Well, yeah, it's more that they've bowled 30 overs of spin today, and he was going 4.5 an over as well, Ian Holland, earlier.
Yeah, 8 overs for 35. So we're looking to, if he can pick up a couple of wickets here, then he might find himself happier. And probably the top of the bowlers, actually, if he gets a couple of wickets this evening. He comes wide of the crease, and that's his job right there, Holland. He would try and attack the stumps as much as possible. He's got 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, a really straight mid-on, and catch in mid-wicket. And then the 2 deep fielders on the leg side being deep square leg and a sort of almost like a square fine leg. So Warwickshire seem to have sort of batting within themselves now. Mosley were there with just 1 off, I think it was at 18 balls. 332 for 3. As he comes down the just as I say, that comes down the track and punches Holland through extra cover for 4. And as I thought Warwickshire would be just looking to knuckle down now and get through to the end of the play, Mosley goes and just shows that Warwickshire are looking to score as and when they can.
To be fair to him, he'd only faced the 10 balls, but actually it's an interesting little test for Dan Mosley because his natural instinct is to be very positive. He's a very attacking player, but this is part of his development in that coming in at this stage of the day in the Championship with the team having a great platform to go on to make a big score. It's really important not to give your wicket away this evening, but at the same token they don't want to fall too far behind the chase to make sure they get to 400 within 110 overs for the bonus points.
Of course. Ben Brown up to the stumps now, which means the batter will back further into his crease. That can mean that LBW and the outside edge is going to be more in play for someone like Ian Holland who likes to pitch the ball up. Yeah, I forgot about that actually. So you've got 110 overs, so what's that? 17 and a half overs to get 70. So
yeah, well, 64 more. So they should get that. The 450 is looking very ambitious, particularly, if you think that Abbott and Abbas will bowl at the start of play tomorrow.
Yeah. Holland again, 4 this time, flicked off his legs. Looks good as he's come in. He's just taking his time. If the ball's in his arc, he will look to punish it, but it gets off strike again and brings Barnard, who's, I must say, has looked really, really good coming in. He played a nice late cut when Kevin was on commentary with myself for 4 down here in third man, but he looks to hit the ball straight. He's also played. He's swept early on against Dawson as well. So he like to sweep against spinners usually.
I think more often he'll go straight, but he can play the sweep. He certainly brought it out very early today, didn't he? We haven't seen too many sweeps today.
Holland into the right-handed Barnard, and as Ben Brown goes back to more of an orthodox wicketkeeper, he's not standing up to the stumps here. They just played into second slip.
For much of the day, I thought they milked Dawson very effectively.
They have, yeah.
24 overs, 1 for 99, hasn't bowled a maiden, so they didn't let him get on top. But it was largely just pushing it into gaps. They didn't play too many big shots.
Davies and Yates especially really looked to rotate the strike really well against Dawson early on, which is fantastic to see. And Holland comes in now, a bit shorter this time. Barnard just drops his hand into the offside. I've seen that many times today for no run. But yeah, just like I think you can tell with the pace of the pitch, it makes it easier to play. I guess you get a bit more time. The ball hasn't swung at all today, so he's looked to have more movement off the pitch. As Kyle Abbott looks to... Oh no, Dawson is going to bowl from the top end now. So it'll be interesting. 3 overs left, 337 for 3.
I think they've just been very careful how many overs they get through. I mean, Mohammed Abbas has quietly got through 21 overs today, which is plenty, isn't it, for a veteran cricketer? I know that his run-up is one that is designed to make the maximum impact without using too much energy, but he's been his usual accurate self. Liam Dawson, let's see if he can find a lapse in concentration from the Bears in these final 3 overs. Full commentary, ball by ball, of all county championship games, courtesy of the BBC. Find us online today, courtesy of BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Team led by Kevin James. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning as Dan Mosley looks to drive the ball wide of the short mid-wicket. It's stopped on the dive by Gubbins, and there's no run. He's dealing with his admin at the moment. He's got a lot of messages on the phone by the look of it. It's back of a length, and again he won't get it beyond Gubbins at mid-wicket. He's getting quotes for somebody to deal with his lawn. He's realised that, you know, at 1 metre squared, he's not going to get away with the nail scissors much longer. So, getting some quotes. So he's driven this time for a single for Mosley, up towards a deep mid-on for a single. Takes him to 338 for 3. And 15 balls left in the day. You'll be able to hear reaction on your local stations to from the Hampshire and Warwickshire camps tomorrow morning, no doubt. Dawson in round the wicket, driven by Barnard, trying to hit it through extra cover, but it's along the deck to the fielder and there's no run.
Gets through his overs quickly, doesn't he, Dawson?
I think the point where a lot of the players will be quite happy to put their feet up now. It's been hard yards for Hampshire. This one just back of a length, just dabbed out into the offside. Gubbins has had to do a lot of bending in this over to pick the ball up. I don't think he'll be too disappointed if he's not recalled to the attack before close. I think he feels 6 overs is his fill for today, or 7 overs I think it might have been in the end. This is a fuller delivery, there's an appeal, and he's going to be given out LBW.
Dawson is getting a massive cheer there, isn't he?
That's a big moment, isn't it? It's a real vital little extra breakthrough at the end of the day. That 4th wicket just makes it feel a little bit better for Hampshire. And Dawson, who's worked really, really hard for it, was a very full ball. And Barnard looked to be a bit late on it. I don't think he's thrilled necessarily with the decision.
Close to the bat, but there's been a few close to sort of bad pad bat today. And he's given that. And
so he goes
both walking up now,
338 for 4. And it'd be interesting to see who Warwickshire send out now, whether they stick to the batting order. But that'll make a real difference in that Barnard would have been such a useful player to come out first thing tomorrow morning against what is a relatively new ball. It'll only be 14 overs old.
I'd love Hassan Ali versus Mohammad Abbas for the last few overs here. That'd be quite good to watch, but I don't think it is. Whilst we're waiting for the new batsman, I have had a tweet from Section 18 Warwickshire Bear. Birmingham Premier League is off until May due to the lack of pitch prep. 2 April fixtures moved to bank holidays. However, the feeder leagues like Warwickshire County League start tomorrow, which to me makes absolute sense. It's good to see a proactive league. Fortunately, not many follow suit. Who is the new batsman? Can you see?
Just waiting to see for them to emerge a little bit further.
Burgess?
Burgess up on the board.
Yep.
But it's Danny Briggs who's coming out, in actual fact, who is a perennial night watchman and can be very stubborn the morning after. Danny Briggs.
Obviously, previous county being Hampshire. He's left and had some, I don't know how many years he's been with Warwickshire now, 4 or 5, is it?
Yeah, there was a spell in between. He was at Sussex as well for a spell.
That's right, yeah, that's right.
So just the one inning so far this year, scored 12. He's taken 3 wickets in the first 2 matches. At quite some expense, to be fair.
He's more used to his white ball bowling, isn't he, in this side?
No, it wasn't. No, since he joined Warwickshire, he's been an all-format cricketer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 2 overs left in the day.
And Ian Holland will be bowling to Mosley. So that was the last ball of the over from Dawson. As Ian Holland comes into Mosley now, what time to get another wicket here? And Ben Brown's up to the stumps, so he'll be looking to creep one through Mosley's defences.
Just a finish.
Mosley doesn't look too rushed there at all. We've just got the one over after this one, and I'd expect Dawson would have that last one as well. As we say goodbye to Richard, and for the last few overs, we welcome back Kevin James, as if Mosley flicks one off his hip down to deep square, and that'll bring the night watchman. I'm sure that's what his job will be tonight, is Danny Briggs. I'm sure, Kev, you've commentated on Danny Briggs quite a number of times.
Oh, a few times when he was here. Yeah, he was...
good player, isn't he?
Yeah, he made his debut in 2009, his T20 debut in 2010, before he left to go to Sussex at the end of the 2015 season. So
is that long ago? I remember.
Reason here. Yeah.
I remember that, and it feels like yesterday, 9 years ago. Wow. Holland comes into Briggs then, solid defence, and they are taking the singles. So it's normally odd. You normally used to like to see the night watchman take as much strike as possible, but Briggs is 1 off 1, and that brings Mosley back on strike with 4 balls of the over gone, so 2 left. And Holland, what a great time now to get another wicket, and it's been a fantastic day. Warwickshire have definitely won the day here, 340 for 4. As Holland comes in full, solid by Mosley there into, I think that's Tom Prest at mid wicket. Even though there hasn't been many wickets, and you'd expect that with the Duke's ball, but I think Warwickshire have batted superbly, led by their captain, and I was slightly surprised that he won the toss and batted, but we're quite far away from the pitch here. I didn't manage to get onto the ground to have a look at the wicket, but can't be much grass on it, but they batted beautifully this morning. As Holland will bowl his last ball of today.
I think the towel fell out of his trousers when he bowled there.
Yeah. Now, I thought that would be a dead ball if that happens, but clearly, I know that the rules in the past had it as a dead ball, but some other batters can be a bit more precious than others, picking out things in the background and a crisp packet blowing past the sight screens. This will be the last ball, hopefully, if there's no balls or wides from Ian Holland, and it is. Well played by Mosley down the ground. And that will conclude Ian Holland for today. He's bowled 10 overs, 0 for 42, so slightly more expensive than what he would usually be in this Hampshire lineup. Mohammed Abbas has been the pick of the bowlers. However, Dawson has picked up 2 big wickets. So although he's brought his 100 up in the last over, he's also taken that wicket of Barnard. So can he take one with him?
Yeah, he's just done a holding job really in Holland, hasn't he? He doesn't look particularly threatening, although he's still gone for 4 and over. 340 for 4, last over the day, and Hampshire are behind on their over rate. They're 3 overs behind here, which is something they'll have to look at overnight. We are nearly 25 to 7 here, and we're still playing.
A few jokes there with Danny Briggs, I think, the short leg. This over will be drawn out because Liam Dawson's going to try and create a bit of theatre here. We'll have men around the bat, because if he can get one more wicket here, and then if Hampshire take a few early wickets tomorrow, suddenly 370 for 7 is a much better position for Hampshire than what they expected to find themselves at tee earlier on. So they've got silly point, short leg, slip, catching cover, and a more sort of orthodox field for the left arm spinner.
Yeah, they were 290 for 1 at one stage and 327 for 2. Here's Dawson then, 3 men round the bat, comes in. Lovely evening sunshine now. Briggs is on the back foot and hits that into the ground and fielded by Ali Orr,
who almost turned around before he'd even hit it, I think.
It's very close, isn't he? As is, I think that's Fletcher Middleton on the leg side as well. So the 2 young opening batters are in close to Danny Briggs, almost shaking hands with him. As Dawson comes in, Briggs plays it off the back foot up to mid-on. 4 balls left of the day's play.
Been good to be back with you, Kevin. Thank you.
Hey mate, first of the season. I know you're with us next time there's a home game.
Yeah,
should be good. Yes, it's a while, isn't it, when you haven't done it for a few months and that, but no, you've been spot on today. Anthony Clapham playing for the England disability team shortly, as that's pushed away on the onside. Won't quite feel like being in India, but I'm
No,
sure. Is it
slightly
up at
different
Essex?
weather.
You'll be up at Essex. No, where are you going next?
I'm at Loughborough next. We're playing against
Loughborough,
Lincolnshire, not Academy, Lincolnshire Minor
That's
County.
right,
So
yeah, Loughborough, yeah.
that'll be a good test.
3 balls left as they crowd Danny Briggs, an extra close fielder. That keeps it a little low. Briggs works it into the gap on the offside. Could take a single, but like a proper night watchman will still take the bowling. There's no point in taking a single and letting Mosley face the last couple of balls, because that's not what night watchmen do.
Or Stuart Broad likes to think, the Night Hawk.
Well, the Night Hawk, that's right. Night watchman is there to face as many deliveries before the end of play as possible. Dawson comes in again. Briggs is forward, plays into the ground safely enough, so we come to the last ball. As 1 or 2 of the crowd start to make their way towards the exit gates. Not been a particularly big crowd today, as I mentioned earlier, and a few hardy souls left, but not many. Here it is, last ball of the day then. Dawson bowls to Briggs. Briggs is on the back foot, cuts that away, well stopped at point. Briggs wants a single, sent back by Mosley. My word, that would have been
nice
interesting.
Run out at the last ball of the day.
He didn't want that. So that is the end of day 1 then, with Warwickshire 340 for 4. That's a maiden over there for Liam Dawson, the main scorers. 149 for Alex Davis, 69 for Rob Yates. They put on 116 for the first wicket. Just the 1 wicket that fell before T. Yates in the afternoon session, and then 3 in the evening session, 2 of them to Liam Dawson. Davis the first of those. Will Rhodes for 80, Mo Abbas chipping in there, and Liam Dawson taking Barnard at the end. Tough going for the Hampshire bowlers there, but well batted Warwickshire, Anthony.
Yeah, Alex Davies, the star man, captain, led from the front, won the toss, batted, and he done all the talking with his bat. 149. Disappointed probably the way he got out. Liam Dawson tried to just flick him through mid-wicket, playing against the spin, caught first slip, but aptly backed up by Rob Yates for a solid 69, and I think Rhodes was batted brilliantly for his 82. So Dawson with his 2 wickets at the end there. Abbas was economical as always, and I look forward to tuning in tomorrow to yourself, Charlotte and Richard, whilst I cut the grass for the first time.
Oh, we look forward to that. Thank you very much for listening. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow.